Chapter 55. When the other wolf rider saw Han Shuo charge over with a long sword in his hand, a pair of large, bell-like eyes suddenly opened wide under his furry forehead. He roared furiously in the common tongue, "Sly, cunning human, you're courting death." The giant wolf beneath him howled as the orc wolf rider took out a crossbow from his back, raised it, and fired at Han Shuo. A cold silver light flew towards Han Shuo's neck with an ear-piercing whistle. Magical yuan circulated rapidly as Han Shuo focused his attention. The speed of the whistling crossbow bolt suddenly slowed in Han Shuo's eyes, as bizarre as the slow-motion scenes Han Shuo used to watch in movies. Han Shuo's powerful senses were the exact opposite of the speed of the crossbow bolt. When the crossbow bolt was within a meter of Han Shuo, the long sword in his hand stabbed out fiercely and accurately against the tip of the incoming crossbow bolt. A crisp crack rang out as the crossbow bolt suddenly exploded into pieces. Han Shuo's speed on his warhorse wasn't affected in the slightest after shattering the crossbow bolt. Before the orc wolf rider could fire a second bolt, Han Shuo had already rushed in front of the orc wolf rider with his long sword in hand. A dark, bright blade arc rose from Han Shuo's right hand. The long sword was thick and heavy to begin with, but in Han Shuo's hand, it was as light and graceful as a feather. The orc wolf rider also raised his blade to meet Han Shuo's. Just as the two blades were about to collide, a small brown crossbow bolt suddenly flew out of Han Shuo's right sleeve. The crossbow bolt pierced through the orc's long sword with a whoosh and sank into the orc wolf rider's neck with a puff. Despicable, despicable. Blood bubbling out of the orc wolf rider's mouth, he finally spat out those two words with difficulty. The hand that was holding the long sword high suddenly lost all strength. The heavy long sword carried his robust body, and he rolled off the back of the giant wolf. It was obvious from his appearance that he was already dead. As expected of a race with low intelligence, Han Shuo's solemn and calm expression disappeared. With a smirk on his face, he walked to the side of the huge wolf. With a swing of his long sword, the huge wolf's pouch once again flew towards the warhorse behind him. With another stab, the huge wolf also fell into a pool of blood. Kill, kill, kill. At this moment, a wave of silhouettes suddenly appeared at the corner of the North Street. Dozens of wolf riders were roaring loudly as they desperately chased after a group of mages and warriors. Beecher and the others from the Babylon Academy of Light were among those who were fleeing in a sorry state on inferior warhorses. "Let's go." Han Shuo was stunned for a moment, but he immediately reacted. He raised the reins in his hand, and the warhorse once again changed direction, charging towards the north. Fanny, Lisa, and the others were flabbergasted as they watched Han Shuo's callous and sinister black-on-black performance. When they saw Han Shuo suddenly gallop out, they understood that the current situation was anything but reassuring. They also spurred their warhorses to follow behind Han Shuo and started fleeing towards the north. After galloping madly on their warhorses for half a day, Han Shuo and the others appeared in the middle of a large canyon. The sides of the canyon were steep, and at the end was a wide river. Han Shuo and the others reined in their warhorses at the end of the canyon. They looked at the Azure River and suddenly fell into a predicament. This should be the Empire's Nirolan River. We can reach Balthazar City in the southwest of the Empire after crossing the Nirolan River. Balthazar City isn't far from Zajoski City. Although it's not as heavily guarded as Zajoski City, it's definitely heavily guarded. I think we'll be safe as long as we can make it to Balthazar City. Jean furrowed his brow in thought for a while as he gazed at the wide Nirolan River, and then suddenly spoke up. "We must first cross the Nirolan River if we want to reach Balthazar City. The Nirolan River is so wide, I don't think we'll be able to cross it at all if we don't have a boat to transport us." Fanny had a worried expression on her face as she gazed at the Azure River in the distance and sighed sorrowfully. Han Shuo didn't open his mouth to speak after arriving here, and only minded his own business as he flipped through the two large bags on his warhorse. The shops in the town of Droll had been prepared for adventurers and mercenaries to begin with, so the surrounding shops were mostly filled with items needed for battle. Han Shuo made an inventory and discovered that there were a total of 4 high-quality crossbows, a few dozen crossbow bolts, 3 high-quality daggers, 2 ordinary longswords, 2 magic staffs, and 3 pieces of close-fitting leather armor in the sack that the 2 wolf riders had plundered. Apart from this, there were also some bottles and cans of healing medicine and various poisons. First, Han Shuo picked out the sharp dagger with a sapphire embedded in it, and hid it on his body as if it was a matter of course. He then carefully put away the bottles of various poisons, and finally poured the weapons and armor out of the bags onto the ground. He lifted his head to look at the crowd and said calmly, "Pack up, prepare to continue fighting." When Han Shuo's words left his mouth, the necromancy teachers and students who had been sighing and furrowing their brows as they racked their brains for a solution suddenly froze. Jean froze for a moment and suddenly thought of Han Shuo's performance just now. He exclaimed in surprise and stared at Han Shuo, asking, "Brian, did you use bone arrow magic earlier?" Apart from Fanny, everyone looked at Han Shuo with a face full of shock when Jean asked this question. Lisa even shrieked in surprise and pointed at Han Shuo with her right hand, saying incredulously, "That's right, Brian, how can you use magic? I think that now isn't the time to discuss this. A portion of the orc wolf riders have been rushing this way, and I think that the damned wolf riders will arrive here before long. There's a canyon in front of us and the wide Nirolon River below. The most important thing for us to do now is to consider how to deal with the orc wolf riders that are about to arrive." Han Shuo's expression was calm as he arranged the weapons in the bags and spoke faintly. "If you hadn't brought us to this damned place, how would we be in such a predicament?" Bella looked disdainfully at Han Shuo when she heard Han Shuo's words and mocked him with a cold face. Frowning, Han Shuo's calm face suddenly grew cold as an irrepressible feeling of disgust grew in his heart. Lifting his head to look at the mocking Bella, Han Shuo said, "So you're saying that my decision was wrong?" Just as Bella was about to open her mouth to reply, she suddenly discovered that Han Shuo's gaze was cold and sinister. The way he looked at her was like that of a wolf sizing up its prey. Her body involuntarily felt a chill run down her spine. She awkwardly smiled and dryly said, I didn't mean that either." Nodding, a smile reappeared on Han Shuo's face and he smiled as if nothing had happened. "Since this is the case, let's all pick our weapons. Our mental strength is limited and the range of our magic isn't as far as a crossbow. I think we should use our weapons first and attack with magic when our weapons are no longer useful. Come, let's make some more arrangements and wait for the wolf riders to come to their deaths." Han Shuo's current performance was the style of a leader. This should have been a very comical matter. After all, he was just an errand slave of the necromancy major and had no right to give orders. However, after everyone had experienced the horrors of Han Shuo's madness in the dark forest, as well as his cold and ruthless killing of the two wolf riders, no one found it funny anymore when they heard Han Shuo give orders. It was as if they were getting to know Han Shuo all over again. Even Fanny and Jean came over obediently and started picking out crossbows from Han Shuo's hands. No one spoke up against Han Shuo's suggestions. Unknowingly, Han Shuo, who was originally an errand slave, had already established his authority among these people, causing them to willingly listen to Han Shuo's commands. Chapter 56. There were tall mountain slopes on both sides of the canyon, with a 5-meter-wide passageway in the middle. This kind of place was most suitable for bandits to set up traps. Since everyone had agreed to Han Shuo's plan, they all began to take action. Han Shuo didn't know much about how to set up traps. First, the group used tough ropes to set up horse reins in the passageway. Then Fanny and Jean used advanced necromancy magic to release acid bogs behind the horse reins. Acid bog was an advanced necromancy magic. It could form a large, muddy swamp on the ground. When this kind of acid bog took shape, it could corrode anyone who accidentally entered into it into a skeleton in an instant. It was one of the more sinister advanced magics of the necromancy major. However, it took a lot of mental strength to successfully release this kind of acid bog. The range of the acid bog varied according to each necromancer's mental strength. Even with Fanny and Jean's combined efforts, they were only able to create a swamp that was about 5 meters wide. From the looks of it, this was already their limit. Some enormous rocks were placed on both sides of the mountain slopes, in case the orc wolf riders arrived and smashed them with the giant rocks. These necromancy teachers and students were all quite frail compared to Han Shuo, so the task of moving the giant rocks was naturally accomplished by Han Shuo alone. After these arrangements were made, Jean, Bella, Bach, and the others laid in ambush on one side of the mountain slope. Han Shuo, Fanny, Lisa, and the others were responsible for the other side of the mountain slope. "You've changed quite a bit. If we can make it back to the academy alive this time, you've done the most." I'll definitely report this to the academy and give you a reward. Fanny's body was behind a giant rock, her bright eyes roaming over Han Shua's body as she spoke in a low voice. Han Shua was in the middle, with Lisa on his left and Fanny on his right. The three of them were very close to each other. When Fanny spoke in a low voice, her fragrant breath directly blew on Han Shua's right cheek. The faint fragrance caused Han Shua's heart to race. He suddenly felt that this crisis seemed to be filled with lust. Scratching his head out of habit, Han Shua gave a silly smile and turned his head to stare boldly at Fanny's beautiful face. At this moment, Fanny's hair was a mess. Because she had used up a lot of mental energy to cast the acid bog, her face was a little pale and she looked a little weak. It was completely different from her usual glamorous and domineering appearance, giving Han Shua a different kind of beauty. Damn it, I'm talking to you. Don't stare at me like that. When Fanny saw that Han Shua was looking at her with a burning gaze but didn't pay any attention to her, she couldn't help but feel angry. This guy was getting bolder and bolder, daring to look at her so rudely. Heh, Master Fanny, you're pretty. You won't lose anything by looking at me a few more times, why be so petty? Laughing lightly, Han Shua said flirtatiously. A wave of pain suddenly radiated from Han Shua's left arm. Han Shua's face turned pained as he turned his head to look at Lisa on his left. When he saw that Lisa was glaring at him with a face full of hate, he hastily squeezed out a smile and said, "Of course, Lisa, you're also very beautiful, heh." Raising her head and snorting lightly, Lisa glared at Han Shua and said huffily, "Don't think that I can't take care of you just because you're strong now. Humph. Now that I have some free time, hurry up and tell me how you got mental strength. You've even mastered bone arrow magic. Just how many more secrets do you have that you haven't told me?" I don't have any secrets. It's all thanks to you that I can master the bone arrow magic. If you didn't use the agony of the soul to make me half dead, I would still be as useless as before. Thank you so much." Her face darkening, Lisa suddenly hung her head and sighed lightly. She said lowly, "You still haven't forgiven me. I know you've always hated me for using the agony of the soul on you, but I didn't mean it back then. I didn't know that I almost killed you in the end." "No, I really don't blame you. Lisa, don't think too much. It's not like you don't know my feelings for you, why would I blame you?" Han Shua started and suddenly remembered the role he was playing. He hurriedly spoke up to comfort Lisa. At this moment, Han Shua felt pain in his right arm as well. He turned his head to find that Fanny's slender fingers were also pinching him hard. He couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness in his heart. He inwardly sighed that the blessings of having multiple lovers were indeed not easy to enjoy. He said with a wry face, "Master Fanny, what's wrong now?" Fanny also started slightly when Han Shua said this. "What's wrong with me? What does their conversation have to do with me? Why would I want to pinch him as well?" Shaking her head slightly, Fanny also snorted and then wore a faint smile on her face. She raised her voice a bit. "Lisa, what did he say about his feelings for you just now? What's that about?" A frantic expression suddenly appeared on Lisa's face as she hastily waved her hands to cover up. Nothing. Master Fanny, you must have heard wrong. Haha, isn't that right, Brian?" She didn't forget to throw a threatening look at Han Shua after speaking. Her meaning was that if Han Shua dared speak, she wouldn't let him off the hook. Nodding with a wry face, Han Shua laughed and said, "Yes, Master Fanny must have expended too much mental strength and something went wrong with your hearing? Is that so?" Fanny looked suspiciously at Han Shua and asked in a strange tone, Of course. "Oh right, Master Fanny, when I return to the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, I want to release my slave status. I've earned enough gold coins in the Dark Forest this time. I don't want to carry this slave status forever. Don't worry, if we really make it back to the academy this time, I'll negotiate with the school authorities. Not only will I release you from your slave status, I'll even release you from your errand slave status as well. You'll become a student of the necromancy major in the future, and I'll personally teach you even more advanced necromancy magic. With your potential, I think your future accomplishments will surely surpass all the current necromancy students." Fanny looked at Han Shua with gratification and gave Han Shua a firm promise. She thought to herself, when he becomes a student of the necromancy major, if his magic improves quickly, he'll truly be able to break free from his current shackles. At that time, maybe... what am I thinking? It looks like I must have expended too much mental strength. Otherwise, why would I be thinking so wildly? At this moment, Han Shuo, who'd had a joyous expression on his face, suddenly furrowed his brow. He closed his eyes and thought deeply for a moment, then suddenly called out loudly to the other side, "Master Jean, be careful. I can already hear the muffled sound of footsteps. I think the orc wolf riders should be arriving soon." "Got it, you guys be careful too. Brian, Master Fanny has expended a lot of mental strength with me just now. You have to protect Master Fanny. Don't worry, since Master Fanny is here with me. Unless I die first, Master Fanny won't be harmed in the slightest." Han Shuo suddenly felt another pain in his left arm after he'd finished speaking. He immediately knew that Lisa must have acted out of anger, and hastily turned his head to explain to Lisa on his left. However, he didn't notice that Fanny, who was on his right, was looking at him with a slightly more complicated gaze. Finally, the muffled sounds of footsteps gradually traveled from afar. Even the ordinary necromancy students and teachers could hear the oppressive sounds and couldn't help but gather their attention, fully concentrating on dealing with the sudden attack from behind. Damn it, why is it Beecher and the others from the Light Major? Just as everyone was holding their breaths and preparing to push the boulder down, the sharp-eyed Han Shuo suddenly realized that the approaching people weren't the orc wolf riders, but rather Beecher, Irene, and the others from the Light Major of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force who were fleeing in panic. There were also a few unfamiliar mages and warriors among them. They were all riding warhorses that were neighing wildly and looked like they were about to collapse, their faces filled with exhaustion. Fanny's brow furrowed as she suddenly poked her head out from behind the boulder. Her slender neck stretched out as she called out in a loud voice, "Master Beecher, stop right now. There's a trap that we've specially set up to deal with the wolf riders." Beecher and the others, who were about to rush towards the horse ropes, hurriedly stopped at the most critical moment when they heard Fanny's words. Beecher then lifted his head to look at the necromancy students and teachers on both sides of the mountain slope, and immediately understood the current situation. He immediately yelled out, "The orc wolf riders are right behind us, what should we do?" After abandoning the horses, drive the war horses to the back and then quickly walk over on foot. We will tell you where the traps are. Otherwise, if you stay where you are, only death awaits you. Han Shuo poked his head out and calmly yelled out. Beecher and the others only hesitated slightly when they heard Han Shuo's words, and then followed Han Shuo's instructions. They dismounted and used their daggers to stab the horses' buttocks, driving the war horses back after being stung. Afterwards, under Fanny's reminder, the group hurriedly crossed over the tripping ropes and acid swamps, quickly climbing up the mountain slope on both sides. Another wave of muffled footsteps traveled into everyone's ears. At this moment, everyone knew that the pursuing orc wolf riders had truly arrived. "Hide yourselves and prepare for battle," Han Shuo yelled out, and everyone carefully hid themselves. They planned on giving these orc wolf riders, who were used to killing and looting, a bloody lesson. Chapter 57. Dust flew in the distance and muffled footsteps pounded on everyone's hearts like muffled drums. First, a row of gleaming longswords came into view, and then the strong bodies of orcs astride giant wolves revealed themselves one after another. These orc wolf riders had obviously gone through a round of looting. The pockets of the giant wolves beneath them were bulging. It looked like the shops in the town of Droll had been looted until not a single tile remained. Perhaps it was precisely because these wolf riders were carrying too many spoils of war that the speed of the giant wolves beneath them had been affected. That was why Beecher and the others were able to persevere until here even though they were riding on frail warhorses. Behind the giant boulder, Han Shuo grasped a sturdy crossbow in his hand and calmly took aim at the most burly orc at the very front. Beside him, Fanny also held a crossbow as she constantly changed directions, her eyes sparkling with a determined light. It looked like Fanny also knew to harden her heart in the face of life and death. Lisa's hands were empty, but there were a few large boulders next to her and the other students. These boulders had already been placed in position by Han Shuo, and would roll down with a push. They would definitely cause even more damage than a crossbow. Amidst the howls of the giant wolves, a line of dozens of wolf riders moved as fast as lightning and finally appeared in the passageway. Their speed was ferocious, and they hadn't anticipated that there would be an ambush along the way. All of them brandished their long swords and yelled wildly, already urging the giant wolves to charge over. Awoo-awoo! The front legs of the giant wolves were the first to be tripped by the ropes. Their front legs suddenly bent and lost balance, and they howled in agony. The bodies of 4 wolf riders, affected by inertia, suddenly flew off their giant wolves. Pa-pa-pa-pa! The 4 orcs flailed their arms as they fell involuntarily into the acid bog in front of them, making heavy, earth-shaking noises. The 4 orcs that fell into the acid swamp suddenly let out mournful howls similar to those of the giant wolves. Along with the ghostly wails and wolf howls, their sturdy bodies seemed to have been doused with acid. Their skin, flesh, hair, and even their clothes were all corroded into a pool of blood that quickly flowed into the acid swamp. In an instant, the 4 orc wolf riders had actually turned into 4 enormous skeletons. These 4 orc wolf riders were the first to meet with misfortune. 3 more wolf riders behind them couldn't stop their momentum and flew into the acid bog with them, turning into 3 skeletons in the blink of an eye. This acid bog is an advanced necromancy magic, all right. Master Fanny, you're so strong. You must teach me this magic when we return to the academy. Han Shua said excitedly to Fanny in a low voice when he saw how vicious the acid bog was. However, when Han Shua had finished speaking, he suddenly discovered that Fanny's face was deathly white, and that there seemed to be something wrong with her gaze as she looked at the acid bog. He couldn't help but rub his body against Fanny and speak again. Master Fanny, what's wrong? Fanny abruptly reacted after being bumped into by Han Shua and said in a panic, No, nothing. This is the first time I've used this acid bog magic since I've grasped it. I really didn't think that this magic would be so vicious. As Han Shua and Fanny were speaking, the dozens of orc wolf riders had suddenly reined in their giant wolves, and the wolf riders at the back hadn't been able to rein in their momentum. They were forced to squeeze together in a chaotic mess, and a few orcs even fell off their giant wolves. However, in this way, the tripping ropes and acid bog had already lost their effect. The orcs were trying to regain their footing amidst the chaos under the mutterings of their leader. Kill! At this moment, Han Shua suddenly gathered his strength and roared out fiercely. Lisa and the others had long since been sharpening their blades and waiting impatiently. When they heard Han Shua's roar, they immediately made a big fuss and pushed the giant rocks beside them down the small hill. More than 10 giant rocks borrowed the momentum of their momentum and rolled or flew down towards the orc wolf riders below. Suddenly, the orc wolf riders who were supposed to be the hunters became the prey instead. The giant rocks that rolled down became lethal weapons that quickly reaped the lives of the orcs. The overcrowded wolf riders didn't have time to regroup at all, and immediately paid a heavy price when the giant rocks rolled down. 4 boulders smashed down, directly smashing the 6 orcs and their giant wolves into a bloody mess. The remaining boulders rolled down the hillside. The momentum of the boulders was fierce, and when they fell into the midst of the wolf riders, they let out a series of mournful howls. By the time this wave of rocks had passed, another 15 wolf riders had died on the spot, and a dozen or so had sustained varying degrees of injuries. As the orcs screamed in panic, they suddenly discovered that the path back had also been blocked by giant rocks. Many figures suddenly appeared from both sides of the hill, and a string of crossbow bolts and magical attacks accompanied curses. These vulgar and barbaric orcs, go to hell! On the other side, Irene of the Light Major stood up from the hill and cursed lowly with a look of disgust. She then started chanting light magic and attacked the orcs with Beecher. It looked like they'd finally found an outlet to vent after being chased around so pathetically by the wolf riders. At this moment, there were still 30 or so orc wolf riders that hadn't died in the tunnel below. However, these wolf riders had to face all sorts of magical attacks from both sides of the hill. Han Shua held the crossbow in his hand and would calmly fire when he took aim at an orc. As long as the orcs were hit by Han Shua's crossbow bolts, they would fall down in a short amount of time, even if it wasn't a vital point. They would never be able to stand up again. Why is it that none of the orcs hit by your crossbow bolts can stand up, even if it's just a scratch? But those hit by my crossbow bolts are fine as long as it's not a vital point? Fanny observed for a moment and then asked Han Shua with a frown. Heh, of course. I've just dipped the tips of my crossbow bolts in some poison powder. They're absolutely done for if they get even the slightest bit of it. Han Shua accurately shot another orc and explained faintly as if nothing had happened. When these words left his mouth, Fanny started and then pointed angrily at Han Shuo, saying hatefully, You're indeed a bit despicable. Where did you learn these malicious methods from? Even if our two countries are at war, we can't use poison arrows. This is an unwritten rule of the profound continent. Shrugging his shoulders, Han Shuo said nonchalantly, It's either you die or I die. What's the point of talking about being despicable? Killing them with the smallest price is the most correct method. You're too pedantic. That's right. Brian is absolutely right. These damned orcs burn, kill, and loot in the town of Droll. Every year when winter comes, they take the opportunity to loot the borders of our empire. There's no need to talk about any rules with them. Lisa suddenly interjected at this moment, obviously leaning towards Han Shuo's style. Humph. You two brats are both equally bad at heart. No wonder you've suddenly become so congenial. Brian, I'll let it go this time. If you can return to the empire, don't tell anyone that you've done this. You can't do this in the future either. Otherwise, if others find out, they'll surely punish you. Fanny rolled her eyes at the two and suddenly warned them seriously. Han Shuo understood that Fanny had good intentions. The reason why the poison powder was sold in the town of Droll was to deal with the savage magical creatures within the dark forest. Normally, no one would dare use it against their enemies in broad daylight. However, Han Shuo only listened attentively to Fanny's warnings. He didn't think much of it in the depths of his heart. If it came to a critical juncture and his life was in danger, he would definitely use this kind of vicious method without a care in the world. Under the attacks of crossbow bolts and all kinds of magic, the remaining orc wolf riders could only use crossbow bolts to attack the ambushers on the two sides of the small hill. However, Han Shuo and the others now had the complete advantage in terms of terrain and numbers. Under the continuous attacks, the orc wolf riders fell one by one into pools of their own blood. It was obvious that they were powerless to reverse the situation. When there were only 5 wolf riders left, they finally began to feel fear. The giant wolves were unable to climb over the large rocks, so the orcs directly jumped down from the giant wolves. They even abandoned all the resources in the wolf's pockets and began to run back without a care for anything else. Oh no, they're escaping. If they escape, there'll be even more wolf riders coming. Everyone chase after them. Han Shuo's face abruptly changed when he saw the situation. He hastily yelled out, but his body remained motionless where it was. Everyone lost their heads in panic when Han Shuo's words had sounded. The group of people all rushed down from the small hill and started chasing after the fleeing orcs with all their might. The 3 warriors who had been hiding ran the fastest, moving up and down the small hill as if they were walking on flat ground. They quickly gave chase. Behind them, a group of mages led by Beecher, including Jean, Bach and a few others from the necromancy major, also raised their magical robes and ran out. Just as Fanny's slender body poked out and planned on sprinting out from behind the giant rock, Han Shuo suddenly reached out and grabbed Fanny by the waist. He yelled lowly, It's so dangerous, what are you going to do? Fanny's slender waist was suddenly embraced by Han Shuo, and her body suddenly grew numb. She turned her head and saw that the necromancy major students were also about to walk out. All of them were looking at her oddly, especially Lisa, who seemed to be forcibly suppressing her anger. Fanny started and her heart raced when she reacted. Her face flushed red and she suddenly struggled violently. She said angrily, What are you doing? Let go of me, what are you stopping me for? It's not like we're missing a few people. Don't we have more important things to do at this time? Han Shuo let go of her and chuckled. What other things are more important? Fanny and the others asked in confusion. Collect the spoils of war. The resources in the pockets of the giant wolves will all be worth shiny gold coins in the capital of the empire. Han Shuo laughed heartily as his body swiftly dashed down the small hill. Fanny, Lisa, and the others started, but when they saw that there were a few smart strangers who were also rushing downwards, they didn't hesitate any longer. They all cried out in pleasant surprise and ran towards the sacks of resources that the orc wolf riders were plundering without a care for their manners. Chapter 58. Fallen Undead Warrior. Heed the call of the Dark Emissary and reveal your existence. Han Shuo suddenly chanted an incantation midway down the tunnel. An ordinary skeletal warrior appeared in the tunnel as Han Shuo's incantation fell. Han Shuo immediately gathered his mental strength and issued a command when he saw the skeletal warrior appear. Steal the items. This skeletal warrior wasn't the little skull that Han Shuo had refined with his magical yuan. Its speed and strength were significantly inferior to the little skull's, and its bones creaked as it moved. Within the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, the pitch-black little skeleton with 7 bone spurs had caused too much of a commotion. If others knew that this little skull had been summoned by Han Shuo, there would surely be a series of troublesome matters. Therefore, Han Shuo didn't dare summon the little skull at this time. Everyone hurry up, or else the items will all be taken by others. Erin from the Light Major was among those left behind. When she saw that Han Shuo's group was charging down, she immediately rushed over with a shout. On the Necromancy Major's side, Fanny, Lisa, and the others were first startled when they saw that Han Shuo had summoned skeletal warriors. They immediately reacted and started summoning skeletal warriors with delighted expressions on their faces. Suddenly, more than 10 skeletal warriors were summoned by Fanny, Lisa, and the others. Under the urging of their mental strength, these skeletal warriors reached out with their bony hands and picked up the enormous bags on the ground. The items in the wolf riders' bags had all been looted. Now that these orc wolf riders were dead, they naturally became ownerless items. Of course, they belonged to whoever grabbed them first. The skeletal warriors on Han Shuo's side, who had been extremely weak to begin with, finally showed their usefulness this time. Although the skeletal warriors moved slowly, each of them grabbed a bag in the end. As the host, Han Shuo, Fanny, Lisa, and the others naturally wouldn't be idle either. They all grabbed a bag each. Han Shuo even grabbed 4 bags, a satisfied smile on his face. Han Shuo's group had taken 80% of the items left behind by the wolf riders, and the other 20% had been taken by the others. The various weapons, armor, and medicinal ingredients in the town of Droll were all expensive items. If they were sold in the Empire, they would surely receive generous rewards. After ordering the skeletal warriors to line up side by side, Han Shuo looked at Fanny and said with a smile, "Master Fanny, with these items and our gains in the Dark Forest, I think that our necromancy major will be able to impress the school authorities when we return to the academy." Fanny was also in an exceedingly good mood at this moment. She had long since forgotten Han Shuo's previous rudeness. Her face was full of joy as she flicked a glance at Han Shuo with her bright eyes, saying softly, "Not necessarily. These items belong to the shops in the town of Droll. Although the owners of the shops in the town of Droll have either fled or died, if the Empire were to learn of the origins of these items, they would surely confiscate all of them." Fanny's worries weren't without reason. Han Shuo thought for a moment and suddenly remembered that he had met Fabian in the Dark Forest. When the two had parted ways, Fabian had left a card for Han Shuo so that Han Shuo could find him to do business. Fabian was a member of the Empire's Bast Merchant Guild. If he could find him, he should have an appropriate method to deal with this matter. When his thoughts traveled here, Han Shuo smiled confidently at Fanny and said, "Master Fanny, you don't need to worry. As long as we can safely return to the Empire, I have a way to deal with these items. There shouldn't be any flaws left behind." Fanny looked at Han Shuo in surprise and then shook her head, saying with emotion, "Brian, I find that I can't see through you more and more. Just how many secrets are you hiding on your body? How do you have a way to deal with these items?" Chuckling lightly, Han Shuo said, "We'll talk about these things later. I think that what we should do now is to consider how to leave this place and how to quickly return to the Empire." While Han Shuo and Fanny were talking, Beecher's group, as well as Jean Buck's group from the Necromancy Major, had already returned from the distance. From the relieved expressions on their faces, Han Shuo knew that the orcs had most likely been killed. Indeed, when Beecher's group arrived, they immediately said proudly, "Don't worry everyone, none of those orcs escaped. We can finally relax for the time being." Beecher was halfway through his words when he suddenly looked around in surprise, exclaiming, What's going on?" Apart from the corpses of the orc wolf riders and giant wolves, all the bags had been divided up by those who had stayed behind. In particular, Han Shuo and Fanny's side. A row of skeletal warriors each holding a large bag appeared even more eye-catching. Fanny was a bit embarrassed and opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. In the end, she grew anxious and couldn't help but glare at Han Shuo, indicating for Han Shuo to respond. Taking a few steps forward as if nothing had happened, Han Shuo didn't have the slightest bit of awkwardness on his face. He put down the 2 bags on his body and called out to the mercenaries and mages who had just returned from the distance with unfamiliar faces. He said with a smile, "These are all spoils of war. Brave warriors, come and pick some. We'll be going our separate ways soon. But we've just fought off the orcs together. Let these things be mementos of our battle." All right. The 10 or so adventurers who had returned all cheered in unison when they heard Han Shuo's words. All of them ran over excitedly and began to pick out the goods in the bags with practiced movements. Beecher and the other light major students had originally planned on joining in, but when they saw that Aaron and the others also had bags filled with supplies in their hands, they started and walked towards Aaron after a moment of surprise. "Young man, you're a really good friend. If you need our Battle Wolves mercenary band in the future, feel free to ask. Heh. I'm very happy to make friends with you. If you need any medicines made in the future, you can come find me." These people chatted with smiles on their faces as they picked out the goods. One by one, cards with contact details fell into Han Shuo's hands. "Master Fanny, why are you giving those things to them? What's Brian doing?" Necromancy major student Athena looked at Han Shuo's open bag with a pained expression and huffed angrily. "His actions are completely correct. If we swallow all these goods, these people won't benefit at all. They'll definitely report this matter to the Empire. Perhaps they'll even have thoughts of robbing us in their anger. We'll be in big trouble then. Now that Brian has taken out a small portion for them to choose from, it's to drag them into the water and stuff everyone's mouths. They don't have space rings and can't summon skeletal warriors to do manual labor like us. They won't be able to take away much of the goods at all. In this way, the biggest beneficiaries will still be us. He can even win the friendship of these adventurers. Brian is really getting more and more powerful now." Fanny's beautiful eyes had been focused on Han Shuo, who was chatting merrily with the adventurers, as she explained to the clueless Athena beside her. "He's getting more and more mysterious now. I don't even know where he learned all this random knowledge from, and his knowledge is actually quite useful." Lisa looked at Han Shuo and thought of the secret to breast enlargement that Han Shuo had taught her. She couldn't help but sigh softly with emotion. "All right, since everyone's chosen their items, let's part ways here. If there's anything I need to trouble you with in the future, I won't hold back, haha." On the other side, Han Shuo was laughing and joking with everyone as if they were close friends. The 4 large pockets on his body were basically all empty now. These mercenaries and adventurers had more or less gotten what they needed, and their gazes when looking at Han Shuo were exceedingly pleasing to the eye. Everyone exchanged some pleasantries in the end and left one by one. On the other side, Beecher and the others came to Fanny's side to say their thanks and also left with the goods. When only Han Shuo's group remained, Jean finally said with annoyance, "If I'd known earlier, I would have stayed as well. If we hadn't left, the pockets in the hands of the light major would have been ours again." Fanny didn't express anything regarding Jean's annoyance at all. She suddenly felt at this moment that such a big person like him seemed to be even less intelligent than Han Shuo, and a sense of contempt rose in her heart for no reason. "Right, what should we do now?" Fanny looked at Han Shuo and asked naturally. Turning his head to look at the wide Niloran River, Han Shuo thought for a bit and said lowly, "There are some towering trees at the bottom of the canyon. We have all sorts of sharp weapons in our pockets as well as some tough ropes. As long as we chop down some trees, we can quickly make wooden rafts and use them to cross the Niloran River and directly reach Balthazar City." "Is that so? Then why didn't you tell the others just now?" Jean suddenly asked when he heard Han Shuo's words. "What does it have to do with me if they want to leave? Not to mention that they can help us draw away the orcs' attention after they leave. We'll be in less danger this way. Isn't that good?" Han Shuo smiled faintly and explained matter-of-factly. When these words were spoken, Fanny, Jean, and the others started and inwardly sighed that the current Han Shuo was indeed different. It looked like he was already secretly scheming against others when he'd been talking cheerfully and wittily with them just now. Jean, Buck, and Bella looked at each other and felt a chill in their hearts when they thought of how they'd targeted Han Shuo in the past. Chapter 59. With the help of the dark creatures, it only took half a day to complete the task of cutting down trees and weaving wooden rafts under Han Shuo's command. 5 wooden rafts and a dozen or so wooden oars were carried into the water by the skeletal warriors. Everyone boarded the wooden rafts after the 13 sacks had been placed on the rafts, holding the oars in their hands and starting to move along the Nirolan River. Han Shua, Fanny, and Lisa stayed on a wooden raft. Fanny summoned a zombie warrior and had the zombie warrior row the oars. Han Shua and the other 2 sat leisurely on the sturdy wooden raft, admiring the scenery along the Nirolan River. It was already evening, and the clouds of sunset dyed the sky. The azure waters of the Nirolan River were calm, and a few bold fish leapt to the surface, drawing silver lines across the surface of the water. The branches and leaves of the towering trees in the distance were lush, and a few unknown insects chirped cheerfully, giving everyone a sense of tranquility and peace. As Fanny and Lisa chatted and laughed softly as they admired the beautiful scenery around them, Han Shua sat cross-legged on the wooden raft and closed his eyes, silently training his magical yuan. He didn't waste a single moment of free time to forge his physical body and continuously open up the meridians within his body. Fanny and Lisa originally had a stomach full of questions they wanted to ask Han Shua, but when they discovered that Han Shua had his eyes closed and wasn't speaking, they didn't make a sound to disturb him. Instead, they sighed with emotion at Han Shua's diligence, thinking that it was no wonder that Han Shua had improved so quickly. The two's beautiful eyes would gather on Han Shua from time to time, whispering to each other about something. It looked like their topics definitely included Han Shua. After a long period of silence, Han Shua suddenly opened his eyes and looked around when he felt the wooden raft shake. He discovered that the wooden raft had already crossed the Nirolan River and had arrived in a thicket of lush vegetation. Fanny and Lisa happily commanded the dark creatures to bring the spoils of war from the wooden raft to the shore. When Xian and the others had all gathered, everyone cheered and used their mental strength to command the dark creatures. After identifying the direction, they began to hurry towards Balthazar City. After walking like this for 2 days, the party finally arrived at Balthazar City. After arriving at Balthazar City, the first thing they did was find a large hotel, where they immediately began to bathe and change their clothes. After a hearty meal, they had a beautiful night's rest. Now, Han Shua's treatment was completely different from when he'd gone to the dark forest. He could enjoy honorable service as a matter of course, and even had a room to himself. Even the transportation of supplies to the hotel's specialized storeroom was done by everyone themselves. No one dared to let Han Shua do it alone. The next day, early in the morning, Dong 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 Fanny lived next to Han Shua. After Han Shua got up early in the morning, he stood in front of Fanny's door and knocked on it. "Who is it?" Fanny's lazy voice came from the room. "It's me," Han Shua replied. "Oh, wait a moment. I'll wash up and open the door for you." After a while, Fanny opened the door wearing a thin white silk robe. The soft robe accentuated the curves of Fanny's slender and voluptuous figure. Her hair was disheveled as she flicked a lazy glance at Han Shua and moved to the side to let Han Shua in. She asked, "What are you doing here so early in the morning?" Staring greedily at Fanny a few times, Han Shua walked to the round table and sat down after closing the door. He then said with a smile, "Master Fanny, I thought about it last night and felt that these supplies were too conspicuous in my hands. I wanted to discuss how to deal with them. It's good to deal with these supplies as soon as possible. We're not merchants, we can't always bring these things back to the academy. But these things all come from the town of Droll. If someone discovers them, not only will we not get the gold coins, but we'll also be in trouble. What should we do?" Fanny's eyebrows creased slightly as she thought for a moment. "If we have a space ring, then we can solve this problem. Master Fanny, although space rings are precious, there should be a price. How many gold coins would a space ring with a smaller space be worth? Space rings can usually only be refined by space archmages. The materials used to refine space rings are also very valuable, so space rings are very expensive. Even a space ring of a lower quality would cost at least 1,000 or 2,000 gold coins. This isn't something that just anyone can afford. So don't let your imagination run wild. Master Fanny, you're an adept mage, and many of the necromancy students come from noble families. Why don't you have a space ring?" Although I'm an adept mage, I rarely leave the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. My annual income is only a few hundred gold coins. Where would I have the extra money to buy a space ring? The necromancy major is the weakest major. If these students came from great nobles, they wouldn't have chosen to study in the necromancy major. They haven't even graduated, so why would their families buy space rings for them? Han Shuo nodded his head after Fanny's explanation, more or less understanding. It looked like the necromancy students and teachers were all poor bastards. No wonder they were all so excited when faced with this batch of supplies. So that's how it is. A space ring costs 1 or 2,000 gold coins. Hehe, it looks like I should get a space ring first. Han Shuo thought of the 2,000 gold coins in his crystal card and rubbed his chin in thought, speaking pensively. Rolling her eyes at Han Shuo, Fanny said exasperatedly, "You're just an errand slave, how would you have any gold coins? If you were that rich, would you have sold yourself and worked as an errand slave in the necromancy major for 6 years?" Chuckling, Han Shuo said, "Times have changed. Who says I'll always be poor? Don't worry, I have a way to get a space ring." At this point, under Fanny's astonished gaze, Han Shuo sneakily looked left and right and fished out an agate necklace with a ruby embedded in it. This necklace sparkled with a faint red light, and the ruby was translucent and was obviously a very valuable gem. "Master Fanny, this is for you." Han Shuo laughed lowly when he saw Fanny look at the necklace in his hand with infatuation and handed the necklace to Fanny. She was first overjoyed, and then Fanny's face flushed red. She reacted and hastily refused. I can't take it." "Oh right, where did you get this from?" "Of course I got it from the orc wolf rider's pockets." My eyes and hands were quick and I saw a red light flashing in one of the pockets. "That's how I found this ruby agate necklace. I thought that a beautiful person like Master Fanny would be able to set off your beauty, even more if you wore this necklace. So I put it away just for you." Han Shuo's expression was normal as he said faintly, "This thing is too valuable, I can't take it. You should keep it for yourself." Fanny's beautiful face flushed red as her bright eyes stared fixedly at the necklace. She stammered as she refused. It looked like even though she liked it very much, she hadn't completely lost her reason. "Take it, there's no use for a man like me to keep something like this. Not to mention you've taken care of me all these years and I've always been very grateful to you. This is a rare opportunity to repay you and I'll be very sad if you refuse." Han Shuo's expression was serious and his usual cheeky and silly demeanor was nowhere to be seen as he spoke persistently. "I really can't. You've already saved me last time and you've helped me quite a bit along the way. How can I accept something from you? Oh, although last time in the pool you—" Fanny's words were somewhat incoherent. When she mentioned the pool, she seemed to think of Han Shuo's mischief and her face was alluring as she rolled her eyes at Han Shuo. Her beauty almost stole Han Shuo's soul. His heart moved. Han Shuo hastily stood up with a strong sense of righteousness and said with a slight smile, "You must accept it. Otherwise I'll always feel guilty. I still have matters to attend to and will be leaving first." After Han Shuo finished speaking, he didn't wait for Fanny to refuse again and directly opened the door to leave. The sound of his footsteps gradually faded into the distance. Fanny's heart was in a state of panic as her bright eyes fell upon the ruby agate necklace. Her expression was indescribably odd. Her gaze was resolute one moment, weak the next, bashful and happy the next. Her face constantly changed with complex emotions. Chapter 60. This space ring, where did you get it from?" Fanny looked incredulously at Han Shuo and asked in astonishment. "I bought it." Han Shuo responded faintly, and then looked at the envious and jealous gazes of the necromancy students beside him. He added, "I bought it from a magical equipment store in the city for 1,800 gold coins. This space ring can store a small room's worth of items." "Of course I know you bought it. I just want to ask how you got 1,800 gold coins?" The astonishment on Fanny's face remained the same as she glared hatefully at Han Shuo. Apart from Fanny, the other necromancy students and teachers were all present in the storeroom. Their brains were all a bit short-circuited, and they couldn't understand how Han Shuo had suddenly become so rich. You didn't sell the spoils of war, did you?" Bella stared blankly for a while and suddenly thought of something. She exclaimed softly and hurriedly flipped through the items they had stored in the storeroom. Snorting coldly, Han Shuo flicked a disdainful glance at Bella and said mockingly, "Then you'd better look carefully and see if I've pocketed anything." "Humph. All 13 bags are untouched. Do you have eyes or not?" Then where did your gold coins come from? Jean also looked oddly at Han Shuo, his eyes roving greedily over the space ring on Han Shuo's left index finger. He thought to himself, I, a necromancy teacher, can't even afford a space ring, but you, an errand slave, are the first to wear one. What kind of world is this? Don't worry about that. I have a space ring now anyways. You guys check the items in the bags and I'll put them away. When we return to the academy, I'll be responsible for selling them. We'll split the gold coins separately. Han Shuo smiled enigmatically and said faintly to Jean, Master Fanny, what do you mean? Jean started and turned his head to look at Fanny, asking for Fanny's opinion. Let's leave it at that. We were able to obtain these items because of Brian. Since he said that he has a way to get rid of these things, let's do as he says. Brian will take 40% of the gold coins, and we'll split the rest equally. Fanny pondered for a moment and suggested with a frown, Why does he have to take 40%? We also put in the effort. Barker immediately voiced his disagreement after hearing Fanny's words. That's right. He's just an errand slave. He shouldn't be able to get so many gold coins. Bella, who had just finished checking the supplies, chimed in. Scratching his head, Han Shuo wore a silly smile on his face. He swept his gaze over the two and chuckled. Then what do you two think? Barker and Bella had suffered quite a bit at Han Shuo's hands along the way, and had long since understood that Han Shuo's simple and honest exterior was all a facade. Barker and Bella had long since witnessed his treacherous and ruthless methods towards his enemies. Now that they saw Han Shuo's silly expression, they felt their scalps go numb. They stammered and didn't dare say anything else. All right, Brian, don't scare them. This matter is settled. If it wasn't for Brian, you wouldn't have been able to make it here alive. Not to mention that we were the ones who obtained these supplies. You all went to chase after the orc wolf riders and didn't do anything. You're the ones who have the least right to speak. Fanny first rolled her eyes at Han Shuo, then put her hands on her hips and lectured Barker and Bella in a domineering manner. Since that's the case, I'll first store these items in the space ring, and then we'll directly hire horses to head to Zajoski City. I've already asked around today. The orc wolf riders seem to have left after pillaging the nearby villages. I think we shouldn't run into any more danger. Han Shuo swept his gaze over everyone and said lazily. When Han Shuo saw that Fanny, Jean, and the others had all nodded in agreement, he released a wisp of mental strength and activated the space ring. As Han Shuo's two hands moved, the 13 bags disappeared into thin air one by one. The blue space ring on his left hand flashed with blue light 13 times. Han Shuo stored the spoils of war into the space ring amidst the envy and jealousy of the necromancy teachers and students. He discovered that this low-level space ring was already full after storing 13 bags, and couldn't hold much more. The group then spent gold coins again to rent a few war horses and left Balthazar City. It took them 2 days to return to Zajoski City. Using the transportation matrix in Zajoski City, everyone returned to the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force in the Empire's Asen City after a flash of white light. Looking at the familiar buildings around them, the necromancy teachers and students who had survived a great calamity felt a sense of joy at being reborn as human beings. Brian, you don't need to do errand missions for the necromancy major in the future. I'll go negotiate with the school authorities right now and remove your status as an errand slave, and let you become a true necromancy apprentice. Fanny said to Han Shuo after a moment of joy when she arrived. Han Shuo was also overjoyed when he heard her promise, and a faint smile appeared on his face. After experiencing the trials in the dark forest, Han Shuo's entire person had changed greatly. He deeply understood that his status as an errand slave would directly affect his future actions. Now that he could not only remove these two identities, but also become a true student, he was naturally overjoyed. Understood, Master Fanny. I'll first dispose of the resources in the space ring, and come find you after I've taken care of these matters. Han Shuo smiled at Fanny and then thought for a moment before taking out 3 gold coins from his pocket and handing them to Lisa. If you see Jack, give these 3 gold coins to him. Lisa looked oddly at Han Shuo and put away the 3 gold coins, saying, Who would have thought that you'd treat that little fatty so well? I really don't know how you suddenly became so rich. 3 gold coins is enough for Jack's family to live off for a year. You're quite generous. Whether it was Brian before or Han Shuo now, They were all on good terms with that little fatty Jack. Now that Han Shuo had money, the first person he bestowed favors on was Jack. 3 gold coins was nothing to Han Shuo now, but it was undoubtedly an enormous sum of money to Jack. It could be considered as repayment for Jack's help during this period of time. After leaving the academy, Han Shuo took out the card that Fabian had left behind and hired a carriage, heading south of Asen City according to the address on the card. We've arrived at the Bust Merchant Guild. The carriage finally came to a slow stop after traveling for a long time, and the coachman's voice sounded from outside. Disembarking from the carriage, Han Shuo handed the coachman 2 silver coins and told him to leave. He then began to size up the Bust Merchant Guild. 2 warriors wielding long spears stood on either side of the dark iron door in front of the door. Looking from afar, rows of towering houses could be seen inside. One could tell from the grandeur that there were definitely rich people living inside. "Kid, what are you sneaking around for?" A guard in front of the door chided impatiently when he saw Han Shuo looking around randomly. "This is the Bust Merchant Guild, right? I'm here to find Mr. Fabian." Han Shuo started and swept his gaze over the 2 guards, responding faintly. "Fabian? I've never heard of him. Is there such a person in our merchant guild?" The guard asked the other guard with a straight face. "There seems to be. He seems to be working at the young Miss side. He just returned from the dark forest a few days ago, and I've heard that he gained quite a bit." The other guard responded. He paused and looked suspiciously at Han Shuo, sizing up Han Shuo from head to toe. A few traces of contempt involuntarily appeared in his eyes as he asked haughtily, "What business do you have with him?" "I'm looking for him to do business with," because his status as an errand slave hadn't been removed, and he'd been rushing nonstop back to the academy. The errand slave uniform on Han Shuo's body was in tatters. It looked like he'd been looked down upon by others. "Doing business? Haha, what a joke. Do you look like you're discussing business with someone like this? Our Bust Merchant Guild is a famous merchant guild in the Empire. I think you've come to the wrong place?" The guard laughed heartily and spoke mockingly. Just as Han Shuo was about to fly into a rage, a magnificent carriage suddenly stopped in front of the merchant guild. 2 tall warriors dismounted and a young, beautiful girl walked out of the carriage. This girl was tall and had a head of long brown hair. She wore a dress studded with jewels and looked elegant and luxurious. However, a faint trace of coldness was present on her beautiful face, and she had the natural arrogance of someone in a superior position. "What's the matter?" The girl looked coldly at the 2 guards when she dismounted and spoke in a clear, pleasant voice. "Miss, he says he wants to see Mr. Fabian. I've seen him looking around furtively and wearing cheap clothes. I've always felt that it was a bit suspicious, so I'm interrogating him now." One of the guards bowed respectfully and explained, "You know Fabian?" The beautiful girl frowned as she looked at Han Shuo and asked coldly. Han Shuo, who'd been boldly roving his eyes over the beautiful woman's body, finally reacted when he heard Fabian's question. He immediately nodded and said, "Yes, I even did business with Mr. Fabian in the dark forest. I'm called Brian. I think Mr. Fabian will surely remember me." Brian, I think I've heard Fabian mention you before. Since that's the case, why don't you come in with me?" She didn't look at Han Shuo again after she'd finished speaking and walked inside on her own. Han Shuo glared at the 2 guards in front of the door and said lowly, "Blind dogs." He then laughed lightly and quickly walked inside. Chapter 61. Inside the Bust Merchant Guild, there were rock gardens and flowing water. The environment was elegant and luxurious, and the cobblestone corridors ran through the entire building. Along the way, they occasionally saw guards wielding long swords and javelins pass by. It looked like the guild's security was quite tight. Han Shuo had already inquired about the Bust Merchant Guild when he'd been in Balthazar City. He knew that the guild's main business was trading. Simply put, they used the Bust Merchant Guild's trading strongholds to cover the entire empire, purchasing supplies and materials from various regions, and then selling them to other regions where they were in short supply, earning the difference in price. This batch of weapons and ingredients from the town of Droll would surely be handled properly if they were handed over to the Bust Merchant Guild. Therefore, Han Shuo had absolutely found the right person to look for Fabian. After passing through 3 corridors and walking for a few minutes, Just as Han Shua was thinking that the Bust Merchant Guild was indeed quite large, the young miss of the Bust Merchant Guild stopped in front of a loft. Farmar, go call Fabian over. Jays, you guard the door. You're Brian, right? Come with me. The girl stood in front of the loft and looked left and right a few times, giving instructions to the two strong warriors following behind her. Han Shua didn't waste any words and nodded, directly following the girl inside. The floor was covered with a soft carpet, and a few priceless paintings hung on the surrounding walls. The interior of the room was richly decorated. There was a very spacious hall in the middle, with a circular table in the center and a few chairs around it. After the girl entered the room, she found a chair and sat down. She then furrowed her brow and didn't say a word, as if she was thinking about something. A few strands of brown hair fell on her fair and smooth forehead, contrasting with her furrowed brow and beautiful face. She seemed to have lost a few traces of the cold arrogance she'd just had, and had gained a few traces of worry. She didn't greet Han Shua, and Han Shua didn't stand on ceremony either. He twisted a chair around and sat down, nonchalantly surveying the decorations around the hall, occasionally glancing at her a few times. After a short while, that fatty Fabian had already walked in with a fawning smile. He closed the door and quickly walked in, bowing to the girl. It's wonderful that Miss Phoebe has returned safely. This person is looking for you and says that he wants to do business with you. I just so happen to be looking for you to discuss something, so I brought him here. Phoebe nodded and said to Fabian, Haha, so it's Brian. It was all thanks to you that I was able to escape from the vicious hands of those forest troll in the dark forest last time. I thought I'd never see you again. Who would have thought that you'd come looking for me just a few days after I returned to the Empire? What business do you plan on doing this time? Fabian had a professional smile on his face as he asked Han Shua enthusiastically. I have a batch of resources that came from a rather shady source. I wonder if you're willing to purchase them? Han Shua hadn't planned on saying much when he saw that Phoebe was right next to him, but then he thought that even Fabian seemed to be under Phoebe's control. It looked like there wasn't anything to hide, so he got straight to the point. Haha, that's absolutely not a problem. Anything that comes into our guild's hands will become clean. Don't worry. Fabian turned his head to glance at Phoebe in the distance and suddenly smiled at Han Shua when he saw Phoebe nod slightly. Since this was the case, Han Shua didn't need to be secretive anymore. He released a wisp of mental strength and took out the 13 bags from his space ring, placing them in the room. He then said, These are the items. Take a look and see how much they're worth. Phoebe had been sitting there coldly. Her bright eyes swept sharply over when she saw Han Shua take out the items one by one. She suddenly opened her mouth and said, These items should be from the town of Droll. Look at the bags, they should be the tools used by the Orc Wolf Riders to plunder. Did you take them from the hands of the Orc Wolf Riders? Looking at Phoebe with surprise, Han Shua thought to himself that this girl's eyes were quite sharp. She guessed the ins and outs of the matter with just a glance. She was the miss of the Bust Merchant Guild, all right. Nodding, Han Shua didn't hide anything and smiled faintly. That's right. I took these items from the hands of the Orc Wolf Riders. When Han Shua's words fell, the eyes of Phoebe, who'd been completely indifferent to Han Shua, suddenly lit up. She stared fixedly at Han Shua and sized him up, then opened her mouth to ask in surprise, You're saying that you took these items from the Orc Wolf Riders all by yourself? Miss, Brian is an extremely powerful mage swordsman. He alone drove away all the forest troll that surrounded me. Fabian immediately explained to Phoebe when he saw that Phoebe seemed to doubt Han Shua's strength. When she heard Fabian's words, Phoebe seemed to be even more surprised. Her sharp eyes roamed over Han Shua's body. Even Han Shua felt his heart clench when she looked at him like this, as if some secret was about to be seen through. Coughing lightly, Han Shua laughed dryly. I didn't take these items from the Orc Wolf Riders all by myself, but I'm in charge of these items now. I think you should take stock of them and tell me a suitable price so we can hurry up and finish our business. All right, Fabian, make an inventory of these things. Phoebe nodded as she spoke and looked a bit oddly at Han Shua, as if she hadn't expected that Han Shua would honestly admit that he hadn't taken them by himself. An exceedingly faint sound suddenly fell into Han Shua's ears at this moment. It was like the sound of a long sword slowly being unsheathed. Han Shua's heart jumped and his expression changed slightly. He lifted his head to look at the dark rooftop and said with a cold face, Who's on the rooftop? Phoebe and Fabian's faces immediately changed drastically when they heard these words. However, before they could react, 3 crossbow bolts had already flown towards the 3 of them from the rooftop with a sharp whistle. Han Shuo was enraged. He'd thought that Fabian and Phoebe were trying to murder him for his money, but when he saw that the 3 crossbow bolts had been shot at the 3 of them, he knew that this wasn't the case. Just from the sharp whistle of the 3 crossbow bolts, one could tell that both the strength and speed of the bolts were astonishing. It was obvious that they were the work of an experienced expert. At this critical juncture, Han Shuo's expression was surprisingly calm. His body moved to the side and he quickly dodged the crossbow bolt aimed at him. His right hand had already taken out a dagger, and he fiercely slashed at the other crossbow bolt aimed at Fabian. With a crack, the crossbow bolt aimed at Fabian broke. Han Shuo's right hand, which was holding the dagger, suddenly went numb under the tremendous impact, and his entire right arm suddenly ached. This made Han Shuo understand that the impact of this crossbow bolt was indeed incomparably ferocious. If an ordinary person had used a dagger to collide with it, their entire right arm would likely have been shattered. Dong! Phoebe's face was full of panic as she suddenly dashed towards Han Shuo. The chair that she'd been sitting on had already been pierced through by the crossbow bolt. The crossbow bolt had penetrated the chair and nailed itself directly onto the carpet. The carpet was already solid ground, so one could imagine just how terrifying the force of this bolt was. There's an assassin, there's an assassin! At this moment, Fabian suddenly screamed and pushed Han Shuo with even more force, pushing Han Shuo towards Phoebe. He cried out urgently, "Brian, hurry and save my miss. If you save my miss, I'll give you an extra 500 gold coins. I beg of you." It looked like Fabian already knew that Han Shuo wasn't the kind of person who would play the hero and save the damsel in distress. At this critical moment, he first thought of using gold coins to bribe Han Shuo. Just as Fabian's screams rang out, 3 crisp creaks sounded from the roof. 3 pitch-black figures suddenly appeared. 3 long swords sparkling with dark green light were already looming over Phoebe and Han Shuo's heads. The bone-piercing chill made Han Shuo feel as if his skin and flesh had been cut by the blades. Dark green fighting aura. These were 3 senior swordsmen. Han Shuo understood his strength. In a real fight, even one senior swordsman would have a hard time dealing with him. 3 senior swordsmen would only lead to death. Judging from the 3's intentions, it was obvious that they were planning on killing everyone in the room. Even if Han Shuo ignored them now, he'd still be hard-pressed to escape misfortune. The only way out was to stall for time until reinforcements arrived. Magical yuan circulated rapidly as Han Shuo's body suddenly moved. Phoebe was already in front of him at this moment. Han Shuo reached out and grabbed Phoebe's right hand, pulling her into his arms. The body holding Phoebe abruptly toppled to the side and tumbled underneath the round table in the hall. Violent crackling sounds suddenly sounded from the top of the round table. The sturdy round table shattered into pieces above Han Shuo's head in an instant. 3 sharp blades stabbed directly at Han Shuo and Phoebe after they'd shattered the round table. Han Shuo's necromancy incantation had already been completed at this moment. The little skull wielding the bone dagger also materialized in midair and charged directly at one of the assassins. Under the table, Han Shuo raised his left hand and the crossbow bolt in his sleeve suddenly shot at another assassin. Chapter 62. Of the 3 longswords that had been about to stab Han Shuo, one had split up to deal with Han Shuo's little skull, and another had changed direction midway to block an arrow shot by Han Shuo. Only one remained to stab towards Han Shuo. Han Shuo's arms that were holding Phoebe gave a push, and Phoebe rolled in Fabian's direction. Tightly gripping the dagger in his right hand, Han Shuo's body abruptly shot out from the shattered round table. Magical yuan flowed onto the dagger, drawing a faint purple light through the air as it struck towards the longsword that was stabbing towards him. The sound of metal clanging rang out as Han Shuo gave a muffled groan. His right hand that was holding the dagger felt sore and numb again. His body that had been charging out was stopped, and he couldn't help but fall down the table again. The assassin's body also trembled as he fell from the air onto the broken table. He had been holding the sword in his right hand, but seemed to have been frozen by the cold air of the mystical glacial spellfire on Han Shuo's dagger just now. He suddenly switched the long sword to his left hand and swept his icy eyes over Han Shuo. His long sword suddenly pointed forward again, and a ferocious wave of fighting aura took advantage of Han Shua's unsteadiness to rush into Han Shua's body through his chest. A bone-deep pain spread throughout Han Shua's entire body in an instant. When the dark green fighting aura surged into Han Shua's chest, the magical yuan circulated wildly and transformed into thousands of strands, firmly entangling the fighting aura and preventing it from spreading in any other direction. Even so, Han Shua still spat out a mouthful of fresh blood as he lost his footing and suddenly fell down. It looked like the assassin had absolute confidence in his sword filled with fighting aura. He didn't spare another glance at Han Shua when he saw that Han Shua had been hit, and turned around, intending to make a move on Phoebe and Fabian on the other side. Except, he never would have thought that Han Shua's body would be so strong and resilient after being continuously tempered by magical yuan. Add to that the magical yuan's miraculous effects. And this strike that should have been a sure kill didn't take Han Shua's life at all. Just as he turned around and was about to leave, Han Shua, who had fallen to the ground, suddenly sprang up like a ghost. A cold glint overflowed from the dagger in his right hand and abruptly stabbed towards the assassin's back. The assassin was a senior swordsman, all right. He hadn't lost his vigilance even at this critical juncture. He suddenly turned around in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, and the long sword in his left hand once again blossomed with dark green fighting aura, blocking Han Shua's dagger with a clang. However, while he could defend against Han Shua's dagger, he couldn't defend against Han Shua's sneak attack. A crossbow bolt shot out from his left sleeve and pierced through the assassin's cold, merciless left eye. As the assassin shrieked and reached out to cover his left eye, Han Shua waved the dagger in his hand. A line of blood appeared on the assassin's neck as his body collapsed powerlessly. At this moment, Han Shua's left hand wiped away the fresh blood that flowed from the corner of his mouth. He tightened his grip on the dagger in his right hand and began to calmly survey his surroundings. He saw that the little skull was wielding a bone dagger and actually fighting with an assassin. The little skull, who had been continuously tempered by magical yuan, was so strong that it was a little abnormal. The speed at which he dodged the attacks and swung the bone dagger was extraordinarily fast. Even if its body was occasionally struck a few times, the dark skeleton would only sway a little. More often than not, the little skeleton would regain its footing and attack again after stumbling, leaving the assassin at a loss as to what to do. On the other side, the assassin who had broken the crossbow bolt shot by Han Shua had already flown towards Phoebe. Fabian had a panicked expression as he cried out loudly, "Miss, be careful! Brian, save me!" Han Shua was stunned. He took one look and knew that it was too late to save Phoebe even if he wanted to. Sighing lowly, Han Shua was about to call out to the little skull and take the opportunity to leave when something unexpected happened. Phoebe's eyes were calm and indifferent despite her panicked expression. When the dark green light from the assassin's blade had struck, a slender dagger had appeared in Phoebe's hand at some point. Milky white fighting aura suddenly blossomed from the dagger in Phoebe's hand, like a lotus flower in full bloom. A beautiful light formed from the interweaving of milky white fighting aura abruptly took shape and completely swallowed the assassin. Ah, a mournful cry sounded. When the beautiful milky white light dissipated, the assassin looked as if he had been pierced by 1,000 sharp weapons. His body was riddled with holes and blood flowed everywhere. Not only was Han Shua dumbfounded, but even Fabian and the last assassin fighting with the little skull were stunned. Han Shua and Fabian were fine from the shock, but the assassin fighting with the little skull had lost his concentration and his left arm had been chopped off by the little skull. He howled in agony and was about to flee when the dagger in Phoebe's hand suddenly flung out, sinking directly into the assassin's abdomen. The last assassin, who was howling in agony, suddenly fell silent and collapsed with a rumble. "Me? Monsieur, you're a sword master?" Fabian's mouth hung wide open as he stuttered and pointed at the aloof Phoebe, flabbergasted. Swordsmen, like knights, were divided into apprentice swordsmen light blue, novice swordsmen dark blue, journeyman swordsmen light cyan, senior swordsmen dark cyan, swordmasters milky white, great swordmasters silver, and sacred swordsmen gold. Han Shua hadn't thought that Phoebe had been hiding her strength all along. It looked like even Fabian didn't know that Phoebe was actually a swordmaster of a higher level than senior swordsman. If word got out that she had the strength of a swordmaster at her age, it would absolutely shock many. "It looks like I've made an unnecessary move," Han Shuo smiled faintly and chanted an incantation. The little skull, who had been standing there blankly with the bone dagger in hand, suddenly disappeared without a trace. No, without your help, I wouldn't have been able to kill all 3 assassins from Shadow Ghost by myself. I could have stopped them by myself, but I couldn't stop them from escaping. Therefore, your help was a great help to me. I'm very grateful to you. Phoebe looked at Han Shuo and said seriously. Pausing, Phoebe furrowed her brow and mused for a moment. She suddenly looked strangely at Han Shuo and asked, Mr. Brian, why didn't I feel any fighting aura on your body when you made a move just now? And if I'm not wrong, you've also trained in necromancy magic. I just never knew that a skeletal warrior could have the strength to fight a senior swordsman. Mr. Brian is truly an amazing person. What an amazing woman. Han Shuo stared at Phoebe and said eccentrically, Miss Phoebe is a truly amazing person to possess the strength of a swordmaster at such a young age. Compared to you, I'm just a minor character. You're too courteous. Phoebe didn't pursue the matter after saying this to Han Shuo. She turned her head to look at Fabian, who was still indescribably shocked, and said softly, Fabian, take stock of the goods on the ground. Brian saved us this time, so we must give him a good price. The dumbfounded Fabian's expression froze when he heard Phoebe's words. He looked oddly at Phoebe and then looked at Han Shuo before lowering his head to take stock of the goods on the ground. Niece Phoebe, what's wrong, what's wrong? A shocked cry traveled from the distance at this moment, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. The sound grew closer and closer. An expression of disgust and hatred suddenly appeared on the face of Phoebe, who'd been aloof all this time. She then returned to normal in the blink of an eye, and even had the trace of a faint smile on her face. She said harmoniously, Uncle Grover, I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. A group of 5 people broke through the door, with a sinister-looking, emaciated old man at the front. He was dressed in luxurious clothing, and first swept his eyes over the situation in the room after entering. He then revealed an anxious expression and said to Phoebe, I heard cries for help just now and saw the 2 warriors in front of your door fall to the ground. I hurriedly ran over. It's a good thing you're fine. It must be your dead father who protected you. I've made Uncle worry, but it wasn't my dead father who protected me. It was this brave warrior who saved your niece's life. Otherwise, your niece's little life would have been taken by an assassin. Phoebe showed an expression of lingering fear as she pointed at Han Shuo and explained. Han Shuo looked coldly at Phoebe and Grover's conversation and observed them closely. He inwardly had a bit of an understanding. Han Shuo had clearly seen the disgust and hatred on Phoebe's face just now. He'd later discovered that Grover's attention had been completely focused on the 3 assassins in the hall when he'd come in, and he'd only expressed concern for Phoebe after looking over everything in the hall. This already indicated that the relationship between the 2 wasn't as harmonious as it appeared on the surface. Thank you, brave warrior. I must reward you well. Grover looked at Han Shuo and exclaimed in surprise when he heard Phoebe's words. His eyes roamed continuously over Han Shuo's body, as if wanting to completely see through Han Shuo. Uncle, thank you for your good intentions, but Phoebe wants to personally repay him for saving my life. I'm fine now. Uncle has overworked himself for the guild every day. You should go back and rest early. Phoebe's expression turned serious as she bowed to Grover. All right, as long as you're fine. I've been helping you investigate the origins of these assassins recently. Don't worry, good niece. When I find out who did it, I won't let them get away with it. You must be more careful in the future. I'll be heading back first. Grover said these words to Phoebe with false affection and turned to walk out the door with his men. When he reached the door, he suddenly turned back and looked at Han Shuo. Brave young fellow, what's your name? Brian. Han Shuo bowed slightly and responded with a courteous smile. Nodding, Grover said, Brian. A good name. I'll remember you. Grover finally left the room with his men after saying these words. I think I've already gotten myself into great trouble under your deliberate lead. Miss Phoebe, how do you plan on compensating me? Han Shuo's smile faded as he looked coldly at Phoebe after Grover had left. Apart from the money for these resources, I'll pay you an additional 3,000 gold. 3,000 gold is enough to buy many lives. What do you think? Phoebe laughed faintly, her eyes sparkling with the light of wisdom as she spoke softly. Han Shua's heart trembled as a smile once again appeared on his face. He said with satisfaction, "I like this great trouble." Chapter 63. Han Shua was well aware of what 3,000 gold coins meant. It was indeed enough to buy many lives. Therefore, even though he understood that he'd been mysteriously implicated in a great deal of trouble, when Phoebe raised the astronomical price of 3,000 gold coins, Han Shua's anger was instantly shattered by the gold coins. Don't be happy too early. At this point I think you've more or less guessed that the one who hired Shadow Ghost to kill me was my beloved Uncle Grover. My uncle is rich and overbearing, and he has many experts by his side who can make you die unknowingly. In addition, after today's events, my uncle will surely tell Shadow Ghost that you killed these 3 assassins. Shadow Ghost is an assassin organization known for seeking revenge for the smallest grievance. I think you'll have quite a bit of trouble in the future. Seeing Han Shua reveal a satisfied smile, Phoebe thought for a moment and couldn't help but speak up to remind Han Shua. Haha, this has nothing to do with me. After leaving the Buzzed Merchant Guild, I'll carefully hide myself. Whether it's Shadow Ghost or your uncle, I don't think they'll be able to find me. It won't be that easy for them to kill me. When he'd agreed to this matter, Han Shua had already thought about it. After leaving the Buzzed Merchant Guild, he'd immediately conceal his tracks and wait until he'd handed over the gold coins to Fanny. He'd then apply for leave from Fanny, and use the transportation matrix hidden in his space ring to go to the Cemetery of Death to train for a period of time. This way, he'd be able to avoid Phoebe's troubles. If that's the case, then I'm relieved since you've already made plans. I've pushed everything onto you because I don't want to reveal my strength too early. Otherwise, when Shadow Ghost sends even stronger experts, I'm afraid that even my strength as a swordmaster will find it difficult to deal with them. Nodding, Han Shua smiled and said, I understand. Since you've paid me gold coins to take the blame, then I naturally have nothing to say. I'm not the slightest bit interested in the private matters of your Buzzed Merchant Guild. If there's nothing else, can you help me take inventory of the goods? I'll leave after receiving the gold coins. Well, Fabian, take the contents of his sack and count them. Fabian had calmed down and immediately walked to the 13 bags that Han Shua had taken out when he heard Phoebe's words. He took out the various items within and counted them. He finally said respectfully to Phoebe, Miss, these items should be worth 4,000 gold coins. In addition to the 3,000 gold coins I promised you, it's a total of 7,000 gold coins. Are you satisfied? Phoebe coldly looked at Han Shua and asked. No problem. I think we'll have the chance to work together again in the future. It's just that this Buzzed Merchant Guild doesn't seem too safe. Can we do business somewhere else next time? Phoebe's dainty eyebrows creased slightly when she heard Han Shua's words. She then nodded and said, The Buzzed Merchant Guild is filled with the Old Thing's trusted aides. I don't dare stay here forever. Since the Old Thing dared to make a move in the guild this time, it means that he's becoming more and more fearless. It looks like he must have bribed everyone else in the guild. Fabian, help me find a new place to live. We'll move out today, we can't live in the guild anymore. I'll communicate with the other elders in the guild as soon as possible. As long as I can prove my business abilities and receive the support of the other elders, we can oust the Old Thing. Don't worry, miss, I've thought of this a long time ago. I've already found you a new place to live before you returned. The new residence is next to the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force on North Street. Many of the Empire's nobles and celebrities live there. I think that no matter how rampant Shadow Ghost is, they'll have to think twice before making a move there. Very good, we'll move out today. I won't treat you unfairly when the Old Thing steps down. Phoebe nodded in satisfaction and said to Fabian with a smile. It's my honor to be of service to Miss. Fabian bowed gratefully and said. He then took out a card and handed it to Han Shua saying, This is our new address. You can come find me if you have any more business. You've saved my life twice, so I'll definitely give you the most fair price. Give me the crystal card and I'll transfer 7,000 gold coins to your account. When Fabian transferred 7,000 gold coins into Han Shua's crystal card and Han Shua confirmed that there were no mistakes, he finally nodded with a satisfied smile. Since this is the case, then I'll be leaving first. If I have any more business in the future, I'll be sure to find you. Goodbye. Be careful on the road. Be careful not to be targeted by others. Phoebe's expression was still cold and detached as she suddenly spoke up to remind Han Shuo before he left. After Han Shuo had left the room, Phoebe finally said in a low, angry voice, "Just where did this snobbish scumbag come from? He grabbed my hand and hugged me, but only thought about his gold coins. He didn't even apologize. Damn it. Miss, you didn't mention this matter either. I thought you didn't care at all." Fabian's expression immediately changed when he saw that Han Shuo had left and Phoebe had left. He couldn't help but smile sheepishly. I'm a girl who's been educated in noble etiquette. How could I be the first to mention this matter? I think that guy only has money in his eyes. Not only does he not feel the slightest bit of guilt, but he even seems to think that I owe him. He's detestable to the extreme. Phoebe complained angrily and then took a deep breath. She grit her teeth and asked Fabian, "Right, this person is very odd. Just where did he come from?" Shaking his head with a wry expression, Fabian responded, "I'm not sure either. I only met him by chance in the dark forest. I gave him 200 gold coins and he saved me from the hands of the forest troll. I gave him my address after he traded the forest troll's items with me. I really don't know anything about his origins." "I see. If he wants to do business with you again in the future, let me know and I'll trade with him personally." Phoebe furrowed her brow in thought for a moment. She clenched her teeth lightly and instructed Fabian. "Understood, miss." Fabian agreed honestly. After walking out from Phoebe's place, Han Shuo had made ample preparations to deal with Grover's possible revenge at any time. However, perhaps because the 3 shadow ghost killers had suddenly died, Grover didn't have the time to make other arrangements. Not only did he not encounter any retaliation on his way back, even the guards he'd run into earlier had suddenly disappeared without a trace. However, when Han Shuo walked out of the Bust Merchant Guild's main doors, the 2 guards he'd cursed at before seemed to have been waiting for Han Shuo. The 2 glanced at each other when Han Shuo appeared and blocked the door. One of them glared at Han Shuo angrily and said, "What did you say when you walked in just now?" "I said you 2 are blind dogs. What's the matter?" Since he knew that these 2 belonged to Grover's side, and that beating them up wouldn't damage his relationship with Fabian and Phoebe, Han Shuo naturally didn't hold back and continued cursing without fear. "You're courting death." The 2 shouted angrily and swung their fists at Han Shuo. Snickering coldly, Han Shuo's body suddenly sped forward. He was already in front of the 2 of them before their fists had even landed on his body. His left and right hands pressed against their chests as he deployed the mystical glacial spellfire. 2 balls of faint demonic aura, 1 purple and 1 red, sank into their chests. Laughing loudly, Han Shuo didn't wait for them to react as he strode out with large steps and swiftly left the Bust Merchant Guild. Although the 2 balls of purple and red magical aura wouldn't take their lives when they entered their bodies, it was enough to make them feel pain for quite a while. After leaving the Bust Merchant Guild, Han Shuo's extraordinary senses made him feel as if someone was following him. Raising his attention to the maximum, Han Shuo weaved quickly through the streets and alleys, constantly changing directions and specifically looking for places with the most people. After a long while, when Han Shuo no longer felt like he was being followed, he found a random clothing store and bought a new set of clothes. He then hired a carriage and started heading in the direction of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. Chapter 64. Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, Necromancy Major. After experiencing the trials of the Dark Forest, the Necromancy Major had obtained abundant trial items. The student's ability to handle matters had also improved. When Fanny negotiated with the school authorities and showed them some of the magical beast cores that the Necromancy Major had obtained, she immediately received great praise from Headmaster Emma. Emma was a woman in her 70s and majored in spatial magic. She had advanced to the realm of Grand Magus a long time ago. She had made outstanding contributions to the Empire and had a great reputation within the Empire. She was highly regarded by the King of the Empire. Within the training field of the Necromancy Major, Emma wore a loose black magic robe and looked benevolently at the necromancy teachers and students. She smiled faintly. "Your Necromancy Major has been very successful in the Dark Forest this time. It's said that you've destroyed many orc wolf riders and have contributed to the Empire. Master Fanny, I hope that you can lead the necromancy major to the next level and restore the former glory of necromancy. I've agreed to all of your requests. The children must also work hard. Headmaster, thank you for your concern. I think that after this time's trials, our necromancy major students should understand the importance of strength. I think they'll study magic even harder in the future and become qualified mages for the Empire, contributing to the Empire as soon as possible. Fanny had a solemn expression as she promised Emma. Oh right, Master Fanny, why isn't the young fellow that you've always praised here? I wanted to meet this amazing young fellow. Emma looked at Fanny with a smile and asked gently, Brian has some matters to attend to outside. I think the headmaster will have the opportunity to meet him in the future. He's a very talented mage and I dare guarantee that Brian will become a powerful mage in our necromancy major before long. Emma nodded with gratification and said with a smile, I look forward to his growth and hope that your necromancy major can regain its former glory. Emma's body twisted like a reflection in the water after she'd finished speaking, giving off an extremely unreal feeling. A beam of white light flashed and Emma had already disappeared without a trace. As a spatial elemental great magician, President Emma has already grasped the true essence of spatial elemental magic. She can directly traverse short distances through space with her body. Don't be surprised, everyone. Jean couldn't help but explain when he saw Emma's miraculous disappearance, and the students all let out gasps of surprise. It really is a magical spell. Han Shua's voice came from outside the training grounds. As soon as his voice faded, Han Shua's body had already walked in from outside. It's Brian. The dean wanted to see you just now, why didn't you come back earlier? Lisa immediately called out lightly when she saw Han Shua appear. There will be opportunities in the future. I've already dealt with the goods from the Orc Wolf Riders. I sold them for a total of 4,000 gold. I'll take 1,000 gold coins and you guys can split the rest among yourselves. Who has a crystal card? After Han Shua entered, he didn't waste any words and directly spoke. For 1,000 gold coins. My gosh, those goods were sold for such a high price. If I'd known that they were worth so much, I wouldn't have chased after those fleeing orcs. Bok cried out in surprise and blamed himself with regret. Even Fanny and Jean had faces full of surprise, not to mention Bok. They didn't seem to have thought that this batch of goods would be worth so much. When the students heard that they could split the gold coins, they all beamed with joy and similarly displayed expressions of joy. I have a crystal card. Here, take it. Fanny directly handed her crystal card to Han Shua after a moment of surprise. Between crystal cards, transactions could be confirmed by the mental imprints of both parties through the gaps in the grooves. It was very convenient. When Han Shua received Fanny's crystal card and discovered that Fanny had already approved of the transaction, he transferred the 3,000 gold coins from his crystal card to Fanny's crystal card. When Han Shua handed Fanny's crystal card to her, Fanny also handed a card to Han Shua, saying, This is your student card. From today onwards, you are no longer a slave or errand boy, but a magic apprentice of the necromancy major of our Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. With this student card, you can borrow books from the library, use the training fields to practice necromancy magic, and officially attend classes in the necromancy major. I've already paid for you this year's miscellaneous fees of 50 gold coins. Now you can officially use all of our necromancy major's resources, including your new residence. Brian, I hope you can treasure this opportunity and make full use of your potential to bring necromancy magic to greater heights. Han Shua felt a heartfelt sense of joy when he received the student card from Fanny. He said to Fanny, Many thanks to Master Fanny. I will definitely work hard in the future. I want to go borrow some books from the library and will be leaving first. You can give the gold coins to them. Han Shua held the student card in his hand as he left the training fields and headed directly to the library. Little Fatty Jack was currently organizing books in the library at this time, and immediately called out in surprise when he saw Han Shua appear. Oh my gosh, Brian, you're finally back. I almost didn't recognize you. You're a bit taller and stronger than when you left. Even your looks seem to have become better. Hello, Jack. Did Borg and the others bully you during this time? Han Shua was also a bit happy to see little Fatty Jack. He pulled Jack to a corner and asked him. No, it's probably because you taught them a lesson last time and they're a lot more well-behaved now. Jack chuckled and paused to look left and right. He lowered his voice and said, "Brian, did you really make Lisa give me the 3 gold coins?" Nodding, Han Shuo said with a smile, "Of course. From today onwards, I'm a student of the necromancy major. I've said before that I wanted to study magic, but you didn't believe me. Haha, this is my student ID, do you see it? My gosh, how did you do it? This is unbelievable." Jack looked at Han Shuo's student ID and exclaimed again, alright, I'll give you another 50 gold coins. You don't have to stay here as an errand boy anymore. But be very, very careful and don't let anyone know that you have so many gold coins on hand. Otherwise, you'll be in big trouble. These gold coins will allow you to live a relaxed life. If you run into any trouble in the future, you can come find me at the necromancy major. I'll help you take care of it. Han Shuo fished out another 50 gold coins from his space ring and shoved them into Jack's pocket, speaking lowly, 50 gold coins, 50 gold coins. Jack fell into a daze when he heard the gold coins in his pocket rattle. He stood there in a daze and murmured to himself, seeming to have even forgotten about Han Shuo's existence. 50 gold coins was an enormous sum of money that Jack had never even considered. Han Shuo could completely understand his reaction. Han Shuo didn't bother with him and left Jack with a slight smile. He walked alone to the section where necromancy books were stored and picked out Beginner Magics of Necromancy from the bottom row. He walked to the door and registered it, then left on his own. After leaving the library, Han Shuo returned to the warehouse, put the other 2 books into his space ring and left. This was because Han Shuo planned on using the transportation matrix within his space ring to directly head to the Cemetery of Death to train. Therefore, whether it was the warehouse or the new dormitory that Fanny had arranged for him, there should be people who knew about it. Setting up a transportation matrix would definitely not be safe. Creasing his brow in thought, Han Shuo headed directly to the back mountain of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, walking towards the cemetery. Not only was it quiet there were basically no humans or beasts roaming about. Some of the tombs were even more concealed. He wouldn't have to worry about being discovered if he set up a transportation matrix there. When he arrived at the unmarked tombs in the back mountain, Han Shuo found the most secluded one and even moved a large rock to the entrance of the tomb. After he entered, he moved the large rock from the inside and blocked up the entrance of the tomb. After completing these tasks, Han Shuo took out a candle from his space ring and lit it. He discovered that apart from being a bit damp, the tomb was still relatively clean. There were a few skeletons of broken bones on the ground, but to Han Shuo, who trained in necromancy magic, it didn't feel sinister at all. On the contrary, it felt familiar and intimate. After tidying up the interior a bit, Han Shuo thought carefully and finally summoned the little skull. He used a dagger inside the tomb and carved out a small space in the corner. This space was in the blind spot of the tomb, and only Han Shuo could enter it by turning his body sideways. Although the space inside was a bit larger, it could only accommodate Han Shuo alone. It was like a wardrobe in an ordinary room. After carefully inspecting it for a while, Han Shuo confirmed that this place was sufficiently concealed. He took out 6 magic sticks from his space ring and arranged them according to the pattern of a hexagram. Han Shuo then stood in the middle of the magic sticks and activated the magical matrix with his mental strength. A streak of white light flashed past, and when Han Shuo opened his eyes, he discovered that he'd appeared within the dark forest, within the enormous magical matrix in the central hall of the mysterious Cemetery of Death. The mysterious Cemetery of Death is my unique kingdom from now on. Han Shuo looked around and murmured in satisfaction. Chapter 65. Near the Cemetery of Death in the southern part of the vast and boundless dark forest, there was a surging waterfall that flowed down with a majestic momentum. Below the waterfall was a wide, deep pool, and there was a trickling stream that led in 3 directions at the edge of the pool. The surrounding trees were verdant and lush, and all sorts of strange boulders could be seen everywhere. Fish swam in the clear waters of the pool. Silver water flowed down like the Milky Way and gathered in the pool below, emitting an enormous roar. The torrent of water that flowed down like a long river surged violently, crashing against the rocks below and creating shocking water trails that splashed in all directions. There was a hard round rock in a corner where the waterfall flowed down. A completely naked man sat on top of the rock, his muscles well proportioned and full of strength. He sat cross-legged on top of the rock, using his body to withstand the violent impact of the falling waterfall. The surging water smashed against his body, emitting loud crackling sounds. His body swayed slightly, and his expression was cold. The veins on his body pulsed, and there seemed to be a faint black light flickering on the surface of his skin. This person was naturally Han Shuo. Ever since he'd arrived at the cemetery of death, the first thing he'd done was to digest the fighting aura that the shadow ghost assassin had left in his body. Han Shuo's body had been reborn after his magical yuan had advanced from the solid stage to the open channels stage. Even the appearance of the fighting aura that had entered Han Shuo's body had changed. The fighting aura that had been injected into his body by the assassin at the Buzzed Merchant Guild had been restrained by the magical yuan at first. Han Shuo had thought that it would be the same as before, and that it would slowly be absorbed by the magical yuan as he did as he pleased. However, reality proved that Han Shuo's judgment was wrong. The fighting aura hadn't been dissolved by the magical yuan this time. Instead, the magical yuan seemed to slowly loosen its restraints on purpose, causing the fighting aura that had entered Han Shuo's body to run amok in Han Shuo's meridians, causing damage to Han Shuo's meridians. Even some of his bones couldn't withstand it and broke. Logically speaking, this should have been a very painful matter, but when Han Shuo was training, he was surprised to discover that the meridians and bones that had been damaged by the fighting aura had changed again after being reforged by the magical yuan. The reforged meridians were much wider and more resilient than before. When the magical yuan flowed through these meridians, the speed became many times faster than other places, and the bones were also much tougher. After understanding all of this, Han Shuo was delighted to discover that if he continued to train at this speed, then according to the principle of breaking down and building up, the speed of training and the level of opening the meridians would be many times faster than normal training. Just as he was lamenting that training in demonic magic was indeed suicidal, Han Shuo happened upon this waterfall. Based on his understanding of the importance of training in demonic magic, Han Shuo suddenly had the idea to use the impact of the waterfall to train in demonic magic. Reality proved that this idea of Han Shuo's was completely correct. As Han Shuo endured the violent impact of the waterfall with his body under the waterfall, he felt the pain caused by the fighting aura running amok in his meridians. At this time when he was training in demonic magic, the speed at which he progressed was astonishingly fast. The meridians that had been damaged by the fighting aura became incomparably tough and perverse. However, the impact was the greatest at the center of the waterfall. Han Shuo had only given it a try, but he was already dizzy from the enormous impact. He almost fainted after holding on for 3 seconds, and his body was completely unable to sit firmly on the rock. With no other choice, he could only temporarily rely on the less intense waterfall to train in the corners, hoping that when his body became stronger, he would be able to withstand the greatest impact of the waterfall in the center. Just like this, he would catch a fish and roast it when he was hungry, and spend the rest of his time training in demonic magic. After an unknown amount of time, when Han Shuo felt that the fighting aura that the assassin had left in his body had completely disappeared, he suddenly discovered that the speed of training in the opening channels level had slowed down again. It looks like I'll have to think of another way to quickly break through to the opening channels level. Continuing to train so slowly doesn't seem to be the way to go. Han Shuo muttered to himself. His body was like a large, nimble fish as he flew towards the pool of water in the middle of the waterfall. His 2 hands shot out like lightning from within the pool of water, and he caught 2 strange fish. He swam ashore and put on his clothes. Han Shuo took out a fire and started roasting the fish. When Han Shuo had his fill and was about to return to the cemetery of death, he heard a few light footsteps. Han Shuo's senses were becoming more and more acute. He focused his attention and quickly flew towards the source of the sound. Danger lurked in every corner of the dark forest. Not only were there high-level magical beasts and all sorts of strange races, but there were also all sorts of adventurers who came to explore. Han Shuo had even seen a long silver dragon flying through the sky towards the deeper south of the dark forest one day. Dragons were one of the most powerful existences in this world. According to legends, dragons not only had bodies as hard as iron and stone, but they also possessed powerful magic. Among magical beasts, They were a level higher than first-rank magical beasts. They were also the most powerful super-rank magical beasts. Every dragon was incomparably powerful. Often, a place with a dragon meant the appearance of a treasure. Every warrior who slayed a dragon would receive the respect of everyone. Of course, with Han Shua's current strength, he naturally wouldn't be so stupid as to become some brave warrior who slayed a dragon. However, the appearance of the long silver dragon made Han Shua realize that there must be an even more terrifying area in the deeper parts of the dark forest. After a while, Han Shua finally arrived at the scene according to the direction of the sound. After taking in the surrounding scene, Han Shua couldn't help but reveal a slight smile. He hadn't thought that he'd run into familiar faces here. 10 or so dwarves with thick bodies, long beards tied into braids, and only a meter or so tall wielded iron hammers, axes, and some were mining shovels in their hands. They were fighting with 30 or so forest troll. 2 dwarves on the ground had already died from long spears. These dwarves' faces were all flushed red. Even though they knew that they were no match for the forest troll, none of them retreated or fled. They stayed where they were and fought the forest troll head-on. By now, Han Shua was no longer completely ignorant of some of the miraculous races on the profound continent. Dwarves had extraordinary brewing skills and were even more adept at forging weapons. They were conservative and loved alcohol as much as their lives. Their tempers were stubborn and irritable, but once one obtained their friendship, they would become incomparably generous. Seeing these dwarves raise their iron hammers and axes even though they knew that they were no match for the forest troll, shouting and yelling as they fought fearlessly against the forest troll, Han Shua actually had a bit of a favorable impression of these dwarves. In addition, Han Shua thought of the 2 fields that dwarves were adept at. Perhaps they would be of some help to him. After only thinking for a moment, Han Shua suddenly rushed out, the dagger in his hand quickly slashing, and a forest troll immediately fell. When Han Shua stood in front of these forest troll and dwarves and chanted a magical incantation to summon the little skull, the green face of the forest troll leader became very unsightly. He shouted in fear, "That evil human has brought the demons again. Retreat, retreat." These forest troll were obviously very afraid of the little skull with the 7 bone spurs on his back. When they saw the little skull appear with the bone dagger in hand, they immediately scattered under the summons of the forest troll leader. "Mighty warrior, Bennett, thank you for your help." After the forest troll had left, one of the strongest dwarves holding an iron hammer raised his hammer and expressed his thanks to Han Shua with dwarven etiquette. "Don't mention it. I greatly admire your strong fighting spirit." "Oh right, why did these forest troll attack you?" Han Shua waved his hands and said modestly and politely, "Humph. These greedy bandits don't work for themselves and only think of how to rob others. They wanted us to forge weapons for them for free so that their robberies would be smoother. We refused their requests, so these despicable bandits continuously harassed us and cruelly killed our family." Bennett huffed and puffed at his beard as he spoke angrily. Nodding, Han Shua added, "So that's how it is. They also wanted to rob our merchant caravan last time. These damned bandits are despicable, all right. Honored warrior, you've saved us and we would like to repay you with fine wine. Please return to the village with us." Bennett looked at Han Shua and extended a kind invitation. Chapter 66. Just as Han Shua rejoiced inwardly and was about to open his mouth to agree, another dwarf suddenly spoke up. "Bennett, the village chief said we can't bring humans into the village. Have you forgotten?" "Benson, but he saved us from the hands of the forest troll villains." Bennett looked at the dwarf and said, "I know, but we have to listen to the village chief or we'll be punished." Benson said stubbornly, it's all right. I won't be going. It was nice meeting you guys. I'll be adventuring nearby, and maybe I'll run into you guys again. Goodbye." Han Shua understood that he couldn't be too hasty when interacting with the dwarves. It wasn't something that could be done immediately if he wanted to gain their approval and friendship, so he immediately spoke up with a smile. "Dear friend, we're truly very sorry. This is a bag of wine that we brewed. Take it as our repayment. We hope you can forgive us." Bennett helplessly handed the bag of wine to Han Shua and said apologetically. Han Shua hoped that they could forge a suitable weapon in return, but he naturally wouldn't express it at this time. Receiving the bag of wine with a smile, Han Shuo humbly expressed his understanding and left with little skull. If he could train his magical yuan to the true demon stage, Han Shuo would naturally be able to forge his own magical weapons. But now, if Han Shuo wanted to obtain a suitable weapon, going through the dwarves was indeed a good method. There was a magical treasure called the Demon's Lair Edge. It was a bit longer than a dagger and a bit shorter than a longsword. The two edges were incredibly sharp, and the tip was as sharp as a triangular spike. After activating it using the method of magic control, it could take someone's head as it flew through the air. It was an extremely frightening weapon in the memories that Chu Kanglin had left behind. With Han Shuo's current level of demonic magic, he naturally couldn't refine iron weapons and directly forge the demonic treasure, the Demon's Lair Edge. However, Han Shuo wanted to forge a prototype through the dwarves, and then use his demonic magic to slowly improve it for now. When he found suitable materials and mastered his demonic magic, he could reforge it a few times and display the perfect Demon's Lair Edge. As he thought about the forging of the Demon's Lair Edge, Han Shuo continuously thought about it. He had already decided to win the friendship of these dwarves and help him forge the Demon's Lair Edge. After returning to the Cemetery of Death, Han Shuo stopped at an empty space in front of the Black Ravine. The ground was littered with broken bones. Due to the existence of the boundary, the Cemetery of Death never saw the light of day all year round. The sky was shrouded in a thick layer of brown clouds. Han Shuo felt a sense of familiarity here. The Densine energy here was very suitable for undead creatures. Fallen undead warrior, answer the call of the Dark Messenger and show your existence. As Han Shuo continuously chanted the necromancy summoning incantation of the skeletal warriors, one skeletal warrior after another slowly appeared in front of Han Shuo. Han Shuo waited until there were 5 skeletal warriors in the empty space before he felt that his mental strength was somewhat exhausted. He stopped summoning the skeletal warriors. Although Han Shuo's mental strength had greatly increased, he could only control the movements of 6 skeletal warriors, including Little Skull. After releasing his mental strength, Han Shuo issued an order. The 6 skeletal warriors, including Little Skull, began to move according to Han Shuo's command, gripping the bone daggers in their hands. With Han Shuo's mental manipulation, the skeletal warriors waved their bone daggers, and grotesquely shaped deep pits and ravines gradually formed on the ground. The ravine in the middle was like a long line that connected these deep pits. From a distance, these deep pits that were connected by the ravines looked like a sinister ghost face about 6 meters tall. The deep pits became the nostrils, eyes, and ears of the sinister ghost face, looking a bit sinister and evil. The original demon cave was left behind by Chu Kanglin. It was a kind of formation for cultivating the original demon. When Han Shuo had advanced from the solid realm to the pulse-opening realm, it had suddenly surged into Han Shuo's memories. The original demon cave had to use nether spirits as a foundation. 18 nether spirits were placed into the original demon cave, and through the operation of the formation, they would kill and devour each other. In the end, only the 3 strongest nether spirits would survive. Through the operation and condensation of the original demon cave, the 3 nether spirits could be refined into original demons. The original demon cave had to operate continuously for 36 days. During this time, the original demon cave would constantly absorb the yin qi of heaven and earth. Every day, the refiner would have to drip 6 drops of blood into it and inject demonic yuan into it. When the original demon was formed, it would directly communicate with the refiner's mind and silently invade the opponent's body during battle. Once the original demon entered the enemy's body, it would automatically devour the enemy's essence and blood. In Han Shuo's memories, the original demon was known as the demon head of demonic practitioners. According to the different realms, demonic practitioners could refine 4 different levels of demon heads, namely, original demon, yin demon, mystical demon, and spirit demon. Among them, the original demon was the lowest level of demon head, and the refining method was the simplest. All it needed was the yin qi of heaven and earth, and the blood of a demonic practitioner to refine it. Of course, it was precisely because of this that a small demon head like the original demon was also the weakest. Many things could harm it. Fire and ice could destroy both its body and soul. Even if it entered the enemy's body, as long as the enemy had a deep amount of true essence or demonic yuan, They could also refine it to death within the body. However, with Han Shua's current level of cultivation, he could only refine a small demon head like the original demon. Not only was Han Shua's realm insufficient, but he also didn't know the method for the time being. On one hand, Han Shua was refining this original demon as a tool for gathering information. On the other hand, if the enemy was invaded by the original demon during battle, it would still be of some help to Han Shua. At the very least, the enemy would have to divide their attention to deal with the original demon. This way Han Shua would have the opportunity to take advantage of. If the enemy's strength was too low, just the invasion of the original demon would be enough to kill him. When the original demon cave was formed, Han Shua drove the skeletal warriors and cleaned up the original demon cave. Relying on the green ball and the same method as before, he cultivated his mental strength for an entire night. On the second day, Han Shua expended all of his mental strength to summon 18 wraiths and put them into the original demon cave. These wraiths came from a different dimension and belonged to the same type of existence as the dark spirits that Han Shua understood. After learning necromancy magic, Han Shua didn't need to go out and collect these wraiths at all. He only needed a summoning incantation to deal with them. It was truly very convenient. When the 18 wraith entered the original demon cave, chilly winds suddenly blew in the surroundings. Waves of chilly air gathered from all directions of the cemetery of death into the original demon cave. The density of this kind of chilly air far exceeded Han Shua's expectations. It was only at this moment that Han Shua suddenly remembered that whether it was necromancy magic or the cultivation of demonic yuan, they both walked the path of evil. In two different worlds, these two methods were both evil cults, and indeed they had many similarities. When the two methods were used in tandem, it really did yield twice the results with half the effort, and saved Han Shua a lot of effort. When the original demon cave absorbed enough chilly air, the entire original demon cave, that was manifested in the form of a sinister ghost face, suddenly seemed to come alive. It seemed to be constantly twisting and changing, and clouds of black air seeped out of the 7 orifices of the ghost face. When he saw this scene appear, Han Shua immediately understood that it was just as he'd guessed. Wraiths could completely replace wraiths and become the foundational material for that original demon cave. When Han Shua bit his finger and dripped 6 drops of fresh blood into the original demon cave and infused them with magical yuan, the 18th wraith abruptly sank into a berserk state. They let out shrill, ghostly cries and began to fight incessantly, falling into a battle for the 6 drops of fresh blood. It's done. We just need to wait for 36 days for the 3 original demons to take form. Han Shua looked at the original demon cave and said with a smile. He turned his head to look at the skeletal warriors beside him, and suddenly discovered that the little skull refined from demonic yuan seemed to be attracted by the original demon cave. Without Han Shua's orders, it stepped into that original demon cave and lay leisurely in a deep pit. It even raised its 2 calf bones, revealing a strange appearance. That strange appearance seemed to be enjoying. Han Shua was dumbstruck as he watched. He released his mental strength and was about to have the little skull rise from the original demon cave, when he sensed the little skull's joy in his heart. This startled Han Shua, and he couldn't help but look with a face of astonishment at the little skull lying comfortably in the original demon cave. After staring blankly for a while, Han Shua couldn't understand what was going on. He observed the original demon cave and discovered that it was still operating as usual. Those wraiths were still killing each other inside, and didn't seem to be affected at all. Han Shua shook his head and murmured, "The little skull is getting weirder and weirder. Forget it, it doesn't look like it's affecting the operation of the matrix anyways. I'll leave him be." Muttering to himself, Han Shua walked towards the cemetery of death, planning to start studying the beginner magics of necromancy book. He wanted to advance in both fields and make breakthroughs in both at the same time. Chapter 67. For the next few days, Han Shua stayed in the cemetery of death, studying the book, Beginner Magics of Necromancy, while taking care of the original demon cave. Making use of the round green ball that most likely belonged to the cemetery of death, Han Shua would receive a large increase in mental strength every time his head was in severe pain. Except as the number of times he used the round green ball increased, Han Shuo could clearly feel that the rate at which his mental strength increased became slower and slower. It looked like this strange round green ball wouldn't be able to help him continue increasing his mental strength. As the number of times increased, the benefits that Han Shuo received became smaller and smaller. On this day, Han Shuo meditated for a while and left the cemetery of death after injecting fresh blood and magical yuan into the original demon cave. After patrolling the vicinity where he'd met the dwarves last time, Han Shuo discovered traces of a dwarf and followed this dwarf without batting an eyelid. Han Shuo finally discovered this dwarf after walking for a while and stopped in front of a hidden cave entrance. There were lush shrubbery near the cave entrance, and it was obvious that the surroundings had been purposefully arranged. If it wasn't for the dwarf moving some large leaves away after arriving here, Han Shuo wouldn't have discovered that there was a cave here. After observing the vicinity of the cave entrance, Han Shuo discovered that a few dwarves had appeared nearby. They held iron shovels and hammers as they walked into the cave one by one. After a while, Bennett, who'd given Han Shuo a bag of fine wine, was supported out of the cave by two dwarves. He looked like he'd suffered a bit of injury. A faint sound traveled from afar, and Han Shuo's ears were sharp. He could immediately tell that it was the sound of magical creatures approaching. He crouched on the branch of a large tree and waited for a while. Han Shuo saw two windblade wolves slowly appear in the distance. His thoughts raced. Han Shuo broke off a branch from the large tree and threw it towards the shrubs next to the cave entrance. The sound of the branches falling to the ground clearly attracted the windblade wolves. Two of them moved upon hearing the sound and suddenly changed direction with brisk footsteps, heading towards the entrance of the cave where the dwarves were waiting. By the time Bennett and the other two dwarves had heard the commotion and looked around, the two windblade wolves had already appeared in their sights. Oh damn it, it's a windblade demonic wolf. Let's hurry back to the cave. The injured Bennett couldn't help but grumble when he saw the two windblade wolves appear and planned to return to the cave. Bennett, it's too crowded in the cave. If these two windblade wolves follow us into the cave, then they'll be in danger. One of the dwarves waved the hammer in his hand when he heard Bennett's words. Hearing his words, Bennett thought for a moment and said, then let's kill these two damned windblade wolves at the door. No, the three of us won't be able to do it. I think we should have the tribesmen in the cave stop mining and join forces to kill these two windblade wolves first. The dwarf said. At this moment, Han Shuo suddenly jumped down from the large tree and arched his body from the ground. He dashed out like lightning and nimbly dashed towards the two windblade wolves after revealing himself from the distant shrubbery. The dagger in his hand turned into a bolt of cold lightning as it shot towards one of the windblade wolves. Han Shuo followed up quickly like a cheetah and faced the other windblade wolf with his bare fists. The two windblade wolves had been eyeing the three dwarves covetously with their backs to Han Shuo. One of the windblade wolves had already been stabbed in the back by Han Shuo's dagger. The other windblade wolf turned around and a windblade whistled towards Han Shuo. Han Shuo suddenly changed directions in his rapid flight and miraculously dodged the windblade attack. His body had already rushed in front of the windblade wolf. The windblade wolf that had released a windblade raised its sharp claws and pounced towards Han Shuo when it saw the enemy in front of it. The crossbow bolt in his left sleeve first landed on the two claws of the windblade wolf that was pouncing towards him. Han Shuo's fist, imbued with the frigid air of the mystical glacial spellfire, had already landed on the windblade wolf's head amidst the wolf's screech. Ayo! The windblade demonic wolf let out a shrill cry. Cold air emanated from its body, and it fell to the ground like a piece of frozen meat. On the other side, the two dwarves suddenly threw out the axes in their hands and smashed them towards the other windblade wolf. However, the two dwarves' strength was obviously inferior to Han Shuo's, and the speed at which they threw their axes wasn't too fast. The already injured windblade wolf was actually able to dodge them. However, while it could dodge the two dwarves' axes, it couldn't dodge the crossbow bolt that Han Shuo had shot at close range. In the end, the windblade wolf was unable to escape and fell down powerlessly. Oh heroic friend, you've saved Bennett again. How can I thank you? The injured Bennett couldn't help but cry out in surprise when he saw Han Shuo finish off the two windblade wolves. Han Shuo only stopped after he'd expertly taken away the two windblade wolves' cores and furs. He smiled faintly. You shouldn't thank me. These two windblade wolves were my prey to begin with. I didn't help you. But it was your two friends who helped me with their axes. You're too polite. Don't you want the bodies of the wolves? One of the dwarves looked at Han Shuo with surprise when he saw that Han Shuo had taken away the cores and furs of the Windblade wolves, but hadn't cared about the bodies at all. Yes, I only need the cores and furs of the Windblade wolves. That's the only way I can sell them for a good price. Then, dear friend, can you give us the bodies of the Windblade wolves? Of course I can, but what do you want the bodies of the Windblade wolves for? They don't have much value. The bodies of the Windblade wolves can be cooked into food. Bennett looked oddly at Han Shuo and explained, to us, the meat of the Windblade wolves is an extremely delicious type of meat. Han Shuo had eaten the meat of the Windblade wolves before, and felt that it was a bit dry and hard to chew. It didn't seem to be a delicious type of meat. He hadn't thought that these dwarves would be interested in it. Han Shuo felt that it was a bit odd when he heard Bennett say this. However, dwarves weren't humans and perhaps their habits were different. Han Shuo thought to himself. Right, what are you doing here? Han Shuo asked. This is a mine that we discovered. There are some copper and iron ores inside, but the inside often collapses. The large rocks inside the mine will fall down, and it's very difficult and dangerous to mine. Quite a few of our tribesmen have been injured, and another tribesman was crushed to death a few days ago. I was accidentally hit by a rock just now and had no choice but to retreat. Bennett seemed to be quite fond of Han Shuo, and didn't even hesitate before revealing the secret that the dwarves were keeping. The other two dwarves had wanted to stop Bennett, but didn't even have the time to speak when they discovered that Bennett had already finished speaking. They couldn't help but blow at their beards and glare at Bennett, as if reprimanding him for speaking without thought. So that's how it is. If you don't mind, I can help you mine the mine. I think that with my help, you'll be in much less danger. A thought struck Han Shuo and he suggested with a smile, no, it's too dangerous inside. You'll be crushed by rocks if you go in. If you encounter a large area of collapse, there'll be no way to walk out and you'll be trapped until you die. Bennett reminded kindly, don't worry, I won't do it myself. I'm a necromancer and can summon necromancers to help you mine the mine. There won't be any problems. Han Shuo said with a smile. If that's the case, then I'll go in and discuss it with them and see if they agree. Bennett thought for a moment and said this, allowing the two dwarves to support him as they re-entered the mine. After a while, one of the dwarves walked out and said politely to Han Shuo, honored friend, we're willing to share the secrets of this mine with you. Please come in and mine this mine with us. Delighted, Han Shuo said humbly, thank you for your trust. I'm very happy to work with you. After saying this, the dwarf first dragged the bodies of the two Windblade wolves into the mine, and then covered the entrance with leaves with Han Shuo. Finally, he led Han Shuo into the mine. Chapter 68. The inside of the mine was even narrower than Han Shuo had imagined. The dwarves were on the shorter side and could walk freely within, but it was a bit inconvenient for Han Shuo. Even with the illumination of oil lamps along the way, the inside of the mine still appeared quite dim. After walking for a few minutes, Han Shuo had no choice but to bend his body. The deeper he walked, the darker and more damp it became. Broken rocks could be seen everywhere on the ground, and the three dwarves finally stopped when Han Shuo discovered that it was difficult to walk with his body bent. The dwarves in front of him were mining with iron shovels and hammers in their hands, and the sounds of hammering rang out incessantly. When they discovered that Han Shuo had walked in, they involuntarily stopped what they were doing and looked at Han Shuo with suspicious gazes. After passing through these narrow passes, the tunnel will become more and more spacious as we go forward. Although there are more iron and copper ores inside, rocks will fall from the top when we move them. There was even a collapse a few days ago. We spent a lot of effort to reconnect the tunnel. Bennett leaned against the hard rock wall tiredly and looked at Han Shuo as he explained. Nodding, Han Shuo said, all right, make some space for me. I'm going to summon the skeletal warriors and have them mine the ore inside. Following Han Shuo's instructions, the dwarves in the innermost part of the tunnel all retreated out of there. When there weren't any dwarves left inside, Han Shuo chanted a necromancy incantation and 7 skeletal warriors appeared one after another in the tunnel, directly blocking the entrance. Han Shuo had originally only been able to control 6 skeletal warriors, but after meditating with the green ball these past few days, His mental strength had clearly improved once again. He could now control 7 skeletal warriors. Put your iron shovels and hammers on the ground. I'll have the skeletal warriors use your tools and mine the ore in the innermost part. Han Shuo looked at the dwarves retreating after the 7 skeletal warriors had appeared. When the dwarves heard Han Shuo's words, they hesitated for a moment and threw out the mining tools in their hands one by one under Bennett's persuasion. Han Shuo manipulated the skeletal warriors to abandon the bone daggers in their hands and pick up the mining tools on the ground. Each of them bent their bodies and slowly walked deeper into the mine. A wraith was released and floated into the depths of the mine along with the skeletal warriors on Han Shuo's orders. Han Shuo could observe the surroundings with the help of this wraith. With the wraith leading the way at the front, Han Shuo could personally observe the scene in the depths of the mine. Indeed, it was as the dwarves had said. The skeletal warriors crouched down and slowly made their way through an extremely narrow hole. The further they went, the larger the space became. However, there were no lighting devices inside, and Han Shuo was unable to see his surroundings clearly. When the wraith and the skeletal warriors had walked a great distance and Han Shuo felt that he couldn't control these dark creatures any further, he couldn't help but assign the task of mining ore. Using the wraith as a visual medium, Han Shuo focused his mental strength and manipulated the 7 skeletal warriors to start hammering away at some of the ore in the surroundings. Following the movements of the skeletal warriors, loud clinking sounds came from within. After a while, Han Shuo could clearly feel with the help of the wraith that the rocks at the top of the mine had loosened due to the skeletal warriors digging. After a while, a few large rocks actually fell down and smashed a skeletal warrior into a pile of broken bones. Focusing his mental strength, Han Shuo closed his eyes and stood in front of the dwarves. He carefully manipulated the skeletal warriors and had the wraith float above the top of the cave. He carefully observed the large rocks that had loosened and hurriedly ordered the skeletal warriors below to take cover as soon as the rocks fell. After a long while, another skeletal warrior was smashed to pieces by a large rock. Han Shuo's mental strength was severely depleted, and he felt a bit dizzy. He immediately understood that he'd expended too much mental strength, and hurriedly ordered the remaining 5 skeletal warriors to stop mining. They picked up some of the crushed ore on the ground and started moving it to the back. When the 5 skeletal warriors moved the mined ore to the narrow pass one by one, the dwarves on Bennett's side called out and didn't wait for Han Shuo's orders. They walked to the pass one by one and picked up the ore there, moving it to the safety of Han Shuo's side. After a few more minutes, Han Shuo felt that his mental strength could no longer support the skeletal warriors' continued work. He immediately made the decision to cast an incantation and send the remaining skeletal warriors, as well as the wraith, back to the other dimension. By this time, the cave entrance in front of Han Shuo was already filled with dozens of large and small pieces of ore. The dwarves cheered as they fought to crush the ore and put it into the large pockets on their backs. "Oh, my dear friend. Because of your help, we've harvested more ore today than we've harvested in a week. These cute iron and steel ores can be refined into beautiful weapons. This is truly a happy thing." Although Bennett was injured and very tired, he was in exceptionally good spirits. He looked at his companions as they smashed and picked up the ores in high spirits, excitedly expressing their gratitude to Han Shuo. The other dwarves laughed heartily as they picked up the ore excitedly and took out the wine they'd brought with them. They gulped it down happily and made hearty noises. "Oh my gosh, what's this, what's this?" Suddenly, one of the dwarves screeched loudly. This scream attracted the attention of all the other dwarves, and they all surged towards this dwarf. Han Shuo was also startled and couldn't help but look at this dwarf. However, he'd already been surrounded by the other dwarves and Han Shuo couldn't see anything. He secretly wondered if something had happened. Just as Han Shuo was guessing suspiciously, Bennett suddenly lost his composure and laughed wildly. He even threw the wineskin in his hands into the air, waving his arms and legs as he cheered excitedly, "Black iron, damned black iron. I'm sure this really is black iron. My gosh, there's black iron in there. The village chief will go crazy if he finds out." When the other dwarves heard Bennett's words, their faces all flushed red and they couldn't help but dance with joy. They raised their hammers and furiously pounded the surrounding stone walls, making loud booms and giving Han Shuo quite a fright. Han Shuo breathed a sigh of relief in his heart when he heard Bennett's words. He understood that these dwarves must have obtained some wondrous metal, which was why they were so excited. He was also secretly happy. The dwarves finally calmed down after a while. Han Shuo finally asked Bennett, "What kind of ore is this black iron? Is it very precious?" Bennett nodded like a chick pecking at rice and said excitedly, "Of course, it's very precious, precious to the extreme. Black iron is the densest and hardest of all ores, but its mass is the smallest of all metals. In addition, it never rusts and can be changed by adding other materials. It's the best material for making weapons. This is a gift from the gods." Han Shuo was about to say some words of congratulations when a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed through his mind. A piece of memory surged into his mind, and he abruptly understood from the attributes of this black iron that this black iron was actually a precious material for forging demonic treasures in Chu Kanglin's memories, dark steel. Although black iron and dark steel had different names, according to Bennett's description and Chu Kanglin's memories, Han Shuo immediately understood that these two ores with different names should refer to the same thing. The black iron that Bennett spoke of was also the dark steel that Chu Kanglin had spoken of in his memories. It's a pity that there's only a very small piece. It looks like it's only enough to forge a small dagger. After his excitement, Bennett looked at the black iron in the dwarf's hands and said with some regret, "Bennett, don't be too discouraged. There's definitely more black iron in there. Maybe we'll be able to get a bigger piece next time. That way we can forge the sharpest weapons." The dwarf Benson said, "Dear friend, thank you very much for your help. We're willing to share our mine with you. Can you continue to help us? We're willing to share the ores we mine with you." Bennett looked at Han Shuo with a face full of longing when he heard Benson's words, and said pleadingly, "I'm very happy that you trust me so much. I'm happy to help you, but I'm too tired today and want to rest for the night. I'll come back tomorrow to continue mining with you, all right?" Han Shuo was secretly delighted as he spoke humbly to Bennett. Of course. We'll come over with the village chief first thing tomorrow morning. I hope you can come again," Bennett said hastily. Nodding, Han Shuo smiled faintly, then, "See you tomorrow." Han Shuo didn't take a single piece of ore with him after he'd spoken and walked confidently towards the entrance of the mine, leaving behind a few wildly excited dwarves gulping down wine. Chapter 69. When he'd exhausted his mental strength, the progress he made when he meditated again was noticeably faster than under normal circumstances. When Han Shuo returned to the cemetery of death and his mental strength was once again full after a night of meditation, Han Shuo came to this conclusion. However, to a necromancer without mental strength, they wouldn't be able to release any magic. This would undoubtedly put them in a very disadvantageous situation. Therefore, under normal circumstances, no necromancer would use up all of their mental strength in one go. Since the dwarves were willing to share the mine, Han Shuo couldn't help but have other thoughts. The iron and copper ores in the mine seemed to be extremely large. With the dwarves' working speed, it would take a very long time to excavate all of them. For Han Shuo, he could absolutely use his summon creatures to speed up the mining process. If these copper and iron ores were transported to the Empire, Han Shuo would be able to earn handsomely for himself. According to Han Shuo's understanding and the dwarves' behavior, Han Shuo understood that these black iron ores would be very valuable resources. They might be able to sell for an astronomical price. There should be many dwarf villages within the dark forest. This batch of dwarves didn't look like there were too many of them. They probably wouldn't need that much iron and copper ores even if they all added up. Since this was the case, Han Shuo had other plans in his heart. After infusing the original demon cave with fresh blood and magical yuan, Han Shuo left the cemetery of death early in the morning and hurried in the direction of the mine. Han Shuo had thought that he was early enough, but when Han Shuo arrived at the entrance to the mine, he discovered that the dwarves had already arrived. The dwarves were twice as many as usual today. They seemed to have been excited the entire night, and all of their eyes were red, but their expressions were quite excited. One of the dwarves, with a grizzled beard and a bent body and a walking stick, was giving instructions to the other dwarves with a solemn expression. The group of dwarves, including Bennett, all listened respectfully to his instructions. Purposefully making footsteps to attract the dwarves' attention, Bennett immediately raised the iron hammer in his hand and yelled when he saw Han Shuo appear, Hey dear friend, we've been waiting for you for a long time. When Han Shuo arrived, the old dwarf with a grizzled beard bowed in human etiquette to greet Han Shuo, saying amiably, brave and powerful friend, many thanks for your help. I am Calvin, chief of this dwarf village, pleased to meet you. My name is Han Shuo. I'm honored to have your trust. This place was far from the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, and no one knew his identity. Therefore, Han Shuo used his real name to negotiate with these dwarves. Brave Han, your name is amazing. I've never heard of anyone using such a name. Heh, the children all say that you're a trustworthy person. Our village is willing to share the secrets of the mine with you. I hope we can live in harmony in the future. Calvin first looked a bit oddly at Han Shuo, seeming to be a bit puzzled by Han Shuo's name. However, a smile soon spread across his face and he spoke with a smile. Then I think we can begin our work. Although Calvin was neither in a hurry nor too slow, the other dwarves all looked at the mine behind them, obviously revealing their impatient thoughts. Han Shuo didn't say much and directly stated his request for work. No rush. Calvin thought for a moment and stared at Han Shuo. Han, why are you helping us so much? We're willing to share this mine with you. Why didn't you take half of the iron and copper ores with you yesterday? Older people thought more than others, all right, and the dwarves were no exception. Han Shuo looked at Calvin and mused for a moment, explaining, first of all, I have a grudge against the forest troll. Add to that the fact that I was won over by Bennett and the others' fearless fighting spirit. That's why I helped them. Later on, they were the ones who helped me with the Windblade Wolves. Those 2 Windblade Wolves were originally my prey, and it was very easy for me to help you mine the ores. I don't know how to forge weapons, so these iron and copper ores are useless to me. That's why I didn't take them with me when I left. Elder Calvin, I hope you can believe me. Nodding, Calvin bowed to Han Shuo and said humbly, apologies Han. I'm older and have seen too many cunning humans. That's why I didn't take it to heart. Nodding, Calvin bowed to Han Shuo and said modestly, my apologies Han. I'm older and have seen too many cunning humans. That's why I asked out of turn, I hope you don't mind. You're doing the right thing. I completely understand your concerns. It'll be difficult for us to mine the deeper parts of these mines with just us. Since we're willing to share the secret with you, we're willing to share everything in there with you, including the black iron ore bestowed by the gods. We're willing to share everything equally with you. I hope you won't refuse, otherwise we'll truly be embarrassed. Calvin thought for a moment and solemnly made his promise. When Han Shuo heard these words, he sighed inwardly. Although the dwarves were stubborn and hot-tempered, they were a race worth befriending. Han Shuo was a bit ashamed of his own ulterior motives after Calvin's promise. He mused for a moment. Don't worry, Elder, I completely agree to your suggestion. In addition, if I have enough black iron ore, I beg you to forge a weapon for me. Is that possible? No problem, Han. Don't worry, if we have enough black iron ore, I'll personally supervise them and forge a suitable weapon for you. Calvin promised with a smile. All right, I think we can start working. Han Shuo finally set his mind at ease at this moment and sighed inwardly that the Demon's Lair edge had finally been secured. He smiled faintly and walked into the mine with the dwarves. After half a day of digging, Han Shuo's mental strength was once again exhausted and he retreated weary and exhausted. His gains this time were even more abundant than yesterday's. Apart from large amounts of iron and copper ore, he'd obtained another 2 pieces of black iron ore, one large and one small. Han Shuo generously gave the large piece to the dwarf village chief, and only threw the small piece into his space ring. At the entrance of the mine, the dwarves were all smiles as they carried the copper and iron ores on their backs, planning on carrying today's gains back to the village. Dear Han, what kind of weapon do you need forged? Calvin asked Han Shuo before he left. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo took out his dagger and drew a blueprint of the Demon's Lair edge on the ground. He pointed at the weapon on the ground and explained to Calvin, this is the weapon. I want the best and sharpest one. Do you think it'll be possible? Calvin squinted his eyes and bent down, staring at the blueprint of the Demon's Lair edge and observing it for a while. He said thoughtfully, I've never seen the shape of this weapon before. It looks quite interesting and I think forging it shouldn't be a problem. However, if you want the best and sharpest one, you'll need some rare materials. Our village doesn't have enough of them. A thought struck Han Shuo as he thought of the Bust Merchant Guild. It looked like he'd have to throw caution to the wind for the sake of this demon slayer edge. He couldn't help but say, "What other materials do you need? Elder can tell me and I'll think of a way to gather the rare materials. I need an extremely good weapon. Do you have pen and paper?" Of course. Han Shuo took out the pen and paper he'd prepared before coming to the Cemetery of Death from his space ring and handed them to Calvin, saying, "Elder, don't worry about the lack of materials. I'll think of a way to gather the materials as soon as possible." "All right then." Calvin nodded and began to jot down a row of rare materials on the paper. He finally handed it to Han Shuo, saying, "Han, as long as these materials can be gathered, I promise to forge an incomparably sharp weapon for you. When I have enough black iron ore to forge this weapon, I'll think of a way to gather these materials. I'll come back earlier tomorrow to mine the ore." Han Shuo left the mine after saying this. Han Shuo continued to mine the mine with the dwarves for the next 10 days. When Han Shuo had gathered enough black iron ore and the dwarves had all reaped a bountiful harvest, Calvin suggested that they temporarily stop mining the ore and start refining the ore into weapons. They'd come back to mine the ore when they didn't have enough weapons in the future. During this time, Han Shuo had already gained the dwarves' trust and accepted Calvin's invitation to go to their village to drink and celebrate. He also knew the correct way to their residences. Early this morning, after Han Shuo infused fresh blood and magical yuan into the original demon cave, in the Cemetery of Death, he directly used the transportation matrix to leave the Cemetery of Death. Chapter 70. Through the transportation matrix, Han Shuo appeared directly at the hidden tomb in the mountain behind the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, in the blind corner that Han Shuo had dug up. Putting away the 6 magical sticks, Han Shuo removed the stone slab placed at the entrance of the tomb and walked out. The sky was only just beginning to brighten. Han Shuo didn't walk from the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, but instead took a detour and headed directly for the northern street according to the location on Fabian's card. There were many luxurious and tall buildings in the northern district of Asen City. Many of the empire's nobles and celebrities resided within. The number of city guards here was also the highest. There were already many armored and armed city guards patrolling the area early in the morning. Han Shuo straightened his clothes and wiped off the dust that had just landed on him. Only then did he head for the northern street according to the records on Fabian's card. After a while, Han Shuo stopped in front of a building. There were no guards in front of the door, and it didn't look as eye-catching as the surrounding buildings. Han Shuo arrived in front of the door and focused his attention to observe his surroundings. He only began to knock when he discovered that no one seemed to be paying attention to him. Last time at the Bust Merchant Guild, Phoebe had forcefully pushed the death of the Shadow Ghost assassin onto him. The expression on Grover's face before he left already indicated that this person harbored a grudge. According to Phoebe, whether it was Shadow Ghost or Grover, they both had experts in their hands that could kill him. Therefore, Han Shuo had no choice but to be careful on his return to the Empire this time, afraid of attracting the attention of either Shadow Ghost or Grover. After a while, a gentle-looking butler opened the door and looked at Han Shuo. He bowed with a smile and asked, "Good morning, sir. May I ask who you are looking for?" "I'm Brian. I've come to discuss a business deal with Fabian." Han Shuo responded just as politely, "So it's Mr. Brian. I've heard Fabian mention you before. Please come with me." The butler immediately moved aside when he heard Han Shuo's name, indicating for Han Shuo to enter. When Han Shuo walked in, the butler stuck his head out and carefully observed the entrance before hurriedly closing the door and leading Han Shuo inside, appearing to be very cautious. The buildings inside were still very ordinary. Compared to the Bust Merchant Guild's extravagance, this place didn't seem very eye-catching, and the size of the buildings was far less vast. After walking for only a minute, the butler brought Han Shuo into a large hall and called over an ordinary-looking maid. After serving tea and snacks, she said, "Mr. Brian, please wait a moment. I'll go call Fabian for you right away." After the butler left, the maid filled Han Shuo's cup with tea and also left the hall. After a while, the fat Fabian walked in from outside the hall, laughing heartily. Bright and hearty laughter sounded from Fabian's mouth, but his face was a bit haggard and his spirits weren't too good. It seemed that he hadn't been very comfortable recently. "Oh, it's Brian. It's great to see that you're safe and sound." Fabian pulled out a chair and sat down after entering, laughing heartily. "I'm also very happy to see that you're fine. I went into hiding after leaving the Bust Merchant Guild last time. Neither Shadow Ghost nor Grover's men will be able to find me, so you don't need to worry about me at all. It's you, on the other hand, that doesn't seem to be doing too well." Han Shuo sized up Fabian and said slowly, "Don't mention it. Grover is becoming more and more domineering now, and our days have indeed been a bit rough lately." "Oh right, what business do you have to discuss with me this time?" Fabian sighed and said a bit helplessly. Han Shuo didn't want to pay attention to the grudge between them and Grover. Fabian wasn't willing to go into detail with Han Shuo's intentions. He thought for a moment and said, "I've come to find you this time not to sell any goods, but to purchase some rare materials from you." "Oh, what rare materials?" "Take a look at this list. I need all of the materials in here. How much do you think it will cost?" Han Shuo handed over the list of materials that the dwarf village chief, Calvin, had listed to Fabian and said. Fabian took the list from Han Shuo and looked over it carefully. He thought for a moment and said to Han Shuo, "Brian, even I'm not too sure about some of the materials in here. I'm afraid I can't make the decision. If you don't mind, I'd like to have our Miss Phoebe speak with you." Han Shuo stared blankly. Could it be that Calvin's list of materials required items that were extremely valuable? Musing for a moment, Han Shuo nodded and said, "All right, the same goes for Miss Phoebe. I have an urgent need for these items. When can I see her?" "Our miss is here right now. I'll go ask for her instructions right now." "Wait a moment." Fabian rose and said to Han Shuo before leaving the hall. After a while, Phoebe walked into the hall with Fabian with a cold expression on her face. She was dressed simply, but it was hard to conceal her stunning features. Phoebe swept her eyes over Han Shuo as if nothing had happened when she walked in, making Han Shuo feel a bit baffled. Finding a chair to sit on, Phoebe took a long look at the list that Han Shuo had listed. Her brow furrowed slightly as she lifted her head to look at Han Shuo, saying, "These materials should be used to forge weapons. Some of the items in here are indeed quite rare. You found the right person to purchase them from us." Joy welled up in his heart, but there wasn't any expression of happiness on his face. Han Shuo's right index finger drummed on the table every now and then as he said faintly, "Name your price." Nodding, Phoebe's wise and far-sighted eyes flashed craftily for a moment as a beautiful curve appeared at the corners of her lips. She said, "Apart from the black gold ore, we can sell the rest to you. Especially since you helped us last time, I can even give you a discount. We'll only charge you a total of 3,500 gold coins. The price is absolutely fair." 3,500 gold coins. Han Shuo's heart jumped. He hadn't thought that the 10 or so rare materials that Calvin had listed would be worth so much, and judging from Phoebe's words, this price was already quite low. The black gold ore seemed to be a bit troublesome. Frowning slightly, Han Shuo thought for a moment and said, 3,500 gold coins isn't a problem, but as for the black gold ore, could it be that your merchant guild can't get it? Black gold ore is the same as black iron ore, and is the best material for forging weapons. The price of this ore is beyond your imagination. A piece of black gold ore the size of a fingernail can be sold for 5,000 gold coins on the black market. Under normal circumstances, black gold ore and black iron ore are both priceless. I have a piece of black gold ore the size of a thumb in my hand, but this piece of black gold ore was obtained with great difficulty. I plan on gathering enough materials to forge the best sword for my master, so I've kept it. Although this piece of black gold ore meets your requirements, I won't sell it to you no matter how high a price you offer." Phoebe's face was solemn as she spoke firmly to Han Shuo. Phoebe was already a swordmaster, and Han Shuo didn't even need to think with his toes to imagine what level her master was at. The sword used by this kind of person would naturally be the sharpest and most extraordinary. Phoebe had reached the level of a swordmaster at such a young age, so she definitely wasn't someone that an ordinary academy of magic and force could teach. It looked like this Phoebe was quite mysterious indeed. However, Han Shuo really needed the black gold ore. He wanted to make the Demon's Lair edge the best it could be and naturally needed the rarest and most complete materials. If he was missing such a precious piece of black gold ore, then the quality of the Demon's Lair edge would be greatly reduced. This was something that Han Shuo didn't want to see. His brow furrowed deeply. Han Shuo thought hard for a while and finally asked Phoebe, "Apart from you, who else has this kind of black gold ore?" "Don't even think about it. I think that even if someone has it, they'll treasure it like a treasure and won't sell it to you." Phoebe looked at Han Shuo's anxious expression with interest, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of her mouth as she spoke with a bit of pride. Han Shuo couldn't help but feel a wave of dejection when he heard these words. As he shook his head and sighed, he suddenly noticed the unintentional smile on Phoebe's lips. His thoughts spun rapidly and Han Shuo thought silently for a while. Finally, he stared fixedly at Phoebe and asked lowly, "Miss Phoebe, as long as you're willing to give me the black gold ore in your possession, you can raise any conditions." Phoebe started and looked at Han Shuo with surprise. She then furrowed her brow and pretended to think for a moment. Finally, she said a bit reluctantly, "Since you helped us last time, I can bear the pain and part with what I love, but you must help me with something else? What is it?" Han Shuo thought to himself that Phoebe had indeed planned this beforehand. He was angry in his heart, but didn't show it on his face as he responded with a darkened face. "Act with me and help me kill Grover's two most loyal dogs, Darnell and Yuna. These two bitches who should be hacked into 1,000 pieces." Phoebe's face was frosty as she spoke through gritted teeth. "What are their strengths?" Han Shuo asked with a calm face. "Darnell is a senior swordsman, and has the possibility of breaking through to the level of a swordmaster. Yuna is a fire adept mage, and her strength is equally frightening. These two are a shameless and licentious couple, and won't be apart for long periods of time. They're currently living in the Buzzed Merchant Guild. As long as you're willing to help me, I have a 60% chance of silently assassinating them." Phoebe's body suddenly straightened, the twin peaks in front of her chest appearing exceedingly high as she spoke with a bit of excitement. "I agree." Han Shuo didn't hesitate and said lowly. Chapter 71. Han Shuo and Phoebe had prepared for the entire day, and took advantage of the evening to board a carriage from the north of the city to the south of the city where the Buzzed Merchant Guild was. Han Shuo and Phoebe sat shoulder to shoulder within the carriage. In front of the two of them were two simple crossbows with intricate carvings and a dagger that gleamed with a cold light. "This crossbow and dagger are much better than the ones you took from the orc wolf riders last time. I'm giving them all to you for free." Phoebe held a clean silk ribbon in her hand and carefully wiped the longsword in her hand as she spoke coldly to Han Shuo. The crossbow and dagger were held in Han Shuo's hands, and he couldn't bear to part with them. Han Shuo was quite satisfied with Phoebe's generosity and said with a light smile, "Don't count on me too much for this time's assassination. My strength isn't as strong as you think. I'll mainly help you keep watch and act as your assistant. You'll still have to do most of the work." "Got it. Just listen to my instructions later and I'll tell you what to do." Phoebe rolled her eyes at Han Shuo and said a bit angrily. Taking out a small bottle from his space ring, Han Shuo carefully poured some powder onto his fingertips and very cautiously smeared it on the tips of the dagger and crossbow bolts. He then hurriedly wiped his fingertips that had just been coated with the powder clean. Phoebe was a bit curious about Han Shuo's actions and moved slightly closer to Han Shuo. She stared at Han Shuo's actions and observed him for a while before opening her mouth to ask in confusion, "What are you doing?" A wisp of orchid-like fragrance drifted into Han Shuo's nose and mouth as Phoebe drew closer. Han Shuo couldn't help but glance at Phoebe as his heart fluttered for no reason. Phoebe was wearing the same tight-fitting black night clothes as Han Shuo today. The tight night clothes revealed Phoebe's beautiful figure without a doubt. She had a finely sculpted face and a stunning beauty blossomed from her bright eyes, causing Han Shuo's heart to run wild as he looked at her. "I already have Fanny. Although this Phoebe is beautiful, her personality is too cold, and there are too many troublesome and dangerous things on her." Han Shuo silently said to himself and then turned his head away, continuing to focus on cleaning his dagger and crossbow bolts. He replied faintly, "Nothing much, just rubbed some poison powder on." "Despicable, shameless, this is against the laws of the Empire. If someone were to find out, you'd be in big trouble," Phoebe said coldly with a face full of disdain. "It doesn't matter. What we're doing today isn't honorable anyway, so no one will know about it. Heh, you're my accomplice, so I don't think you'd slap yourself in the face." Han Shua laughed lowly and said with a bit of pride. When Han Shua said this, Phoebe couldn't help but feel angry. However, she had a favor to ask, so she only snorted coldly and didn't say anything. After Han Shua had applied poison powder to the crossbow bolts and dagger, Han Shua thought for a moment and pulled out a few sharp steel needles from his thigh. He was very patient, applying poison powder to these needles as well. Phoebe snorted lightly again when she saw this, seeming to despise Han Shua's actions greatly. When everything was done, Han Shua put away all his weapons and finally looked at Phoebe, saying, "Oh right, why didn't you directly make a move against Grover? And instead went to kill 2 lackeys who wouldn't be of much use? Grover holds some key items of the guild in his hands. He's placed these items in the hands of one of his trusted mistresses. If Grover dies, his mistress will certainly publicize these items. This will be a devastating blow to our guild, so before I kill Grover, I must first find his mistress and grasp these items in my hands." Phoebe flicked a glance at Han Shua and explained a bit unwillingly. The larger the guild, the more shady transactions there were. For example, when Han Shua had plundered the Orc Wolf Rider's resources last time, those items should have originally belonged to the shops in the town of Droll. The Empire had long since made it clear that citizens had to hand over these resources if they obtained them. Fabian and Han Shua's transactions were already considered a violation of the Empire's laws. If the Empire knew of the Buzzed Merchant Guild's actions, the guild would be hard-pressed to escape punishment. For a guild like the Buzzed Merchant Guild, there were certainly many more similar illegal transactions. It looked like these important items were in Grover's hands. No wonder Phoebe didn't dare make a move against Grover lightly. The two of them discussed some details in low voices when the carriage suddenly came to a stop. The coachman said softly from the front, "Miss, we've arrived at the back door of the guild. Let's go." Phoebe looked at Han Shua and dismounted first. Han Shua stuck his head out and looked left and right before dismounting as well. "Miss, come in quickly and be careful. Grover has just left the Buzz Merchant Guild with a few experts. We don't know where they've gone, but they'll usually return at night." An old man from the Buzz Merchant Guild was waiting at the back door. When he saw Phoebe and Han Shua appear, he hurriedly moved aside to let the two in. "Thank you for your hard work," Phoebe said to the old man and glanced at Han Shua, walking quickly into the Buzz Merchant Guild. Han Shua followed closely behind Phoebe, also moving quickly. "Most of the people in the guild are Grover's people. I can only mobilize a few old men, and this is all because Grover doesn't know of my relationship with them. There are many guards inside, so we must be careful. Otherwise, if we're discovered, not only will the assassination fail, but it may even be difficult for us to leave alive." Phoebe was extremely familiar with the Buzzed Merchant Guild. When she brought Han Shua along quickly, they avoided quite a few guards and didn't forget to remind Han Shua repeatedly. The sky was now completely dark. There was no moon tonight, and the thick black clouds in the sky blocked out all light. Some of the lights in the corridors of the Buzzed Merchant Guild couldn't shine too far. Phoebe lived up to her strength as a swordmaster all right. Her nimble body surprised Han Shua greatly. Her body was silent as she darted about, and her speed was very fast. After Han Shua had calmed down, his extraordinary facial features surprised Han Shua. The dark of the night couldn't obstruct Han Shua's vision at all. Even without the illumination of the lights, Han Shua could clearly see the fish swimming in the pond under the fake mountain in the distance. The footsteps coming from far away and the low murmurs in some rooms were all clearly audible to Han Shua. Han Shua's calmed movements were also incomparably nimble, like a cheetah searching for prey. He didn't make a single sound as he silently followed behind Phoebe. Suddenly, Han Shua quickly closed in and grabbed Phoebe. He brought Phoebe's body and suddenly squeezed into a crack in a nearby fake mountain. The crack in the fake mountain was very narrow, and when the two squeezed in, their chests pressed tightly against each other. Han Shua could feel the ample bosom of Phoebe. Phoebe's pretty face was enraged as she glared fiercely at Han Shua, her eyes looking like they were about to spit fire. "Shoo!" Han Shua raised his index finger and made a shushing gesture. His eyes darted around, indicating that something was wrong with Phoebe. The anger on Phoebe's face hadn't disappeared even after Han Shua's actions. A trace of bashful red spread across Phoebe's slender, fair neck. Now that the two's thighs were pressed against each other and their chests were pressed against each other, They could even feel each other's heartbeat. An ambiguous atmosphere instantly spread and rippled. As if she didn't dare look at Han Shuo again, Phoebe pressed her cheek against Han Shuo's ear and said in an extremely low voice, "If there's nothing wrong, I'll kill you." Han Shuo's face turned bitter, but he calmed himself and didn't say anything. When he felt extremely light footsteps approaching, he couldn't help but slow his breathing. He even shook his head slightly, wanting to warn Phoebe. Who knew that because Phoebe's jade lips were moving closer to Han Shuo's shake of his head actually caused Phoebe's fragrant lips to directly press against Han Shuo's cheek. Just as Phoebe's breathing was unsteady and she was a bit angry from embarrassment, Han Shuo had already turned his head with difficulty and used a resolute gaze to signal Phoebe to be careful. Phoebe had the cultivation of a swordmaster after all, and her mental fortitude wasn't weak. At this critical moment, she only took a deep breath and her rapid heartbeat immediately calmed down. However, because she took a deep breath, her ample breasts involuntarily puffed up, causing Han Shuo to almost moan uncontrollably. My wind barrier clearly sensed movement, and I rushed here as fast as I could. Why didn't I discover anything? Is it because I've been too careful lately? A man's voice muttered to himself in a low voice not far from the two of them. After this voice appeared, extremely light footsteps slowly rang out in the surroundings. If it wasn't for the fact that Phoebe's attention was at its highest and that this person was extremely close to them, it would have been very difficult for her to hear these footsteps. Since he was a wind mage, if he used wind magic, he could indeed greatly reduce the weight of his body. His walking speed would be faster than that of an ordinary mage or warrior, and his footsteps would be lighter and more silent. It was no wonder that even with Phoebe's strength as a swordmaster, she could only detect movement when he got close. As Han Shuo and Phoebe were on tenterhooks, this person patrolled the surroundings once before quietly leaving. However, this time Phoebe didn't dare to act rashly. She was afraid that her judgment would be wrong. She glared fiercely at Han Shuo, as if trying to find clues from Han Shuo's face. After a while, Han Shuo exhaled lightly and said in a low voice, "He's gone." Phoebe used both her hands and feet to forcefully squeeze out from the cracks in the fake mountain after he'd spoken. She lowered her head and said softly, "I'll let it go this time. Next time something like this happens, find me a wider place or I won't let you go." Phoebe circled around the area after she'd spoken and hurried in another direction. When she saw that Han Shuo wasn't following her with a wry smile, she couldn't help but put her hands on her hips and scolded softly, "You don't want the black gold or any more? Coming." Han Shuo responded and followed a bit helplessly, thinking to himself, "Where am I going to find a wide hiding place for you at a critical moment?" They didn't run into any more unexpected incidents after that. Phoebe led Han Shuo around a path and avoided a few waves of guards before finally entering Darnell and Yuna's room. "Let's make some preparations and wait for these bitches to return," Phoebe immediately said through gritted teeth as soon as they entered the room, as if she wanted to vent all of her anger from just now on Darnell and Yuna. And so, Han Shuo and Phoebe began to get busy, preparing to assassinate Grover's two loyal lackeys who were about to return. Chapter 72. The door creaked open, and the two slowly walked in, slowly making their way to the edge of the bed where Han Shuo was hiding. At this moment, a setup that had been set up beforehand had produced a miraculous effect. Han Shuo had already tampered with a few of the legs of the round table that had been placed in front of the door. Because the two were incredibly anxious, they didn't make a detour around the round table, but rather flew towards it, planning on using it as a foothold to quickly leave the room. It was at this moment that light footsteps gradually approached from an extremely far distance. Han Shuo's brow furrowed as he carefully discerned and said to Phoebe, "They should be back, I can hear them." When Han Shuo raised the crossbow in his hand and aimed it at Darnell, he discovered that both of them were completely naked. Yuna's snow-white left thigh already had a crossbow bolt stuck in it. She grit her teeth in pain as she walked, and her body wasn't nimble enough. Darnell was even more wretched. His lower body was a bloody mess of flesh and blood, and he had an expression of inconsolable grief on his face as he howled in agony like a wolf. A shrill cry that was 10 times more painful than Yuna's suddenly emitted from Darnell's mouth like a pig being slaughtered. The two's minds that had just reached the peak of pleasure completely cleared up, and they suddenly dashed out of the room from the bed as they yelled, the agonized cries from their mouths never stopping. At this moment, Han Shua's ears had already heard light footsteps in the distance. He rushed towards the two again after a moment of panic. Phoebe had already destroyed the water dragon at the same time, and was also chasing after the two with a speed that wasn't inferior to Han Shua's. The two had just steadied themselves when they saw that they were completely enveloped by Phoebe's sword. Darnell suddenly pulled Yuna and pushed her into Phoebe's sword under Yuna's horrified gaze. He himself didn't even turn his head to look at Yuna as he recklessly dashed out of the room. "Oh, it looks like your master must be a very powerful assassin," Han Shua said lightly. Han Shua didn't respond and followed Phoebe's previous instructions. He crouched down and rolled to the side, landing under the bed. Seeing that Han Shua was ready, Phoebe's beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings and suddenly leapt up, using the chandelier to hide in the shadows of the roof. After a while, just as Han Shua could clearly feel Phoebe's breathing increase and was afraid that she wouldn't be able to hide her tracks, the actions of the adulterous couple above grew more and more violent. The loud panting and moans grew louder and louder, and the movements of the bed continued to increase. It was obvious that they had reached a critical moment. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. The two of them landed on the round table, and with a creaking sound, a few of the table's legs suddenly broke. "Let's go!" Yuna yelled loudly at this moment. If it was according to Han Shua's original personality, he naturally wouldn't have been so cautious and steady when dealing with a matter. However, because of his training in magical yuan, Han Shua had basically been constantly enduring inhuman pain. This had unknowingly formed Han Shua's tenacious and indomitable personality. "No, do you think I'm you? From the moment I entered the guild until now, I've always been working under your command. I think you wouldn't have been able to grasp these methods without some special experience. It looks like you've been an assassin before. Otherwise, how could you be so skilled?" Han Shua lifted his head to sweep a glance at Phoebe after he'd finally cleaned off the wooden splinters on the bed. A series of rustling sounds of clothes being taken off, mixed with Darnell's lewd laughter and Yuna's light panting, gradually filled the room. An exceedingly light panting fell into Han Shua's ears. Han Shua suddenly started and then immediately sensed that the panting should have come from Phoebe on the roof. He didn't know if she was angry or also affected. Han Shua, who was under the bed, heard the sounds above him and felt the sway of the bed. He didn't need to think to know that the adulterous couple had already begun fighting. The hot-blooded Han Shua couldn't help but start imagining the scene above in his mind. He desperately wanted to climb out to take a clear look, and his body had long since become uncontrollably aroused with strong masculine characteristics. The sounds of kissing followed, as Darnell's lewd laughter and Yuna's panting grew louder and louder. The wooden bed above Han Shua's head turned from calm to a small boat amidst giant waves, rocking and rocking continuously. A moan that sounded like a sob suddenly traveled out from Yuna's mouth, followed by a series of banging sounds and panting moans, mixed with Yuna's uncontrollable moans. A crossbow bolt flew out like lightning, shooting straight for Darnell's back. Darnell, who was howling in pain and shock, was actually still able to sense the danger behind him at this moment. The long sword he'd long since drawn flared with a deep green light as he suddenly turned around and swung, shattering the crossbow bolt that Han Shua had shot at him. The dagger in Han Shua's hand had locked onto a small hole in the wooden bed that he'd long since pierced through before Yuna had even finished saying stab. He stabbed viciously upwards. However, the timely appearance of the water barrier bought the two a few seconds of time. The two screamed as they ran out of the room. However, the chandelier hanging from the ceiling suddenly came crashing down halfway through the room, forcing Darnell to stop again and raise his longsword to sweep the chandelier to the side. Han Shua fired another bolt from the crossbow in his hand, and then carelessly tossed it to the side. Han Shua's dagger was already upon him when Darnell had shattered the crossbow bolt. Due to the pain of losing his manhood, Darnell's face had turned to madness amidst his grief. His fighting aura was raised to the maximum as he swung his sword to meet Han Shua's dagger. Han Shua and Phoebe understood that if they didn't kill the two of them now, they wouldn't have another chance once they left the room. Therefore, they used all their strength to keep the two of them in the room. Darnell glared viciously at Han Shua but didn't give chase. He covered his lower body with his left hand and continued to rush out of the room. "Heh, her skin is as smooth as silk. and her face looks like it's been painstakingly drawn by an artist. It's said that she hasn't even tried a man yet. It would be a pity for such a beauty to not enjoy my strength before she dies," Darnell said with a lewd smile. However, the poison powder that Han Shuo had smeared on his dagger finally took effect at this moment. Darnell's footsteps suddenly became as heavy as 1,000 pounds after he'd taken 2 steps forward. Han Shuo quickly closed in before he could react and swung his dagger again, taking Darnell's life. A water dragon had appeared out of nowhere and was attacking fiercely around Phoebe. However, a section of the water dragon's body was cut off with each stab of Phoebe's sword, turning into mist before it even landed on the ground. "Arr!" Yuna cried out in pain and suddenly called out loudly, "Assassin!" Han Shuo had already rolled out from under the bed after the stab. Lifting his head, he discovered that Phoebe's body was shrouded in black night clothes. A large ball of milky white fighting aura blossomed from the longsword in her hand. The ball of fighting aura was dazzling in the dimly lit room, so blinding that one's eyes couldn't be opened. It was already enveloping Darnell and Yuna, who were trying to escape. Who would have thought that this stab of the dagger would strike Darnell's manhood? No wonder his screams are even more tragic than Yuna's, Han Shuo thought with a wicked glee. Phoebe also listened attentively when these words were spoken. It was only a few breaths after Han Shuo's voice had sounded that Phoebe finally heard the approaching footsteps. She couldn't help but look at Han Shuo in shock and say in a low voice, "No matter how strong or weak you are, your extraordinary senses of foresight are already quite frightening." After experiencing the trials of the dark forest and Claude's death, Han Shuo's cautiousness and steadiness had also been silently trained to the point of no return. Add to that Han Shuo's astounding senses. This indeed made Han Shuo fit the characteristics of a competent assassin. No wonder Phoebe would ask such a question. At this moment, even ordinary people could hear the clatter of footsteps. A man and a woman's teasing laughter sounded from far outside the room, accompanied by the sounds of kissing. Darnell wanted to madly chase after Han Shuo when he saw Han Shuo immediately stumble backwards, but he suddenly discovered that the long sword in his hand was boiling red. The skin of his right hand that held the sword was burning with unbearable pain, and he immediately threw the long sword away in shock. At this moment Phoebe, who had just descended from the roof, and Han Shuo, who had fired an arrow, rushed towards the two at the same time like cheetahs. Phoebe had been planning on dealing with Darnell, but a trace of panic and disgust appeared on her face when she saw Darnell's naked body. She raised her sword and stabbed at Yuna in the blink of an eye. "How did you so miraculously discover the traces of the wind mage Ellis when he came over?" Phoebe frowned in confusion as she looked at Han Shuo while inspecting the interior of the room. Snorting lightly, Phoebe shut her mouth. She couldn't help but exclaim softly after a short while as she noticed Han Shuo's movements. "Have you been an assassin before? Why are you so calm and cautious, and have such extraordinary senses? Damned pervert, you'll die under a woman's crotch sooner or later." At this moment Han Shuo and Phoebe had arrived at the same time. Phoebe stabbed out with her sword, her target already enveloping the two of them. After killing Darnell, Han Shuo abruptly set his eyes on the space ring on Darnell's finger. He reached out to remove it, but felt that it was a bit strenuous. At this moment, a faint sound of something piercing through the air suddenly sounded. Han Shuo's entire body tensed as he immediately knew that Phoebe had made her move. He focused all of his attention. "Sweetheart, are you in the mood today? Being so wanton at a banquet, who have you taken a fancy to this time?" Darnell laughed lightly and teased Yuna. Spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, Han Shuo was unable to completely defend against Darnell's fierce fighting aura rushing into his body. Although he was restrained by the magical yuan, he immediately stumbled back a few steps. "Heh, I'll let you die under my crotch first. What does that have to do with you? You're just a wild beast who only knows how to think with the lower half of your body. All you're thinking about right now is that little bitch Phoebe. If it wasn't for you making a move against Phoebe last time, we would have completed Grover's mission long ago and killed that little bitch Phoebe. Because of your mistake, her guards arrived in time and we almost didn't make it out." Yuna complained to Darnell as she sat down on the edge of the bed. "Let's go." Han Shuo called out softly and immediately rushed towards Phoebe's side. A faint fragrance suddenly spread from Phoebe's direction. Han Shuo took a whiff and didn't pay much attention to it. When he saw that Phoebe's eyes were a bit odd, he hurried the dazed Phoebe. A barrier of water suddenly appeared amidst the rapid chanting of an incantation. The azure barrier of water covered the two's heads, and suddenly transformed into a sky full of rainwater amidst Phoebe's milky white fighting aura, pouring down on the two's bodies. Han Shuo could only hear the sounds from underneath the bed, but Phoebe on the roof had likely already seen all of their movements because she had to pay attention to the two at all times. Because the slightest bit of distraction was not allowed during an assassination, Phoebe couldn't tear her gaze away from the two. According to Darnell's words, Phoebe was still a virgin, and this sort of stimulation was probably even more intense for her than for Han Shuo, who couldn't see what was happening below. Han Shuo was crouching on the ground at this moment, carefully collecting the powder of the splintered wood on the ground into his space ring. He didn't lift his head and directly responded, "This is my business, it has nothing to do with you. Shut up, you're not allowed to slander my master. My master is a true swordsman, he wouldn't do such a thing." Phoebe's face grew even colder as she glared fiercely at Han Shuo. He used the same method to cut off the ring finger of Yuna's left hand, collecting her space ring as well. He casually picked up the crossbow that had been tossed aside earlier and pulled Phoebe with him as he leapt up. Using a hole in the roof that had been opened long ago, the two of them quickly fled along the roof. The two of them had used all their strength to begin with, intending to use the force of their stomps to fly out. However, the collapse of the round table had caused their bodies to lose balance, and they suddenly lost their footing. Their bodies swayed as they fell with the table. "You're the one who's been an assassin." Phoebe rolled her eyes coldly at Han Shuo and continued, "However, my master has taught me knowledge in this area, and the details of assassinating are also part of my homework." Time was of the essence, and Han Shuo couldn't help but slash down with his dagger, chopping off the middle finger of Yuna's left hand and putting away the finger with the space ring. Han Shuo had already seen a bloody hole in Yuna's chest when he turned his head. It looked like she'd been killed by Phoebe as well. Han Shuo's attention was at its highest at this moment. Darnell and Yuna couldn't sense Phoebe's concealment, but Han Shuo could already hear Phoebe's heartbeat and breathing quicken. It looked like she was in a state of extreme rage. Inwardly startled, Han Shuo couldn't help but conceal himself even more carefully, planning to cooperate with Phoebe at any moment to make a move first. Holding his breath and concentrating, Han Shuo's breathing and heartbeat became slower and slower, until it was almost deathly still in the end. His entire mind was a sheet of clarity as Han Shuo went through the layout of the various items in the room once again in his mind. Only then did he focus all of his attention on the newcomers. Han Shuo and Phoebe had already set up everything in the room after a while. Chapter 73. Grover led a group of buzzed merchant guild guards and barged into the room as soon as Han Shuo had left. "Who did it? Who did it? I've spent so much gold coins on you guys for nothing, and yet not a single one of you discovered the assassin's arrival. If the assassin's target was me, I'm afraid that the ones lying on the ground wouldn't be the two of them." Grover immediately flew into a rage as soon as he entered and saw the scene before him. He roared loudly at the people behind him. "Mr. Grover, the assassin this time was quite brilliant. He was able to avoid my wind barrier and assassinate both Darnell and Yuna in such a short amount of time. This proves that the assassin's strength is absolutely beyond our imagination." A long-haired man with a slightly dark face spoke to Grover after observing for a while. Breathing out lightly, Grover looked at the long-haired man and said a bit apologetically, "I'm sorry, Ellis, I lost my composure a bit." Wind Mage Ellis was still expressionless as he looked at Darnell's dead left hand with some astonishment. He made a light sound and walked closer to Darnell's body. Glancing at Darnell's left hand that had lost a finger, Ellis couldn't help but say suspiciously, "The middle finger of Darnell's left hand, where the space ring was worn, has been chopped off. What's going on? Not only Darnell but even Yuna is the same. Could it be that this assassin killed for the sake of wealth?" Grover was also a bit suspicious when he heard Ellis' words and opened his mouth to speak. "Impossible." Ellis resolutely denied and then surveyed the surroundings before explaining, "If the assassin wanted to kill for wealth, he wouldn't have targeted the two of them because their combined strength is the most difficult to deal with. Not to mention that there are many valuable items in the guild. If he only wanted wealth, He wouldn't have needed to make a move against the two of them. With the strength that the assassin has displayed, he could have easily and soundlessly obtained even more benefits from the Bust Merchant Guild. Grover thought for a moment after he'd said this and nodded. He said with a dark face, "If it wasn't murder for money, then it must be my good niece Phoebe's doing. Who would have thought that she'd endured until now and finally couldn't hold it in any longer? That's right. It must be Phoebe's doing." Darnell and Una had personally tried to assassinate Phoebe last time. Although the two of them failed and retreated, I believe that Phoebe definitely knew that they were the ones who did it. After all, Darnell's gaze towards Phoebe was far too obscene and unique. Even I, an outsider, could discern it, and Phoebe, the person involved, should be even more aware. None of us were harmed, and only the two of them died. That was enough to explain the problem. However, it looks like the assassin is a bit greedy. Otherwise he wouldn't have forgotten to take the space ring even in such a dangerous situation. When did Phoebe have someone like that by her side? Ellis frowned, speaking slowly as he thought. Grover started and mused for a moment. His face suddenly darkened and he said coldly, "I know who it is. It must be that Brian who helped Phoebe kill the 3 shadow ghosts, experts a while back. I heard from the guards that this person came to Fabian to do business and should be in need of money. Since his strength was enough to kill the 3 senior swordsmen sent by Shadow Ghost, he does indeed have the strength to kill Darnell and Una. Damn it, how did Phoebe buy this kid? I don't know where Phoebe hid him. He hasn't appeared by Phoebe's side since he left the guild last time. I've sent people to keep an eye on him for a long time and still haven't found any traces of him. This is going to be a bit difficult." Ellis nodded and came to a conclusion. "It seems like it is indeed him. I think we should throw caution to the wind and get rid of this person first. Otherwise we can be assassinated by him at any time. All right, pass down the orders. Don't assassinate Phoebe for now. Use all your strength to find the person by Phoebe's side. He's ruined my plans twice. I'm going to make his life a living hell." Grover's face was sinister as he spoke coldly. At this moment, Han Shua, whom Grover hated to the extreme, had already taken Phoebe far away from the Bust Merchant Guild and were hurrying towards her residence in the northern part of the city. Phoebe didn't know what was going on, but her mind was a bit absent-minded and her body was boiling hot. She was practically hurrying along with Han Shua's constant dragging. The two of them were dressed in night clothes and didn't attract much attention as they darted through small alleys in the middle of the night. However, as they got closer and closer to the northern part of the city guards appeared more and more frequently on the road, forcing Han Shua to continuously avoid them. At this moment Phoebe, who had originally known to hurry along under Han Shua's dragging, gradually lost the ability to even move her feet as her body heated up. Out of helplessness, Han Shua didn't care if Phoebe agreed or not and directly carried Phoebe on his back. In order to avoid the attention of the city guards, Han Shua temporarily gave up on immediately sending Phoebe back to her residence and instead brought Phoebe all the way to the cemetery behind the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. That place was the quietest and there wouldn't be anyone patrolling at all. Add to that the fact that Han Shua was the most familiar with that area. That was the first place he thought of in times of danger. Han Shua carried Phoebe on his back and circled around the northern part of the city, passing through a few winding paths and entering a forest. He suddenly felt that Phoebe on his back was actually tearing at her own clothes, and her hands were unconsciously groping around Han Shua's body. Startled, Han Shua's body suddenly stopped. The relaxed Han Shua could clearly feel Phoebe's ample breasts tightly pressed against his firm back. In that moment, a ball of fire suddenly ignited in Han Shua's heart, like a single spark setting a prairie ablaze. Add to that Phoebe's restless hands that were unconsciously groping around Han Shua's chest. It finally stimulated Han Shua to the point where he couldn't hold back any longer. He put Phoebe down on his back and suddenly picked up Phoebe's alluring and wonderful body. He directly pressed Phoebe's body against a nearby tree and Han Shua's hands moved in unison, involuntarily reaching towards the forbidden areas on Phoebe's body and massaging them. Even through the nocturnal clothes, Han Shua could feel the wonderful curves of Phoebe's body. The ample breasts constantly changed shape under Han Shua's hands. When his big hands wandered around Phoebe's slender thighs and round and perky buttocks, the ecstatic beauty strongly stimulated Han Shua's senses, causing Han Shua to involuntarily want to go deeper. The mask had already been pulled off by Phoebe herself. At this moment Phoebe's starry eyes were blurry and watery, filled with seductive lust. Her beautiful cheeks were red and burning hot, bringing with them a soul-stirring beauty. The faint moans and gasps between her fragrant lips made Han Shua's heart run wild, and he was about to completely sink into it. With a ripping sound, Han Shua exerted force with his right hand and directly tore a piece of the nocturnal clothes on Phoebe's chest. Her snow-white skin and towering breasts instantly blossomed in front of Han Shua. The appearance of a captivating red made Han Shua finally unable to control himself, and he lost control of the strength of his right hand. Ouch, it hurts! At this moment, a weak protest came from Phoebe's small mouth. Because of the pain in her breasts, Phoebe, whose eyebrows were slightly furrowed, finally unconsciously let out a weak cry of pain. His brain suddenly shook, and Han Shua instantly sobered up. Looking at Phoebe's appearance again, he recalled that he had also taken a whiff of the strange fragrance. He immediately understood that this Phoebe seemed to have been drugged with an aphrodisiac. At the same time, he also realized that his loss of reason was probably because he had taken a whiff of the aphrodisiac. After thinking quickly for a moment, Han Shua weighed the pros and cons suddenly and resolutely. He picked up Phoebe again and quickly rushed forward. With regards to this place, Han Shua was very familiar with it. After walking for a short while, he came to the side of a trickling stream. This stream was very narrow and Han Shua wasn't sure where it flowed to, but Han Shua, who frequented this area, knew that this stream was very shallow. As soon as they arrived, Han Shua carried Phoebe and directly walked into the stream. At this time it was almost winter, and the weather was already very cold. In the middle of the night, the river was naturally even colder. When Han Shua pressed Phoebe into the river and splashed a few waves of water on Phoebe's head, Phoebe suddenly sneezed a few times. Han Shua also dived into the water. Once the ice-cold river flowed over his head, Han Shua's rush suddenly cooled down, and his body completely calmed down. Bah! Bah! After Phoebe sneezed a few times, her body was affected by the ice-cold river, and her consciousness gradually recovered. After spitting out the cold water in her mouth, the red glow on Phoebe's face gradually disappeared, and her pair of blurred eyes slowly became clear. Where is this? Why am I here? Achoo! Phoebe looked around blankly and suddenly sneezed again. As she sneezed and lowered her head, Phoebe suddenly saw that her high and soft breasts were actually exposed to the air. The snow-white skin and the bright red on the peak caused a strong stimulation to Phoebe in an instant. Han Shua's face had been slapped. Phoebe's face was almost crazy with anger, and she screamed at Han Shua, "Beast, what did you do to me?" At this time Han Shua really did feel a bit guilty. Looking at Phoebe, who was about to go crazy, he stammered and spoke incoherently. When Phoebe saw Han Shua like this, she suddenly burst into tears. In an instant, she lost her usual cold arrogance and solemnity, and started punching and kicking Han Shua without a care for anything else. Water suddenly splashed in the small river, and waves of water flew towards Han Shua. However, it was because of Phoebe that she received a strong stimulation at this time. It caused her to seem to suddenly forget that she was a powerful swordmaster, and instead she was like a shrew punching and kicking Han Shua without any fighting energy or technique. If Phoebe had used fighting energy and attacked with her strength as a swordmaster, even with Han Shua's initial success in magic, it was likely that Han Shua would be seriously injured if not dead after this series of punches and kicks. But now this kind of attack landed on Han Shua's strong body, and it was like scratching an itch without any pain at all. Han Shua endured Phoebe's series of venting with a grimace. It wasn't until Phoebe was tired and her little fists became weaker and weaker that Han Shua finally said with a wry smile, "We've all been drugged, but your body is still clean." When Han Shua said these words, Phoebe became a bit more clear-headed. She stopped what she was doing and stood 2 fists away from Han Shua. She stood in front of Han Shua and sized up Han Shua with a pair of slightly red and swollen eyes. She was a bit afraid of being hit, and said with a trembling voice, "Really? You really didn't do that to me?" Nodding his head affirmatively, Han Shua helplessly raised his right hand and solemnly promised her, "I swear I really didn't do that to you." A trace of rejoicing suddenly appeared on Phoebe's beautiful face that still had traces of tears on it. She was about to open her mouth to say something when she suddenly saw that her chest was exposed. She hurriedly pulled up her night clothes and covered her towering naked breasts. She raised her head and glared angrily at Han Shuo. She gritted her teeth and glared hatefully at Han Shuo, growling lowly, "Then can you explain why my clothes were torn in front of my chest?" Shrugging his shoulders, Han Shuo said with an innocent expression, "What does that have to do with me? You lost your reason and tore your clothes. I resisted the temptation and brought you here, using cold water to help you regain your reason. I'm a gentleman, don't misunderstand me. Get the hell out of here, you damn gentleman. You despicable, shameless, and snobbish person. Last time you held my hand and hugged me, but you didn't even say an apology. You purposely took advantage of me in the crack of the fake mountain in the trading firm, but you didn't say an apology either. Now you're even more impudent. I'm going to kill you." Phoebe's face was full of rage as she charged at Han Shuo with bared fangs and brandished claws. After recovering her reason this time, Phoebe had obviously activated her fighting aura. Han Shuo jumped in fright. He knew that Phoebe had probably recalled that the clothes on her chest had been torn by him. He turned around in a sorry state and fled towards the riverbank, crying out his innocence, "Miss Phoebe, please listen to my explanation. I also inhaled a mouthful of the aphrodisiac, which caused me to lose control of my emotions. However, I immediately sent you into the river after I came to my senses. In all honesty, I really didn't want to take advantage of you. When you were unconscious, you also reached out and touched my body. You also took advantage of me. Apart from you, no other woman has touched me before. I'm still a virgin, so I'll have a shadow in my heart after being violated by you. I've suffered a great loss, so let's call this even. Please don't pursue the matter any further." As Han Shuo ran in a sorry state, a string of words shot out from his mouth like a cannonball. It was as if he had returned to the time when he had been brought to the moon by Chu Kanglin. When Han Shuo had lost his composure, he had hurled a string of words at Chu Kanglin. The difference was that the last time was a curse, while this time it was an explanation. "Shut up, you despicable person who deserves to die 1,000 times over. Don't talk nonsense anymore." At this time, Phoebe's clothes were soaked in water, and her hair was wet. She looked very alluring, but the way she held the longsword in her hand was very fierce. "Forget it, I admit that I'm unlucky. I'm leaving first. When you calm down, I'll find you for the black gold ore. Goodbye." Han Shuo knew that it was useless to talk to Phoebe at this time. A woman who had lost her rationality was the scariest magical beast in the world, especially when this woman was a swordswoman. To Han Shuo, the danger she posed was comparable to that of a dragon-like super-magical beast. Sighing at his bad luck, Han Shuo didn't dare to stop. He quickly rushed out, heading in the direction of the tomb. He gradually left Phoebe behind, who was unfamiliar with the terrain. Chapter 74. By the time he'd arrived at the Cemetery of Death through the transportation matrix, the sky had already begun to brighten. It had been exactly 1 day and 1 night since he'd left and returned. Han Shuo finally breathed a sigh of relief when he hurried to the original demon cave to inject fresh blood and magical yuan. The original demon cave couldn't be stopped for a single day. If he didn't inject fresh blood and magical yuan every day, then all of his efforts over the past 20 days would have been for naught. Sitting down on the ground, Han Shuo's fighting aura finally began to run amok in his body due to Darnell's injection of fighting aura. A sudden impact caused Han Shuo to taste sweetness in his throat, and he almost spat out another mouthful of fresh blood. He was overjoyed instead of shocked. Standing up abruptly, Han Shuo laughed heartily and quickly walked out of the Cemetery of Death, heading towards the waterfall where he trained his magical yuan. When he arrived at the waterfall, Han Shuo braved the torrential river and sat down in his usual spot. After his body swayed a bit in the beginning, Han Shuo once again sank into training his magical yuan. For 7 days in a row, apart from injecting fresh blood and magical yuan into the original demon cave, at regular intervals, Han Shuo stayed under the waterfall to train his magical yuan. Han Shuo's strength rapidly improved amidst his hard training. Borrowing the fighting aura that Darnell had left in his body and the ferocious impact of the waterfall, the meridians and bones in Han Shuo's chest, waist and abdomen were reforged anew. When Han Shuo felt that Darnell's fighting aura no longer existed, He could clearly feel that his body had become unprecedentedly better. In the next few days, Han Shuo temporarily stopped training his magical yuan and studied the beginner magics of necromancy while taking care of the original demon cave. He was so familiar with the book that he could almost recite it from memory. Han Shuo had already marked down some of the knowledge that he didn't understand. As he continued to meditate with the round green ball, Han Shuo's mental strength also grew stronger by the day. As Han Shuo continued to experiment, he finally managed to release the spell Agony of the Soul one day. At this time, Han Shuo was wild with joy. He understood that after a few months of accumulation and the substantial increase in his mental strength, he had finally advanced from a magic apprentice to a novice mage. A novice mage could grasp the 3 spells of Agony of the Soul, Summoning Zombies, and Bone Spears. It was just that after trying for a long time, Han Shuo had only managed to grasp the spell Agony of the Soul by chance. As for the other basic zombies and bone spears, Han Shuo couldn't release them no matter how hard he tried. Connecting this to the many areas that he didn't understand when he studied beginner magics of necromancy, Han Shuo understood that blindly reading wasn't a good way to quickly increase his strength. It looked like he needed to find Fanny and ask Fanny about some of the magical knowledge that he didn't understand, as well as retrieve the weapon forging materials and black gold or that Phoebe had promised him. But before he decided to return, Han Shuo still planned on refining the original demon first. The original demon cave had been in operation for a full 34 days and would be completed in 2 days. Han Shuo wasn't in a hurry to leave, so he first went to the dwarves' village and contacted them. He returned to the mine again and excavated for a day, obtaining a small piece of black iron ore, as well as several dozen pieces of iron and copper ore. Han Shuo understood from Phoebe that black iron ore was an extremely rare and valuable ore. Han Shuo would often only be able to excavate a very small piece after excavating for a day. Therefore, Han Shuo immediately stored the black iron ore into his space ring, and the iron and copper ore were directly thrown into an empty storage room in the Great Hall of the Cemetery of Death when Han Shuo returned to the Cemetery of Death. On the eve that the original demon cave was about to be completed, Han Shuo stayed in the Great Hall of the Cemetery of Death. He thought for a moment and took out Darnell and Yuna's space rings. Their severed fingers had naturally been removed by Han Shuo a long time ago. The 2 space rings were one black and one green. The black one belonged to Darnell, and the jade green was Yuna's. If the owner didn't die, then the mental imprint of the owner of the space ring would never disappear. Even if the owner entered someone else's space ring, they wouldn't be able to take away the items within. Except, now that Darnell and Yuna were both dead, the mental imprint of the owner of the space ring had naturally disappeared. First, Han Shuo held Darnell's black space ring in his hand, and immediately rushed into it after concentrating his mental strength. The space inside was the same as the one Han Shuo had. Apart from a few longswords, bows, and spears, there was also a set of sparkling silver armor, a book on training fighting aura, a few changes of clothes, some aphrodisiacs, a crystal card to store gold coins, and 100 or so scattered gold coins. He took out the clothes and threw them away, and threw the weapons he didn't need into the storage room where the iron and copper ores were stored. The remaining armor, fighting aura book, some aphrodisiacs, and 100 or so gold coins were all placed into his space ring. The crystal card that might have held a large amount of gold coins was basically useless since Darnell was already dead and couldn't be verified. It was also casually thrown into the storage room by Han Shuo. After going through Darnell's space ring, Han Shuo set his sights on Yuna's space ring. It was a sparkling green space ring that was obviously made for a female. It looked quite beautiful and emitted a soft green halo. However, when Han Shuo had gathered his mental strength and was about to enter the space ring, he suddenly felt the existence of a boundary. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. He hadn't thought that Yuna would be so cautious as to set up a boundary within the space ring. Even if she died and her mental imprint disappeared, an enemy who obtained the space ring would need to have a level of mental strength that was 1 level higher than hers in order to break through the boundary within the space ring and take everything within it. Han Shuo had originally planned on taking everything within Yuna's space ring and giving it to Fanny, but it looked like that wouldn't be possible for the time being. After all, Fanny only had the strength of an adept mage, and there would certainly be other things within the space ring. If he gave it to Fanny, she would definitely know that the space ring wasn't of a legitimate origin. Sighing dejectedly, Han Shuo had no choice but to keep the space ring for the time being. He planned on giving it to Fanny to use after destroying the boundary within. On the last day, Han Shuo walked out of the original demon cave, early in the morning. After injecting fresh blood and magical yuan into the original demon cave, he stood around the original demon cave and looked at it with wide eyes, waiting for the appearance of the 3 original demons that he had refined. The original demon cave, that was like a sinister ghost face, was even more frightening after today. Perhaps it was because Han Shuo had injected fresh blood into the original demon cave for 36 days in a row, but the originally grayish-brown original demon cave seemed to have been smeared with a layer of fresh blood. It was an extremely strange red. After the 6 drops of fresh blood had been injected, the remaining 6 wraiths sank into a frenzy of fighting and gnawing. Their bodies that were in a state of incorporeal and incorporeal nibbled and tore at each other, engaging in a final frenzy. Little Skull still appeared to be very relaxed. He crossed his calves as if he was sunbathing on the beach. That kind of contented comfort formed a sharp contrast with the frenzy of the wraiths, devouring each other. Han Shuo stared at the original demon cave and waited for the better part of a day. He watched as the last 6 wraiths interwove together, and finally balls of dark red blood rose from the original demon cave, completely enveloping the entire original demon cave. Even Han Shuo couldn't clearly see what was going on inside. Following the appearance of the blood energy, a strong wave of yin qi emanated from the original demon cave. Streaks of red light that resembled lightning constantly appeared and suddenly disappeared from within. After an indeterminate amount of time, a crisp crack suddenly sounded from within the original demon cave. Like glass shattering, the various bizarre scenes that enveloped the original demon cave suddenly disappeared without a trace under a gust of chilly wind. 3 dark red illusory figures dragging a strange long tail behind them danced merrily around Han Shuo's body, as if rejoicing in the joy of being reborn. An inexplicable feeling spread from the 3 original demons to Han Shuo's heart. Following Han Shuo's thoughts, the 3 original demons obediently flew into the sky, their bodies turning from solid to incorporeal, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was as if 3 pairs of eyes had suddenly appeared. The 3 original demons hid their tracks according to Han Shuo's instructions, and were distributed in 3 directions of the cemetery of death. With the help of the 3 original demons, Han Shuo could see the entire cemetery of death in all directions. Not a single place could escape Han Shuo's observation. With the thought, the 3 original demons whistled and arrived in front of Han Shuo. Following Han Shuo's thoughts, they suddenly burrowed into Han Shuo's body, becoming as small as ants, and entrenched themselves on a piece of bone on the back of Han Shuo's neck. Haha! This is indeed very interesting. With these 3-inch original demons, I have 3 more pairs of eyes. As long as I release them, I won't have to worry about being followed and ambushed. If I use the 3-inch original demons to assassinate others, it'll be the enemy's nightmare. Han Shuo laughed heartily as he continuously released the original demons with his thoughts and absorbed them into his body, practicing tirelessly. It was at this moment that Little Skull, who had been lying in the original demon cave, suddenly stood up and slowly crawled out. The 7 bone spurs on his back actually began to flap rapidly, and his body abruptly shot up into the sky with the strength of his 2 legs. There were 7 bone spurs on his back. 6 of them were arranged in 2 rows, like the wings of an insect. The remaining one went straight to his buttocks like a tail. As he shot into the sky, he swayed and danced with joy. The 2 rows of bone spurs on his back flapped fiercely, and the tail-like bone spur swayed continuously. It was like the head of a bicycle, and seemed to be able to help him move agilely in the air. The last tail-like bone spur swayed to the left, and the little body of the Little Skull fell to the left. When the bone spur swayed to the right, the falling body of the Little Skull would fall to the right. It was quite a miraculous sight. Han Shuo was dumbfounded as he watched the Little Skull swaying and falling from the air with a face full of shock. His brain couldn't react for a moment. After a while, the Little Skull fell from the air with a plop, and the bones all over his body made a series of swaying sounds. The Little Skull was also dizzy from the fall. After he stood up with the little bone knife, he actually walked around in circles as if he was drunk. Stinking brat, You've only been walking for a few days, and you already want to fly. Han Shuo looked at the little skull's appearance and felt extremely distressed. He quickly rushed in front of the little skull and knocked on the little skull's smooth forehead. It was very miraculous. When Han Shuo knocked with his finger, the little skull immediately stopped his drunken swaying and sat down on his butt like a child. He even stretched out his hand and scratched his head, as if he didn't understand what he had done wrong. This little skull had been carefully cared for by Han Shuo since the first time he was summoned by Han Shuo. Under the continuous cultivation of demonic arts, he actually gradually began to move like a human. Han Shuo's feelings for this little skull were deeper than anyone else's in this world. Seeing it fall from the sky, he was really worried to death. When Han Shuo saw that the little skull's skeleton did not fall apart, and other than the bones swaying a little from the fall, there was nothing else. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. After taking a closer look, he suddenly realized that the originally black bones of the little skull actually carried a faint hint of dark red. It was no longer a pure black color. If he didn't look closely, he might not have noticed it. That's strange. The original demon cave was originally used to refine little demons, but he insisted on going in and even had a look of satisfaction on his face. Now that he's out, his body has changed, and he's even learning from the little demon original demon, whose body is in between reality and illusion to fly. It looks like this stinking brat has changed again. I don't know if this change is good or bad. Even I don't know what this guy looks like now. Han Shuo stared at the little skull and observed it carefully, muttering to himself. After a period of contemplation, when Han Shuo discovered that he was unable to understand the changes in the little skull, he couldn't help but shake his head and stop thinking about it. Looking at the original demon cave, that no longer had any abnormalities due to the appearance of the little demon original demon, Han Shuo chanted a magical incantation and sent the little skull back to the other dimension. Now that his injuries had recovered, the 3 original demons had been refined, and even the little skull had regained its mobility. Thinking of some unsolved magical knowledge and the piece of black gold or that Phoebe owed him, Han Shuo organized a bit and returned to the Empire's Awesome City through the transportation matrix. Chapter 75. Awesome City, Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. Han Shuo ate breakfast and bought a new set of clothes before arriving at the academy in the morning. Han Shuo first went to the library and surreptitiously put the 2 books he'd entrusted Jack to steal, Foundations of Necromancy and Magical Dictionary, back where they'd been, and then made his way directly to the lab where Fanny was. The door to the lab wasn't closed. Fanny was wearing a black magic robe with gold trimmings and a pair of black-rimmed glasses. She held a magic staff in her left hand and a pen in her right. She was currently drawing magical patterns on a round table in the middle of the room, explaining something incessantly. Fitch, who was beside her, put on an attentive appearance, but his eyes often lingered on Fanny's face. Fanny, wearing glasses, was less charming and bright, and had more of a serious and intellectual beauty. This didn't diminish her beauty in the slightest in Han Shuo's eyes, and he also looked deeply at Fanny with a bit of intoxication. Fanny lifted her head to look at the dumbfounded Fitch after a round of explanations and asked with a frown, "Fitch, do you understand?" Fitch was instantly roused from his reverie and nodded, smiling faintly. "Master Fanny, you've explained very clearly. I understand now." When Fanny lifted her head to look at Fitch, she saw Han Shuo standing in front of the door. Han Shuo was now a bit taller than Fitch, and his body appeared quite valiant due to his constant training and battles. He stood there with a straight back like a javelin, and didn't have the slightest trace of a mage's frail appearance. Fanny was stunned at first, seeming to be a bit surprised by Han Shuo's unwitting changes. But when Fanny saw Han Shuo looking at her with an intoxicated expression, she couldn't help but panic and blush. She tightened her grip on the pen in her right hand and almost snapped it in half. "What's wrong with me?" Fanny exclaimed inwardly and involuntarily took a deep breath. She glared at Han Shuo with a bit of resentment, then raised her head and snorted, "Brian, long time no see. You disappeared for a month after the last trial. Where have you been fooling around? Why have you come back to the academy now?" Han Shuo's expression immediately returned to normal when he heard Fanny speak. He laughed lightly and walked rudely into the room without waiting for Fanny's greeting. He responded, "The last trial in the dark forest made me understand of my shortcomings, so I borrowed a magic book and crammed some foundational knowledge of magic. I've come to consult Master Fanny because I've run into many problems. I've come. Who'd believe you? You're always so secretive." Fanny rolled her eyes at Han Shuo, obviously not believing Han Shuo's words. She turned her head to look at Fitch and felt that Fitch's presence was a bit of an eyesore. She instructed, "Fitch, I still have some matters to discuss with Brian alone. Since you've understood my explanation just now, then go back and practice well." Fitch started, seeming not to have thought that Fanny would tell him to leave because of Han Shuo's appearance. He stared blankly for a while before glaring hatefully at Han Shuo. He said lowly, "An errand boy will always be an errand boy. He doesn't look like a true student even when he's wearing the uniform." Fitch finally left after he'd finished speaking. A smile hung on Han Shuo's face from beginning to end, and he paid no mind to Fitch's low mutterings. Han Shuo understood that Fitch still held a grudge against him because of Fanny's attitude towards him. However, before Fitch could express this hatred through action, Han Shuo couldn't be bothered to care about him. "Go close the door tight." Fanny put down the pen in her hand as soon as Fitch left and swept a glance at Han Shuo. She opened her mouth and gave her orders in a grandiose manner. "Close the door?" Han Shuo's heart trembled and he looked meaningfully at Fanny. A strange smile appeared on his face as he hastily stood up and said, all right, I'll go close the door now." When Han Shuo was in high spirits and happily closed the door to the lab, Fanny swept another glance at Han Shuo and continued to instruct, "You get on the bed first." Nodding his head like a chicken pecking at rice, Han Shuo didn't even say much this time as he took off his shoes and lay down on the white bed in the back. Proudly crossing his legs, Han Shuo smiled and said, "Master Fanny, come over here too." Fanny looked at Han Shuo with an amused expression and purposefully responded, "I'm coming, close your eyes first." Han Shuo had never been so well behaved before. With dirty thoughts in his heart, he very obediently closed his eyes and a lascivious smile blossomed on his face. "Ah!" A ghastly scream emitted from Han Shuo's mouth. In that moment, Han Shuo suddenly felt an enormous mental strength invade his brain and jolt Han Shuo awake from his sweet dreams. When Han Shuo saw Fanny looking at him with a smile, he asked with a bit of anger, "Master Fanny, what are you doing?" "Helping you examine your body. Didn't I say last time that you're my test subject? When we arrive at the academy, I'll make use of the academy's facilities to conduct a thorough examination for you. That's what I did just now. What do you think I told you to close the door and get on the bed for?" Fanny had a deadpan expression as she glared at Han Shuo. However, even though she was wearing glasses, it couldn't hide the smug smile of having succeeded in her scheme behind her glasses. The current Han Shuo was no longer the same as he was in the past. He saw the smugness in Fanny's eyes with one glance. He couldn't help but smile wryly as he sat up from the bed and said to Fanny, "Forget it, don't continue to examine me in the future. This kind of thing can't be explained with common sense. If you use that method to invade my brain and turn me into an idiot, then my life will be over." Fanny furrowed her brow slightly in thought when she heard Han Shuo's words. She thought for a bit and sighed involuntarily. She then said with a smile, "Forget it then. I'm willing to lose a test subject, but I can't lose a talented student." Han Shuo also breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Fanny had let him off the hook so easily. He thanked Fanny from the bottom of his heart and took out the Beginner Magics of Necromancy book, asking Fanny about some of the areas he didn't understand. Fanny looked at Han Shuo with surprise when she saw that Han Shuo had taken out the Beginner Magics of Necromancy book from his space ring and saw that many of the areas had been annotated by Han Shuo. She exclaimed softly, "You're already reading this book? Have you already grasped all the spells that a magic apprentice should know? Oh, you've even added a lot of annotations. It looks like you really haven't been slacking off during this time. I've misunderstood you." Of course I've already grasped all the spells that a magic apprentice should know," Han Shuo said with a smile. He thought for a moment and released the agony of the soul spell in front of Fanny, causing Fanny to cry out again in shock, "Oh my gosh! Brian, you're really too incredible. You actually have enough mental strength to release the agony of the soul spell." This means that your mental strength has indeed reached the level of a novice mage. You're a genius, a true genius. Han Shuo wasn't sure if he was a genius, but Han Shuo knew that the reason why his mental strength could increase so quickly was because of that strange green ball. Even now, Han Shuo still didn't know what this green ball was, but he was sure that it had something to do with the cemetery of death. After Fanny's series of exclamations, Han Shuo began to seriously ask Fanny about the magic knowledge that he didn't understand. As an adept mage, Fanny had always been doing her homework on how to teach her students about magic. She was very familiar with the basics and patiently explained each and every difficult problem to Han Shuo. The two of them were very close during this process, and Han Shuo could smell the delicate fragrance on Fanny's body. The two of them looked at each other during the explanation. Because of some common understandings, there was a tacit feeling of mutual admiration. Fanny didn't seem to dislike Han Shuo's closeness. Every time Han Shuo clearly understood what she was saying, she'd slap Han Shuo's shoulder in praise. Unknowingly, the two of them had talked for a few hours in Fanny's lab. Fanny didn't show the slightest bit of impatience, but rather seemed to enjoy meeting a good student. It wasn't until a bell rang that Fanny was startled back to her senses. She exclaimed softly, "Oh no, I almost forgot that I have to go to the training fields for lessons in the afternoon. Brian, your powers of comprehension are quite good. It looks like you're on the right path in learning necromancy magic. But let's stop here for today. I have to go to the training fields for lessons. Do you want to come with me?" Shaking his head, Han Shuo smiled. "Forget it. I've already mastered some of the low-level magic. I've understood many things from you today, and I need to think about them in private. I won't be going to the training fields." Nodding, Fanny didn't force the issue. She hurriedly packed up and picked up a book to straighten out her clothes. She said, "That's a good idea. You can come find me alone in the next couple of days, and I'll help you explain everything you don't understand. Oh right, Lisa seems to be quite worried about you after you've been gone for so long. She even asked me where you went." "Haha, I'm fine. Tell her not to worry. I'll be leaving now as well. I'll be bothering you often in the next couple of days. Thank you, Master Fanny, in advance." Han Shuo spoke carelessly and left Fanny's lab ahead of her. He thought for a bit and avoided crowded areas, walking out of the academy. After leaving the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, Han Shuo very carefully bypassed two paths before sneaking towards Phoebe's residence. After experiencing the assassination attempt at the Buzzed Merchant Guild last time, Han Shuo had a faint feeling that something was amiss. Not only had he offended Grover, but even Phoebe would likely hold a grudge against him. However, for the sake of the black gold ore, Han Shuo had no choice but to steel himself and come find Phoebe again. He could only hope that Phoebe's anger had already subsided after 10 days. It was the old steward who opened the door again. Fabian rushed over after hearing the news when Han Shuo walked in. He was still smiling when he saw Han Shuo and said, "Brian, what brings you here?" Smiling wryly, Han Shuo shook his head and sighed. "Don't mention it. I helped your Miss kill Darnell and Yuna at the Buzzed Merchant Guild last time. However, I don't know how I offended your Miss Phoebe. Not only did I not receive any compensation, but I was even beaten up by her. How unlucky." "Uh-oh." Although Miss Phoebe comes from a wealthy family, she's not an unreasonable person. What's going on between you and Miss Phoebe? In any case, she's been angry for the next few days after she returned in the middle of the night. I even overheard her cursing you for being shameless, despicable, and lowly. I really don't understand what would make her so angry." Fabian looked at Han Shuo with surprise and spoke slowly, deep in thought. With a wry face, Han Shuo sighed lowly again and said, "Forget it, let's not talk about those things. I have no choice but to come find her for the sake of my materials. Is Miss Phoebe home right now?" "Apologies, the Miss has left and isn't home for the time being. However, I think she'll be back soon. If you're not in a hurry, you can wait here for a while." "All right then, I'll wait for her for a while." Indeed, not long after, Han Shuo's ears could already hear the sound of someone knocking on the door from afar. He couldn't help but feel nervous as he thought about how he should speak to Phoebe when he saw her later. Just as Han Shuo's brow was furrowed in deep thought, a man's soft exclamation sounded, "You're Brian, right? What are you doing here?" Han Shuo started and immediately raised his head to look. He discovered that Lawrence, who'd spent 5 gold coins to hire him as a human target, was actually standing in front of the door with Phoebe. Senior brother Lawrence, you know him? Outside the door, Phoebe looked at Lawrence in surprise and spoke with a bit of surprise. Of course he's Brian, an errand boy of our Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. Lawrence responded matter-of-factly. Errand boy? Phoebe and Fabian exclaimed at the same time. Phoebe sized up Han Shua with a strange expression, but said to Lawrence, Senior brother, your Babylon Academy of Magic and Force is the most renowned school in the Empire. How can there be such a despicable, shameless, and lowly person? Lawrence started when these words were spoken and shrugged at Han Shua, smiling at Phoebe, junior sister. How has Brian offended you? I rather admire Brian's persevering and indomitable character. Han Shua's face was wry as he sat there and didn't respond. He lowered his head and drank his tea, cursing inwardly. He hadn't thought that this Lawrence would be Phoebe's senior brother. Now that his identity had been exposed, if Phoebe insisted on pursuing what had happened back then, it would be a bit troublesome even if he wanted to hide. Chapter 76. Senior brother Lawrence, come with me. I'll give you what you need. Phoebe couldn't help but speak to Lawrence when she saw that Han Shua didn't say anything, only drinking mouthful after mouthful of water with a wry expression on his face. She seemed to find it boring as well and couldn't help but speak to Lawrence. Before leaving, Phoebe glared hatefully at Han Shua with her bright eyes. She paused and said, If you're not in a hurry, wait for me for a while. Han Shua lifted his head to look at Phoebe and clearly felt Phoebe's suppressed anger. He remembered that he still needed to rely on her for the Demon Slayer edge and immediately nodded helplessly. Phoebe led Lawrence to the side. Fabian looked at Han Shua with an extremely odd expression when he saw them leave. He asked in astonishment, Brian, you're only an errand boy at the academy? My goodness, but you have such high strength. What's going on? Nothing's going on. Oh right, this Lawrence is an ordinary journeyman knight at our academy, but Miss Phoebe has the strength of a swordmaster. How come the two of them have the same master? Han Shua was quite puzzled and asked Fabian. Although knights and swordsmen could practice the same fighting aura, they both had the same master. Lawrence was only a journeyman knight, but Phoebe had the strength of a swordmaster. The difference between the two was too great. Han Shua had heard from the two that Lawrence was the senior brother and Phoebe the junior sister. This made Han Shua feel even more puzzled. I'm not very clear about the Miss situation either. I was only an insignificant character in the Bust Merchant Guild before. I've only heard that before the chairman died, the Miss was studying outside and only came back once or twice a year. If it wasn't for the chairman's sudden death, Miss Phoebe likely wouldn't have suddenly stayed behind. Lawrence also only appeared in my sights recently. They seem to have a good relationship, but I have no way to answer your questions. Fabian looked apologetically at Han Shua and opened his mouth to explain. Han Shua didn't ask any more questions after hearing his words. He nodded and frowned in thought. After a while, Phoebe and Lawrence once again stood in front of the door. Phoebe looked at Fabian and instructed Fabian, help me see senior brother Lawrence out. I have some things to discuss with Mr. Brian in private. Yes, miss. Fabian sensibly stood up and walked towards the door. Brian, I'm very happy to see you here. If you still want to earn a few more gold coins, you can come find me at any time. However, I don't think you need it anymore. Alright, goodbye Brian, I think we'll have a chance to meet again in the future. Lawrence looked meaningfully at Han Shua and smiled lightly as he walked outside with Fabian. Phoebe walked in with a cold face as soon as the two left. She flicked a glance at Han Shua after sitting down and snorted lightly. You still dare to see me? Why wouldn't I dare? Han Shua's eyebrows rose and he stared at Phoebe without backing down. I haven't done anything wrong, not to mention you still owe me something. As long as you give me the materials and black gold or you promised, I'll leave immediately and won't do business with you in the future. Slap. Phoebe slammed the table and glared at Han Shua angrily. You still have the face to ask for things from me? Damn it, you violated me. I'm already being polite by not killing you. Nonsense, you and I were both under the influence of aphrodisiac back then. I was the one who pulled you away from the Bust Merchant Guild. Otherwise you'd already be done for. Not to mention I didn't really do anything to you. Otherwise I wouldn't have carried you into the river. Han Shua was truly angry now. He thought to himself that he'd worked so hard for an entire night, and not only had he not gotten a single thing, he'd even been beaten up by her. There was no need to mention how much he'd treated Phoebe at that time, yet this Phoebe was still harping on this matter. Could it be that she really wanted to renege on her debt? Clang! Phoebe unsheathed her long sword and glared angrily at Han Shua. Han Shua also slammed the table and immediately stood up. He glared fiercely at Phoebe, as if he was going to fight to the death with a single word of disagreement. The two stared at each other and maintained this posture for nearly a minute. Phoebe pouted and put her long sword back into its scabbard with a clang. She turned her head away from Han Shua and said coldly, "What exactly do you want?" "Very simple. I'll buy the other materials at the price you gave me and return the black gold, or you owe me. Our debt will be written off. We won't have anything to do with each other in the future. And I won't continue to do any bullshit business with you." Han Shua sat down with a gloomy face and drank the water in front of him in one gulp, speaking crisply. "You despicable snob, here you go, all of it is yours. Now get out." Phoebe flared up with anger for no reason when she heard Han Shua's words. Her expression was one of uncontrollable fury, as she took out a large bag of items from her space ring in a somewhat irritable manner. She put it down with a clang and pushed it in front of Han Shua, glaring fiercely at Han Shua as she spoke. "Hey, you've already prepared everything? Why didn't you say so earlier? You've hurt our friendship for nothing." Han Shua was planning to take the items and leave when he saw that the bag of items had been placed in an orderly manner. There was a strange piece of metal in the middle, and it was contained in a small transparent bottle. The two words black gold were written on the bottle. It looked like Phoebe had already prepared everything and had no intention of going back on her word. However, what puzzled Han Shua was that since Phoebe clearly had no intention of going back on her word, why was she so hostile as soon as she walked in? She even said that she didn't plan on giving him anything. This was quite baffling to Han Shua. "Give me your crystal card and I'll transfer the gold that should be given to you into your crystal card." "Haha, I actually don't have any other intentions, I just want to take back what belongs to me." Han Shua smiled a bit awkwardly, but still put the bag of items into his space ring first. He then smiled sheepishly at Phoebe. Still not looking straight at Han Shua, Phoebe's face was cold and haughty as she said in a distant tone, "No need, I'm not as stingy as you. It's only 3,500 gold, just take it as a gift from me. Don't let me see you in the future, Scram." Han Shua's face stiffened when he saw that she was still mocking him. He nodded and put down a piece of black iron ore that he had mined the day before with a bang. He said in the same cold voice, "I don't like to owe favors to strangers. This piece of black iron ore will be my compensation for purchasing your other ores. Goodbye, Miss Phoebe, I won't do business with you in the future." Just as Han Shua was about to leave the room with a resolute expression, Phoebe suddenly stood up and looked at Han Shua with a face full of confusion. Her wise eyes were full of weakness and fatigue as she said to Han Shua in distress, "Stranger? You treat me as a stranger?" Shrugging his shoulders, Han Shua said suavely, "Since you don't treat me as a friend, of course I won't shamelessly stick to you." After saying this, Han Shua smiled freely and walked out of the room. But before Han Shua could walk out the door, Phoebe suddenly called out softly, "Wait." Looking back at Phoebe, Han Shua asked calmly, "Miss Phoebe, is there anything else?" Phoebe's expression was a bit odd as she lowered her head in silence. When she lifted her head, most of the weakness and fatigue on her face had disappeared. Her gaze that looked straight at Han Shua made Han Shua feel very odd. In the end, Phoebe even curled the corners of her mouth and revealed a faint smile, saying, "Brian, you're saying that you already treat me as a friend?" Astonished, Han Shua nodded and replied matter-of-factly, "Of course, we've gone through 2 life and death situations together at the Bust Merchant Guild. Not to mention that you've helped me out a bit. I already treat you as a friend. It's just that you don't want to." "Who says I don't want to? Humph, apart from monetary transactions, are you so heartless to all your friends?" At this time, Phoebe's expression had actually returned to normal again. She had a bit more humanity than usual and spoke to Han Shua with the same attitude she had spoken to Lawrence earlier. "Of course not." Han Shua responded. "Very good, since we're friends I have some things to tell you." Phoebe's expression was sincere as she thought for a bit and stared at Han Shua. "Brian, after we assassinated Darnell and Yuna last time, Grover thought that you were the culprit. He teamed up with Shadow Ghost to fully investigate your origins. You told him that you were Brian at that time, so I think that it won't be long before he finds out that you're at the academy. Unless you leave the academy and abandon the name Brian and live with a different identity, you'll have an endless amount of trouble. Phoebe's words were filled with sincere concern. Han Shuo could clearly feel it and felt a bit of warmth in his heart. His expression also softened a bit. After thinking carefully, Han Shuo felt that Phoebe's words shouldn't be a problem. He frowned and said to Phoebe, "Then what do you think I should do? Come with me and get rid of Grover. Otherwise, we'll never have a day of peace." Phoebe's charming face was frosty as she spoke word by word. After musing for a bit, Han Shuo suddenly felt that a life surrounded by danger seemed to be more suitable for him to break through his limits. His life before had been too monotonous. Perhaps a bit of excitement would be more interesting. Add to that what Phoebe had said. If he didn't get rid of Grover's threat, he would likely have endless troubles. After musing for a bit, Han Shuo said resolutely, "All right, I promise you. Then, accompany me to the Buzz Merchant Guild's private banquet tonight. Some of the guild's founding elders will also be present at the banquet." Phoebe's charming face lit up with joy when she saw that Han Shuo had agreed and immediately said, "What am I going to do at the banquet your Buzz Merchant Guild is holding?" Han Shuo started and asked, "Win the goodwill of the other founding elders and be on guard against the old thing's schemes. Brian, I need your help. You just said that we're friends, right?" Phoebe stared fixedly at Han Shuo and asked. Han Shuo suddenly felt like he'd boarded a pirate ship. He felt a bit strange, but he had indeed gone along with Phoebe's intentions earlier and admitted that the two were friends. There was no way to back out now, and Han Shuo could only brace himself and agree. Exclaiming softly, Phoebe said with a smile, "That's great. Wait a moment, I'll have someone make a fitting robe for you. I also need to teach you some basic etiquette for nobles. I've just learned from Lawrence that you're from the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. I think you're not very good at these things." Han Shuo looked unhappily at Phoebe and said, "I was an errand boy, but that's all in the past. There's no one I can't meet or speak of." "My apologies, Brian, I didn't mean anything else, really." Phoebe couldn't help but feel a bit worried when she saw Han Shuo like this and hastily apologized sincerely. "It's all right, tell me, I'll listen seriously." Han Shuo waved his hand carelessly, indicating for Phoebe to quickly start. This is black iron ore." As if she just discovered it, Phoebe looked at the black iron ore that Han Shuo had placed on the table and looked at Han Shuo with a face full of astonishment. She asked, "You actually have black iron ore? It looks like you're planning on forging the best weapon." "Of course." Han Shuo responded affirmatively. After that, Phoebe explained the simple etiquette of nobles to Han Shuo. Han Shuo understood that if he wanted to climb to a higher level in this world, these necessary etiquettes did indeed need to be mastered. Therefore, he listened earnestly to Phoebe's explanation, and even tried to perform some basic etiquette actions according to Phoebe's requests. When night fell, Han Shuo changed into the formal attire that Phoebe had specially prepared for him and looked quite decent. He followed behind Phoebe and rode the carriage to the Buzz Merchant Guild for the third time. Many luxurious carriages were parked in front of the door. The guards had been changed again, and they were two unfamiliar faces to Han Shuo. When Phoebe and Han Shuo alighted from the carriage together, they didn't need the guards to greet them and walked in with familiar ease. Phoebe led the way through two corridors and appeared at the entrance to the banquet. "Niece Phoebe, this is our guild's private banquet. It doesn't seem very appropriate for you to bring him in, does it?" In front of the banquet, Grover held a goblet full of fine wine and was chatting cheerfully with a few obviously wealthy guild elders. When he saw Phoebe and Han Shuo walk in, he first glared venomously at Han Shuo before speaking to Phoebe. "Uncle Grover, this Mr. Brian isn't an outsider." Phoebe pursed her lips and laughed lightly. She looked a bit bashfully at Han Shuo and explained, "Oh, then good niece, can you tell me why he's not an outsider?" Grover narrowed his eyes and sized up Phoebe like a venomous snake, speaking in an enigmatic tone. "He's my boyfriend." Phoebe raised her head and looked Grover in the eye without fear, saying proudly, Chapter 77. Boyfriend. Grover was startled and looked Phoebe up and down with an extremely odd gaze. He then looked at Hanshua with an even more odd gaze, as if he couldn't believe it, and confirmed once more, "Is he really your boyfriend?" "Of course." Phoebe nodded affirmatively and reached out with a blushing arm to hold Hanshua's left hand, as if to prove their relationship. As if an egg had been shoved into his mouth, Hanshua's mouth gaped wide open with a dazed look on his face. He only reacted when he felt Phoebe's small hand secretly tighten around his arm. He laughed dryly and nodded, but didn't open his mouth to explain anything. An elder of the trading firm who was chatting cheerfully with Grover couldn't help but ask Grover in a low voice, "What's the background of this kid?" Grover didn't say much and only shot a look at the person, then moved aside a bit and said with a smile, "Since he's Phoebe's boyfriend, then there's no problem. Hurry up and come in." Forcefully pulling Hanshua along, Phoebe's expression was as usual as she walked into the great hall. She smiled at a few of the elders along the way, and then pulled Hanshua towards a place with fewer people. Inside the great hall, waiters were carrying platters of fruit and fine wine, placing them on a wide square table in the center. An enormous chandelier hung overhead, emitting bright light. The entire great hall was decorated magnificently, surprising a country bumpkin like Hanshua quite a bit. However, what surprised Hanshua the most was Phoebe's words just now. When he saw that there was no one around, Hanshua immediately smiled wryly at Phoebe. "I say, Miss Phoebe, what do you mean by this?" Casually picking up a goblet, Phoebe poured herself a cup of rosy fine wine and gracefully took a sip. She then said, "Don't think too much. I'm just finding a cover for your identity. There's no other meaning. If I didn't say this, I'm afraid you wouldn't have been able to come in at all." Nodding, Hanshua sighed helplessly and said, "I knew that nothing good would come out of coming with you. You have to act a bit more naturally. I'll help you deal with it. This is our guild's annual gathering, and all the elders will be here. As bold as Grover is, he wouldn't dare make a move at this time, so we don't have to worry." Phoebe spoke softly to Hanshua, but her eyes continuously scanned the surroundings. Similarly picking up a goblet and pouring half a cup of wine, Hanshua took a sip and felt that it was quite sweet and sour. After a moment of careful observation, Hanshua discovered that many of these Buddhist merchant guild members had brought their families as well. There were 20 to 30 people in the great hall, and among them were old elders, handsome youths, as well as a few attractive women and dignified young ladies. Without exception, all of these people were richly dressed and their actions were refined and courteous. It looked like this was the style of the so-called upper class. Grover held a goblet in one hand as he shuttled back and forth among these people, greeting everyone kindly and appearing to be quite familiar with them. "The Buddhist Merchant Guild has always been controlled by our Buddhist family. My father was originally the chairman, but because I've always been traveling, the old thing temporarily took over the position when my father died. However, don't look at how he seems to be on good terms with many of the elders. No one really knows what's going on behind the scenes. Otherwise, it would be useless for me to come back," Phoebe explained to Hanshua in a low voice as Hanshua silently observed the surroundings. Hanshua's thoughts raced when he heard Phoebe's words and he suddenly said, "Your father, how did he suddenly die? Did you not know anything about it beforehand?" A trace of murderous intent flashed through Phoebe's eyes when she heard this question. She then lowered her voice and said with a cold face, "I'm still investigating how my father died and haven't found any evidence yet. Because I've never been in the guild, there are many things I'm not clear on. The elders likely don't believe me and their attitudes are all uncertain. What I need to do now is win the support of these elders. Otherwise, I won't be able to shake the old thing's position in the guild with my own strength alone." Hanshua understood from Phoebe's words that she was also suspicious of his father's death. He didn't say anything else and held his goblet as he observed the people in the hall, silently weighing his options. After a while, a few more people arrived in succession. Finally, an old man with grizzled sideburns walked into the great hall with the help of a steward. Many people in the hall came over to greet this person when he appeared. When Phoebe saw this, she immediately pulled Hanshua along and hurried over. She quickly explained in a low voice, "He's Andrew. He founded the Buddhist Merchant Guild with my grandfather. He's one of the most senior members of the guild now, and even Grover doesn't dare be too presumptuous in front of him. If he helps us, we won't be so passive." Phoebe bowed in a reserved manner when she arrived in front of Andrew and said with a joyful smile, "Grandpa Andrew, why have you come as well?" It's our beautiful little Phoebe. Grandpa hasn't seen you in a long time. You've grown so tall." Andrew's left hand leaned on a cane and his right hand was supported by a steward as he chuckled merrily at Phoebe. "Good niece, don't just talk and hurry up and let the old man sit in the hall. The old man is getting on in years and must be very tired after riding the carriage all the way here. He can't stand like this anymore." Grover said this to Phoebe when he came over and walked towards Andrew, seeming to want to take Andrew to sit on his side. It's fine. Little Phoebe and I had a great time chatting. It's been a long time since we've seen our little Phoebe." Andrew avoided Grover's support and lifted his cane instead, walking towards Phoebe and Han Shuo. Grover's brow furrowed involuntarily as he watched Phoebe lead Andrew to the other side with a face full of surprise. His gaze roamed over Andrew's body, seeming to be thinking about something. When Phoebe, Andrew, and Han Shuo had walked to the other corner of the hall and sat down, Grover had already raised his wine cup and chuckled. "Founding elders of the Bust Merchant Guild, today is our Bust Merchant Guild's annual gathering. I'm very happy to be able to see all of you again this year. It's a pity that my dear brother has passed away due to his health. This is a truly tragic matter. Don't be sad, Grover. Currently, the Chamber of Commerce is in good order under your management. I think the president would be very pleased if he knew of your hard work." One of the founding members suddenly spoke up. As soon as he spoke, another two people beside him echoed. Han Shuo watched these people's performance with cold eyes. He already had an idea in his heart and understood that these people must have a close relationship with Grover. They were only expressing their attitudes by saying this. At this moment, Han Shuo, who was sitting next to Phoebe, clearly heard Andrew give an extremely low snort. Phoebe was closer to Andrew and naturally heard it clearly. She couldn't help but look at Andrew with pleasant surprise and exchange a look with Han Shuo. "The chairman has passed away. But our Bust Merchant Guild can't keep the chairman's position empty forever. I think we should take advantage of this time's gathering to properly discuss the matters of the new chairman. What do you all think?" The same person raised his voice and spoke up. The two founding elders who had responded earlier spoke up again to express their agreement. Grover's face was calm as he sat there, continuously surveying the surroundings. His gaze lingered on Phoebe and Andrew for a bit longer. Of course, the chairman's position can't be left empty for too long, but the question of who will be the chairman is an important one. A broad-headed founding elder spoke up in a low, muffled voice not too far away. "What's there to discuss? Of course Grover should be the new chairman. After the chairman passed away, Grover has always been in charge of the guild's business. The guild has been stable and orderly in Grover's hands. Everyone has seen that. Apart from Grover, I don't think anyone else has the right to sit in this position." The person named Grover abruptly stood up and raised his voice, winning the agreement of the other two. Grover stood up with a smile on his face and put on a modest and hypocritical expression. He'd said some things about his limited abilities and that he didn't dare take on the role, but the other three had firmly expressed that he was the only one. Their cooperation could be considered to be tacit. "Uncle Andrew, who do you think is most suitable to be the new chairman?" At this moment, the founding elder with the low, muffled voice looked at Andrew from afar and asked. As he spoke, the gazes of the other senior elders gathered on Andrew. It seemed like they were all waiting for Andrew's response. Andrew looked at Phoebe, who was forcibly putting on a calm expression. He rose slightly and chuckled softly, finally opening his mouth to say, "It's not an old fellow like me, because I don't have many days left to live, heh." Everyone smiled kindly when he said this. Grover also smiled and seemed to heave a sigh of relief, as if he'd been very afraid that Andrew would step forward and fight for the chairman's position with him. However, Andrew swept his gaze across the crowd and continued, "I feel that little Phoebe has already grown up. Since she's the chairman's daughter and a member of the Bust family, she should be the most qualified to be the new chairman according to reason. Why hasn't anyone mentioned this?" "No, absolutely not. Miss Phoebe is still too young and has always been traveling outside. She doesn't know the matters of the guild at all. If she's the chairman, she may drag down our Bust Merchant Guild's business." It was still the founding elder who'd always defended Grover who immediately protested fiercely. "Kilo, that's hard to say. Although Miss Phoebe is young, I think she understands the big picture and has a sense of propriety in her conduct. Perhaps she can bring the guild to greater development if she's in charge." An elder suddenly opened his mouth to speak. The founding elders who'd been silent all along suddenly echoed when they saw Andrew express his support for Phoebe. There were still 3 or 4 founding elders who didn't say a word, as if expressing their neutrality. How can this be? We can't use the guild's future as a test subject for her abilities." That Kilo, Grover's loyal supporter, immediately spoke up noisily. "Why not? If I remember correctly, the old chairman was only 23 years old when he was in charge of the Merchant Guild. But with the help of Andrew and a few other old gentlemen, the old chairman grew up very quickly and made the Bust Merchant Guild flourish with each passing day. I think that Miss Phoebe should be able to do the same. Not to mention that with all of us supporting her, there won't be any big problems." The man continued. Grover's face had darkened since Andrew's words. He finally stood up at this moment and said to Phoebe, "Good niece, this boyfriend of yours was once an errand boy at the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, and had the status of a slave. Don't blame Uncle for being meddlesome, but if others find out that you're with him, it will affect our guild's reputation." When these words left his mouth, some of the elders in the hall immediately focused their attention on Han Shuo. They couldn't disguise their expressions of disdain. Han Shuo was startled and finally understood that Phoebe's worries weren't without reason. It looked like he'd underestimated the power of Grover and Shadow Ghost. He hadn't thought that they'd be able to discover his origins with just a name. It was a good thing that he'd spent most of his time in the cemetery of death these days. Otherwise, if he'd stayed in the academy, he might have long since been assassinated by experts. "Uncle, what do you mean by this?" Phoebe suddenly stood up at this moment and glared angrily at Grover with a frosty face. She wanted to shed all pretense of cordiality and yell, "Good niece, don't be angry. I just want to tell everyone that your foresight doesn't seem to be very good. In order to be in charge of the Bust Merchant Guild, foresight and wisdom are the most important. If you have to choose your future husband from among the slaves, then I think everyone won't be at ease in letting you be the chairman." Grover still wore a peaceful smile on his face, but the words he spoke were quite malicious. A person who would murder his own brother for the sake of profit, and continuously send out killers to harm his own niece, I think he's even more unworthy of the chairman's position. Han Shuo also stood up and looked at Grover with a cold, fearless smile, as if he didn't know how deadly his words were. Pausing, Han Shuo spoke again under the astonished gazes of everyone present. "Please remember, I am now a student of the Babylon Academy. I no longer have the status of a slave, and never will in the future." Chapter 78. Shut up, don't make slanderous accusations. Big brother and I have a deep relationship. How could I do such a thing? Good niece, how could you find such a boyfriend who doesn't see the big picture? Uncle truly feels sorry for you. Grover's expression immediately changed as he stood up with a rumble and slammed the table, roaring angrily. His expression as usual, Han Shuo laughed lightly and said with a laugh, "Everyone knows that as the only daughter of the chairman, Phoebe should be the most qualified candidate to succeed the position of chairman. If she were to be assassinated, who would benefit the most? When has it ever been an outsider's turn to speak about the matters of our Bust Merchant Guild? Phoebe, you should properly discipline this outsider who doesn't know anything." Grover glared viciously at Han Shuo and then turned his head to speak to Phoebe. Phoebe had already calmed down by this time from her earlier panic. She'd always maintained an amiable facade with Grover, but who would have thought that Han Shuo wouldn't care at all and would be so diametrically opposed from the start, almost immediately shedding all pretense of cordiality with Grover and disrupting all of her steps. She didn't know what to do for a moment. However, when Han Shuo and Grover were refuting each other, Phoebe's thoughts changed and she felt that Han Shuo's actions were rather straightforward. Because of Han Shuo's actions, Phoebe's attitude was clearly expressed in front of these elders. This also let them see that she, Phoebe, wasn't a weak person who didn't want to fight for things. Except, now wasn't the time to weigh gains and losses. Since Han Shuo had already expressed himself so sharply, Phoebe couldn't do anything even if she wanted to. She immediately said confidently after Grover had finished speaking, That's right, Uncle Grover. I think I'm qualified to be the chairman of the guild. Although I've been traveling all these years, my father has never given up on teaching me. Moreover, the knowledge I've learned is also related to managing the company. This is all arranged by my father. I hope that Uncle can support me. If there's anything I'm lacking in, Uncle can also teach me. I'm confident that I can manage the company well. Good niece, your courage is commendable, but this kind of matter is not child's play. A single careless mistake can send the trading company into a situation of eternal damnation. Uncle is cowardly and cannot bear this kind of responsibility. Since they had shed all pretense of cordiality, Grover no longer concealed anything and spoke with a dark expression. It was at this moment that Andrew suddenly stood up shakily with the support of his walking stick. He said, "There's no point in continuing to argue like this. How about this, why don't we let little Phoebe try first? If the company can develop smoothly in her hands within 3 months, then we'll let Phoebe be the president. Otherwise, it'll be Grover. What does everyone think?" With Andrew's words, apart from the 3 elders who favored Grover, all the other elders expressed their agreement. Andrew waited until everyone had voted before looking at Grover with a smile. He said merrily, "Since the majority has agreed, I think we'll leave it at that for the time being. What do you think?" No matter how unwilling he was in his heart, Grover felt that he couldn't change anything now that the majority of the elders of the company had agreed. In the end, he could only brace himself and say helplessly, "Since that's the case, then we'll do as you wish." Nodding, Andrew smiled. "All right then, I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. Oh, little Phoebe, Grandpa hasn't seen you in a long time. If there's nothing else, why don't you come with me to my house for a chat?" "All right, I was just about to ask Grandpa for some experience in managing the company." Phoebe stood up with a smile and put down her wine cup. She gave Han Shuo a look and didn't even look at Grover as she walked out the door. Han Shuo put down his wine cup in understanding and flashed a cold smile of disdain at Grover, who was looking at him with a dark expression. He followed behind Phoebe and also walked out of the hall. As soon as they left the company, Phoebe looked around to make sure that no one was around and said softly to Han Shuo, "Go back to my residence first. I'll hurry back after chatting with Grandpa Andrew for a bit. We'll talk later." "Haha, little Phoebe, this boyfriend of yours is quite bold. He actually went head-to-head with Grover in the hall. I think you have good taste." Andrew stood beside his carriage and looked at Phoebe and Han Shuo with an amiable expression as he spoke with a smile. Blushing slightly, Phoebe looked at Han Shuo and said in a low voice, "Be careful on the road." She then walked over to Andrew and said coquettishly, "Of course not. He's so dumb that you don't know how infuriating it is." Han Shuo didn't continue to listen to their conversation, and didn't ride in the carriage that had come with Phoebe. Instead, he walked towards the north of the city alone. It was already late at night, and there were almost no pedestrians on the road. Han Shuo hadn't felt any danger when he'd just left the Buzzed Merchant Guild, but when Han Shuo had passed through a road and just entered an alley, he suddenly raised his guard. With a thought, 3 original demons were silently released from the back of Han Shuo's neck. As soon as the original demons left Han Shuo's neck, they immediately transformed into an incorporeal state and concealed themselves in 3 directions without leaving a trace in the darkness. It was as if he'd suddenly gained a few more pairs of eyes. Apart from what was directly in front of him, Han Shuo could even clearly see the situation behind and to his left and right. The original demons formed from magical yuan didn't have a trace of fighting aura or magic on their bodies. In their incorporeal state, it was very difficult to detect them with the naked eye. Therefore, the departure and concealment of the original demons didn't alarm anyone at all. Behind Han Shuo was the wind adept Mage Ellis that he'd seen last time. His body floated like a wisp of a ghost, silently trailing behind Han Shuo. On the rooftops of the alleys to his left and right, 4 assassins dressed in black walked silently behind him, slowly closing in on him. Shocked, Han Shuo hadn't thought that Grover would be so daring. He'd made his move right after he'd left the Merchant Guild. It looked like he really did hate Han Shuo to the bone. Han Shuo suddenly calmed down at a time like this that concerned his life and death. There were 5 people in total. Apart from the wind adept Mage Ellis, the strength of the other 4 wasn't weak either. According to the observations of the original demons, Han Shuo discovered that the four were divided into 2 warriors, 1 mage and 1 archer. If it wasn't for the fact that the original demons could monitor their movements at all times this time, Han Shuo would have been hard-pressed to escape death. However, now that he had the original demons, although Han Shuo didn't have the slightest advantage in terms of strength, it wasn't like he didn't have any hope of escaping alive. Because on the way here, Han Shuo had already learned from Phoebe's explanation that there was a mansion of Imperial soldiers stationed not too far ahead of the alleyway. The reason why Han Shuo had chosen to walk through this dark alleyway was also because of the mansion in front of him. His mind raced for a moment and Han Shuo understood that these people could only make their move in this alleyway. Otherwise, once he passed through this alleyway, they wouldn't have a chance. The space ring lit up faintly and Han Shuo grasped the dagger in his right hand. Han Shuo's footsteps were neither fast nor slow as he advanced, paying attention to the movements of his enemies at all times according to the surveillance of the original demons. Finally, when Han Shuo had reached the middle of the alleyway, the 5 assassins, including Ellis, seemed to think that they were in position and suddenly sped up their approach. The faint sound of an arrow breaking through the air suddenly fell into Han Shuo's ears. This arrow was incomparably sharp and shot swiftly and violently towards Han Shuo's back as soon as it appeared. Its momentum was exceedingly fierce. This arrow had come from a professional archer, and the angle was exceedingly tricky and vicious. If it wasn't for Han Shuo observing his movements clearly through the original demons, this arrow alone would likely have killed Han Shuo on the spot. His originally unhurried footsteps suddenly sped up, but he didn't charge forward, instead retreating to the left. With a whoosh, the arrow streaked past the corner of Han Shuo's clothes and suddenly whistled forward. In front of Han Shuo, the arrow suddenly shattered into pieces. Several sharp wind blades had long since been released by Ellis, as if waiting for Han Shuo to subconsciously burrow into them. It was a pity that Han Shuo had detected them one step ahead and forcibly avoided them. At the same time, the top of his head suddenly lit up and a wall of fire abruptly formed, enveloping Han Shuo below. 2 nimble figures instantly lifted long swords and flew down from the roof. Han Shuo could see the light and dark green fighting aura clearly under the illumination of the wall of fire. Suddenly accelerating, Han Shuo speed soared in a flash and he suddenly circled around from the left, then avoided the obstruction of Ellis' wind blades and flew towards the exit of the alleyway. Han Shuo had just left his original spot when the wall of fire came crashing down. The place where he'd been standing before was filled with sparks. No matter how they imagined it, they didn't know that Han Shuo had already clearly seen their deliberate concealment through the original demons. They'd originally thought the attack to be absolutely accidental, but Han Shuo had already seen it all. This was why the first wave of attacks from the 5 of them with extraordinary strength had all failed. "We can't let him leave this alleyway alive." Ellis' gentle voice had purposefully become sharp and suddenly rang out at this moment. The archer and the other fire mage stood on the rooftops on both sides of the alleyway. As soon as Ellis' words had landed, they acted at almost the same time. 3 arrows were grabbed by the archer and placed on his longbow. With a whoosh, they shot out swiftly and violently towards Han Shuo's forehead, back and thighs. Another wall of fire suddenly formed in front of Han Shuo, forcibly blocking off Han Shuo's path and forcing Han Shuo to take a detour. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to escape the burning of the wall of fire. The 2 swordsmen who just landed took advantage of this moment to quickly approach with their swords raised. They were only 10 meters away from Han Shuo. Ellis' feet didn't touch the ground as he also swiftly rushed over from behind, obviously intending to leave Han Shuo here. His body tilting, Han Shuo changed direction again and circled to the right, intending to go around the wall of fire and rush out of the long street. A few wind blades came whistling over. All of this was within Han Shuo's expectations. The dagger in his hand quickly waved, and 5 wind blades were chopped away by Han Shuo's dagger. However, 3 of the wind blades still slashed past Han Shuo's thigh and arm. Han Shuo had only been hit by 3 wind blades because he'd known beforehand that Ellis had set up wind blades here. Otherwise, if more than 10 wind blades had struck his vitals, he probably wouldn't have been able to take another step forward. Braving the injuries to his thigh and arm, Han Shuo rushed out of the attack of the wind blades and evaded the wall of fire and flying arrows at the same time. He dashed towards the entrance of the alleyway like lightning, and had already escaped the second wave of attacks. He was about to rush out of the long street. Right at this moment, a mournful scream suddenly tore through the silent sky. Han Shuo, in the midst of running, suddenly discovered the archer with the aid of the original demons. The longbow in his hand had been broken in two, and fresh blood was dripping from the corners of his mouth as he fell limply from the roof. Phoebe stood proudly with a longsword in her hand where he'd just been. "Fie! Phoebe, you're actually a swordmaster." The hooded Ellis had forgotten to change his voice due to his excitement. He used his original voice and exclaimed in surprise. Then, without calling for the others, Ellis' rapidly charging body abruptly stopped. He abruptly turned around and fled at an even faster speed to the back. Phoebe snorted coldly and didn't chase after the fleeing Ellis. After all, if a wind mage ran with all his might, it was indeed very difficult to catch up to him. Waving the longsword in her hand, Phoebe, standing majestically on the roof, landed lightly on the two warriors below. It looked like she planned on taking care of the remaining people first. At this moment, Han Shuo had almost made it out of the long alley when he saw Phoebe suddenly appear. He was overjoyed and abruptly turned around, opening his mouth to summon Little Skull and walking quickly towards the two warriors. Han Shuo had been running with all his might earlier, so Little Skull hadn't been of much use. Now that a swordmaster like Phoebe was present, Han Shuo had turned from prey to hunter. It was naturally time for Little Skull to appear and kill the enemy. When Little Skull appeared with the bone dagger in hand, its calf bones started running quickly under Han Shuo's orders. The 7 bone spurs on its back flapped as it rushed towards the roof with a whoosh, attempting to take care of the other fire mage. The fire mage jumped in fright, never having thought that Little Skull would be able to use the momentum to leap onto the roof. In his panic, he immediately chanted an incantation. A wall of blazing flames appeared once again, completely blocking off Little Skull's only path. However, Little Skull didn't care about the obstruction of the wall of flames at all, and charged headlong into the wall of flames. When Little Skull walked out of the wall of flames, the fire mage was already in front of him, flabbergasted. It waved the bone dagger in its hand and turned the fire mage into a beehive. Chapter 79. There were only 2 swordsmen left, one senior swordsman and the other journeyman warrior. Just Phoebe alone was enough to make it hard for the 2 of them to escape death. Han Shuo, turning around, only sped up the speed of their deaths. With a flash of his space ring, Han Shuo took out a crossbow and inserted an arrow into it. He was already facing one of the swordsmen. Just as they suddenly retreated and wanted to escape, Han Shuo's crossbow had already been fired, shooting towards the back of the senior warrior's heart. The senior swordsman who had turned around and planned to escape had no choice but to turn around and block the arrow, but by the time he'd shattered the crossbow arrow shot by Han Shuo, Phoebe was already standing in front of him. The Little Skull who'd killed the fire mage held a bag in his left hand and jumped down from the roof with a whoosh. The skeleton shook for a bit, and was already standing in front of another journeyman swordsman with his sword. When Han Shuo walked over with a cold smile, the 2 swordsmen suddenly slashed their own necks with the long swords in their hands and fell to the ground. These are the people of Shadow Ghost. If they know that there's no way out, they'll choose to end their own lives. Phoebe shook her head and put the sword in her hand back into her space ring, frowning as she spoke. At this moment, the Little Skull arrived in front of the 2 corpses and began to loot their bodies with practiced ease. When he'd hung 2 more bags in his left hand, he picked up the bone knife and walked happily towards Han Shuo, handing a total of 3 bags to Han Shuo. Smiling as he touched the Little Skull's skull, Han Shuo took the 3 bags and cursed out loud after taking a look. "Damn it, 3 poor bastards and only 10 gold coins." Rolling her eyes at Han Shuo, Phoebe didn't examine the corpses and directly said to Han Shuo, "I've never seen someone as greedy as you. There's no need to examine the corpses, you won't find anything. The people of Shadow Ghost don't bring anything important when they go out to do things, so just give up, they won't bring you any wealth." Hearing Phoebe say this, Han Shuo cursed again and chanted an incantation to send the Little Skull away. He then grinned and said softly, "Didn't you leave with Andrew? Why are you suddenly back? You're hurt?" Phoebe was startled and immediately walked towards Han Shuo. She revealed a worried expression when she saw that Han Shua's body had been slashed by the wind blades. Her space ring lit up and gauze and medicine appeared in her hands. She no longer held back and said gently, "Don't move." It was rare for Han Shua to see this kind of expression on Phoebe's face, and he was slightly touched. He stood there dumbly without moving and watched as Phoebe carefully applied the medicinal powder on his wounds and bandaged them with gauze. When Phoebe was done, she finally tugged at Han Shua and exhaled softly, "You've picked a good place. There are 2 large mansions around this alley, and the people from both families are gone. No one came out despite the fierce fighting here, so it looks like the houses haven't been sold yet. However, we can't stay here for long. Although the security here isn't very tight, there will still be soldiers patrolling the streets every once in a while. We should leave as soon as possible." "Let's go." Han Shua agreed and left with Phoebe, hurrying towards the northern part of the city. He asked along the way, "Right, you still haven't told me why you suddenly came back." Seeing that there was no one around, Phoebe furrowed her brow and said in a low voice, "In Grandpa Andrew's carriage, he told me that Grover has been doing business with the barbaric orcs recently. He actually sold the Empire's weapons to the orcs. This matter has too many implications, and the Empire will never let him go once they find out. If I take control of the Merchant Guild, Grover definitely won't be able to conceal this matter. Therefore, he won't wait for me to take control of the Merchant Guild, and will certainly kill me before that. Otherwise, once this matter is exposed, Grover will find it difficult to escape the Empire's punishment no matter how strong he is. After I found out about this, I knew that he would definitely kill you first. I was worried about you, so I left Grandpa Andrew midway and came to find you." Nodding, Han Shua said, "So that's how it is. No wonder that Grover wants to kill us so quickly. It looks like as long as you have this bit of evidence, Grover will die without a doubt." "That's right." Phoebe smiled coldly and thought for a moment. She sighed and said, "However, now that Ellis knows of my strength, I think Grover will definitely think of another way. The next time there's an assassination attempt, I think even I will have a hard time dealing with it." Han Shua knew that his own strength was limited. If he couldn't even deal with Phoebe, then he likely wouldn't be of much use. The only thing that could help Phoebe was his sensitive senses for assassins. After thinking for a moment, Han Shua said, "I'll leave for a moment and come find you when my injuries have healed. Grover is our common enemy now, I know what to do." "Alright, but don't return to the academy no matter what. Since Grover knows of your identity, you'll face great danger if you remain in the academy for the next few days." Phoebe mused for a moment and said to Han Shua, nodding his head to indicate that he understood. Han Shua told Phoebe to be careful and left by himself. The 3 original demons accompanied him from beginning to end. They didn't discover any other activity until Han Shua arrived at the cemetery in the mountains behind the academy. After returning to the cemetery of death, Han Shua first practiced a bit of magical yuan. Under the circulation of magical yuan, Han Shua's wounds had a cool feeling and the pain was greatly reduced. It was already noon the next day after he slept. Now that all the ingredients had been gathered, Han Shua impatiently left the cemetery of death and headed towards the dwarf village. He planned on having the dwarf village chief, Calvin, forge the demon's lair edge for him. The dwarf village was within a small mountain valley, and there were enormous trees covering the front of the village. If it wasn't for the fact that Han Shua had followed the dwarves here before, he really would have found it difficult to discover where they lived. Now that Han Shua was familiar with the road, he arrived at the dwarf village in a short while. After passing through the enormous trees, a dwarf standing guard in front of him held a sharp axe in his hand. When he saw Han Shua, he immediately called out in a friendly voice, "Oh good friend, you've come again." Following behind the dwarf, Han Shua passed through a small shrubbery path and finally arrived at the dwarf village. Calvin, Bennett, and the others who had come upon hearing the news all came out to welcome Han Shua with smiles on their faces. Fine wine was served after a while. The dwarves lived in the small wooden houses they'd built themselves, and some also lived in hollowed-out tree holes. There were only 100 or so dwarves in this village, and women and children made up the majority. Only 60 or so of the able-bodied men could truly fight. After spending time together, Han Shua had already won the sincere friendship of the dwarves. They were quite generous to Han Shua, and every time Han Shua came over, they would welcome him with fine wine and meat, making Han Shuo quite moved. Han Shuo, how did you find the time to come over this time? Calvin chuckled as he greeted Han Shuo. Taking out the materials that Phoebe had prepared from his space ring, Han Shuo handed them over to Calvin. Elder, these are the materials that were prepared according to your requirements. There's enough black iron ore as well. Can you see if you can forge a weapon for me? Calvin took the materials that Han Shuo had handed over and carefully examined them, saying with pleasant surprise, yes, of course I can. It's a happy thing for us to have enough materials to forge a good weapon. Don't worry, Han, we'll start work tomorrow and we'll be able to forge a weapon for you in about a week. You'll be sure to be satisfied. Han Shuo truly breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this guarantee and immediately expressed his sincere gratitude to Calvin. The low complaints of a few dwarven women traveled in from the distance. Han Shuo's ears were quite sharp, and he couldn't help but pay attention to their conversation. Ai, it's almost winter. We won't be able to secure our food in the snow, and the village chief has already taken out his stored rations to entertain the guests. I don't know how we'll get through the winter if this continues. That's right. A few days ago, I heard that those damned ogres appeared in the vicinity again. It looks like these ogres are going to plunder again in order to get through the winter. If they discover our village, then we'll have to move again. I really don't know when these days will come to an end. Han Shuo heard every word of the dwarven women's conversation. Han Shuo was a bit moved. It looked like the lives of the dwarves weren't as easy as he'd imagined. But even so, they always brought out the best food to entertain Han Shuo whenever he came over. This made Han Shuo feel quite apologetic. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo sighed lightly and said to Calvin, Elder, do you not think of me as a friend? Han, why would you say that? Could it be that we've done something wrong? Bennett, who had a good impression of Han Shuo, was the first to exclaim in surprise and look at Han Shuo in confusion before Calvin could open his mouth. Shaking his head, Han Shuo sighed. Why do you worry about food and the ogres, but not tell me you're friend? Han, it's because we're good friends that we don't want to trouble you. In addition, because of your help we've already obtained a lot of ore. We can forge many weapons with these ores. We won't have to be afraid of those ogre villains this year. Calvin sighed in relief when he heard Han Shuo's words and responded with a smile. No, since the elder is willing to take out the village's winter rations for me, I have to do something as a friend. Don't worry, elder. I'll head to the human society and help you resolve your winter rations problem. Apart from these, I can help you deliver anything else you need. How can that be? Although we're friends, we can't trouble you. We also want to purchase these items from the human society, but we'll have to pass through a long stretch of the dark forest to get there. Not only will we be attacked by magical creatures, but we may also run into adventurers with ill intentions. That's why we have to stay here. Han, I know that if you help us purchase these items, it'll cost you a lot of gold coins. We can't trouble you like this. I think if we work a bit harder, we'll be able to make it through this winter. Calvin said. Then it's decided. I'll help you think of a way to deal with your winter rations and the threat of the ogres. You can continue to focus on forging weapons and leave the rest to me. Han Shuo did some mental calculations. The dwarven village had a population of 100 or so. According to the amount of food stored in the space ring, he'd be able to bring all the food they needed to the cemetery of death after a few teleportations. If he bought it from Phoebe, it probably wouldn't cost much either. Han Shuo was naturally willing to do this for the dwarves. Thank you, I thank you on behalf of my children and the mothers in the village. A dwarf woman suddenly heard Han Shuo's promise when she'd come over to deliver some fruits. She was so moved that she immediately used the dwarven etiquette to express her gratitude to Han Shuo. Hurry up and go down. Calvin admonished and then said with equal gratitude, Han, we only know how to brew wine and forge weapons. Because we rarely interact with humans, we don't have many gold coins. We're willing to brew wine and forge some weapons for you in exchange. Otherwise, I won't accept your good intentions. Although Han Shuo didn't covet their wine and weapons, he understood the dwarves' stubborn temperament and knew that they wouldn't be willing to accept good intentions for no reason. He finally agreed after thinking for a bit. With Han Shuo's guarantee of winter rations, all the dwarves were seething with excitement. Even Calvin drank to his heart's content with Han Shuo, a rare occasion. One had to say, the wine that the dwarves brewed was indeed quite sweet and fragrant. Even the wine that Han Shuo had drunk in the Bus Merchant Guild last night couldn't compare to their brews. Because the Demon's Lair edge had been secured, Han Shuo was also in a good mood and drank to his heart's content with the dwarves. However, because of his training in magical yuan, Han Shuo had completely awakened as soon as he'd left the dwarven village. He'd vigilantly returned to the cemetery of death. Before continuing to meditate, Han Shuo thought for a bit, and decided to once again explore the boundary that was preventing Han Shuo from entering the depths of the cemetery of death. He wanted to see if he could break through the boundary with his current mental strength. After using the round green ball to open up the passageway, Han Shuo focused his mental strength and abruptly burrowed in. His mind was instantly filled with bone-piercing pain, but because he was used to the pain that the round green ball brought him when training, Han Shuo forced himself to endure it. He raised his magical yuan to the maximum and charged straight in. A crisp crack sounded as Han Shuo's body tilted and broke through the invisible boundary, his body falling towards the bottom of the passageway.